Hi guys, I'm Jen Corbett, founder and director of Warrior for Children. Warrior for Children is a nonprofit organization that serves children and youth navigating trauma. Our goal is to show up for kids who have been in tough spaces. Kids that have experienced physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, domestic violence, lost their home in a fire, been in a car accident, lost a parent. We're here to help kids in tough spaces know that they're not alone and to show up for them in times that are tough for them. I started Warrior for Children because I'm a nurse that works with children navigating trauma, and I saw how difficult it was to get the items that they needed in order to thrive and heal. So that's what we do. We provide them tangible resources immediately as they need it to begin the healing process. We educate the caregivers and those around them so that they know what they can do to help these kids heal. And then lastly, we surround them with fun, happy, healthy adults to help them learn to do art, to play sports, to be with our animals, to learn to trust the world again so that they can heal and be the best that they can be. I had the awesome opportunity to learn about King's Cup and to meet Frank through a mutual friend that we had, Rob from Rare Breed. Frank and I trained together at Rare Breed. My kid was really involved at Rare Breed, and I got to learn and meet Frank. When I met Frank, immediately his desire was to show up for kids as well. His passion was to use his platform in order to elevate voices that were not elevated in other ways. So together, Warrior for Children and King's Cup became an ultimate connection because together we could be more powerful if we worked out together with a mission to serve these kids.
welcome to the first morning's game of the Kings Cup. Joining you here live is Jonathan Reimer, and stepping in for our play-by-play, the voice of the San Diego Sockers, none other than Mr. Craig Elston.
Hey, how's it going? Great to be here in beautiful Upland and at the Upland YMCA, where we're going to have about a dozen games today in group play of the Kings Cup. And we right now start with game one from Group A, which is DTIS taking on Team USA. You'll see some indoor veterans amidst these teams, particularly on DTIS, which has a heavy Tijuana flavor to it. Team USA, you may note Tavoy Morgan Soccer Store in the green cleats in the middle. They're going to be playing 20-minute running clock halves, which will have no stoppages. Halftime will just be switching sides, and then that'll be that. And we'll play a set of group plays, and then we'll get down to tomorrow, playoffs, a championship. We've got a chance for Team USA here. Nice block away by DTIS. But the good news here, Jonathan, for anyone who's tuning in, not only a chance to see some summer indoor action with Brandon Escoto of the Sockers on the ball right there, and the two Rojo brothers that you may remember, formerly of San Diego and then also of Monterrey fame, where Ismael Rojo was all-league, I believe, this year. You'll see them out there in the white and black, Team USA in the red and white. But at the end, the prize pool collected from all these teams that have paid a cash number to come into this tournament, Jonathan, half that pot goes to the winning team, winner take all. The other half will go to the new Spark a Dream charity, which is a collaboration of Franck Tayou and Tacoma Stars owner Lane Smith.
You've put it succinctly. We definitely have some Sockers on Sockers violence, a perfect voice to have with us today. And Craig Elston, as you mentioned, we got Golden Gutierrez, Tavoy Morgan. It's quite a who's who of indoor talent out there, and a mixture of some outdoor talent as well, too. Featuring for this Team USA side will be former Olympic bronze medalist Lauren Sesselman. She participated in last year's version of the Kings Cup tournament, and she is playing for Team USA, coached by Craig Rodas, another one of those indoor names popping up here as well, too, this morning.
So you're going to hear a bunch of them, and as we get our first goal of the tournament, it is Juan Manuel Rojo scoring in the 6th minute here for DTIS to put them up by a 1-0 count.
First goal of the tournament goes to Juan Manuel Rojo, and it's DTS up 1-0. Great goal, just picks it from well outside the box, fires in, beating the keeper to the near side there. Great goal.
Juan Manuel Rojo was a man lost in the indoor soccer world last year, Jonathan, as his rights were controlled by the Sockers. They were unable to come to a deal in time that would allow him to get the visa to come north of the border and play professionally.
The old villain of the indoor game, he whose name must not be spoken, Lord Visa.
So he's hoping to catch on here, either get a visa, sign with San Diego, or get his rights released to someone else. Team USA bursting on the ball, and a long shot wide of net. The rebound, Karam's back and is well guarded by DTIS number 24, Jaime Romero.
That was Joyce Barbosa looking to collect that ball off the wall of score there at the back post. Almost got a boot to it. Great defense by DTS to swarm in and clear that ball out.
We're down in the corner that Team USA is attacking as you watch from our camera positions more at midfield, where you see DTIS running left to right and right to left, Team USA in red. Both teams have numbers only on the back, so until we get a little more familiar with them as the day goes on, it'll be a little bit of generic announcing nonetheless. We're glad that you're here, whoever's here. Appreciate you being here.
It's going to be a great couple days here.
Ooh, goal, Romero. Irvin Mojica. Irvin Mojica, another former soccer and current Monterrey Flash. Mojica, left foot is lethal, 8th minute for 2-0.
Monterrey Flash, high-powered offense, historically going undefeated throughout the course of the entire 23-24 regular season. They pick up a steal right here and are coming right back at it.
And Mojica crossing to the soccer, Christian Gutierrez, who shows that classic high and wide form on the big right foot outside.
Doing his best Shohei Ohtani impersonation, putting that one up into the customers.
Yeah, absolutely. Boy, Shohei just capturing the imagination of all you LA Dodger fans this year. 43 homers, 43 steals. That's crazy.
Absolutely insane. My condolences to you and Padres fandom there, my friend.
Oh, we're doing fine. No problems. It's not homering against us. Someone else. Oh, great one-timer there in the corner. And it's Gustavo Ochoa of DTIS picking up the dime from Mojica on the far post and banking it home for 3-0 in the 9th minute.
We have not even reached the halfway point of the first half. It's already a 3-0 lead. They got to get that ball to Tavoy Morgan. He is their talisman. He is the star up top there, speaking of.
And had it right off of him.
Interesting game here is obviously Team USA playing co-ed, DTIS rocking an all-male squad here.
Yeah.
Team USA representing both sides here.
Yeah, great point. I mean, do you get to pay a different charge for that? Or? No, they're just going to fight even keeled. Say, hey, you know what? We'll take you on multi-gender. Tavoy says, I'm good enough for all of it. Not going to get a call at the Upland YMCA, Tavoy. Don't look for that blue card. It ain't coming.
Be it Pachanga, Toyota, perhaps Front Wave soon to come, or here at the YMCA in beautiful Upland, California. Tavoy Morgan versus referees, a tale as old as time.
Yes. Tavoy bursting in the corner. And instead, ball is poked into the penalty area. Now a shot. Great save.
Great reaction. Low right, just wide of the knee there. That was headed netward.
Wonderful save for Team USA. Here's another one to the back post, and it's 4-0.
Ooh, that one might be an own goal. Looked like a poor clearance there by Team USA, and that one finds itself into the back of the net in a very one-sided first 10 minutes here.
We'll just write down own goal and leave it at that. And that's the 6th, 8th, 9th, and 10th minutes, all filled with DTIS goals. We'll play 20 total in this half, and then they'll just flip. There's no real halftime per se, just resetting the clock.
Red Rover, switch sides, and on we play. Big block there by Lawrence Sesselman, bronze medalist, showing off the knees.
They're showing 3 on the scoreboard. We've got 4 written down as the score of this one so far. DTIS with the lead.
Team USA struggling to maintain any kind of possession, just turnover ball at the moment. They've got to find some composure.
And there's another one. Brandon Escoto got loose in the corner and was able to feed it right into the middle. And as he turns, we'll see it was number 13, Alan Perez. That's Sockers and Strikers getting along in the summertime.
Cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria.
And the goal-a-minute pace for DTIS is continued. We are
DTIS,
at 5-0.
a collection of indoor soccer talent from across the Southland, and certainly got that Tijuanense connection going on as well, too. But they have been laying it to Team USA early on here.
Goalkeeper is Aaron Semin. This one's coming forward. Numbers for DTIS. Off the wall, Escoto pokes it to the middle. And then it's Mojica. Kind of went with the half, almost like a golf chip right there, trying to chip it into the top, and a great diving stop.
I think both teams have seen the writing on the wall at this point. It looks like some conservation of energy. It is a long tournament here. And if you run up the scoreboard and gas yourselves out, it might spell disaster later on in the weekend.
That's a great point. It's also a reminder when we see these guys play back-to-back in the regular season, and it's incredibly difficult, but, they'll play 3 games in a day sometimes during the summer, so they're kind of used to it a little more than you might expect. I'm sure we'll see plenty more, Jonathan, of the indoor soccer talent of the Southland region coming out here as this one is coming in on net. And, doing a little Team Mexico dancing next to the goal line as DTIS.
Team USA saved by the whistle there as they just can't seem to fight their way out from the pressure at the moment. It has been a one-sided affair here early on. But it's going to be a fun weekend, a fun month or so here in the Inland Empire with USA versus Mexico coming up about a month away, too.
Yeah.
Don't forget to mark that on your calendars. But ahead of us here, the Premier Cash Tournament in the Inland Empire, the King's Cup here in its second iteration. We had a really fun time here last year. You joined us once again this year, Craig. Thank you ever so much for that.
Of course.
And it looks like it's going to be a fun day. We're going to get to see a lot of this talent mixed in with some street players, and who knows, the next big star of the MASL might come up through this tournament. Last year, the young player of the tournament was awarded to young Bryce Watson, who had an impressive tournament playing alongside Lauren Sesselman's team last year. He won himself a trip to the Combine, ended up getting signed by the Empire Strikers, and had himself a heck of a rookie season last year, so you never know.
Good battle at midfield. Team USA's got it. They're looking for their second real attack on net here. And DTIS now with defensive possession to take it away. Cristian Gutierrez working in the back. That's tough. One of the top defensive forwards in the Major Arena Soccer League. That's a nice blast into the high netting. So I saw you guys put out on social or repost, whatever. MASL said a historic announcement coming soon. But how soon is now?
I believe Commissioner Tozer updated that to say Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern,
Okay.
I believe is when that announcement will drop. You might be a little bit more privy to what that announcement might be than myself.
I don't know. I got no idea.
Eager, open ears. I have my speculations, but too soon to speculate. But big news coming for the Major Arena Soccer League.
I know. I mean, for me, as DTIS fights around here. Oh, tried to fight one in front. Gutierrez has got it. Great pinball block away by Team USA.
Cleared off the line from behind the keeper. Great defensive work there by the Stars and Stripes.
Let's go. Screaming Eagles heading down the field.
I feel like Eagle Man should be here in the crowd somewhere.
Who knows? There is a little crowd. I mean, it's a lot of it are the players for the other games, but also their friends and family here in Upland. Oh, Rojo.
American Outlaws, Barra 76, the various U.S. supporters groups must not have gotten the call today.
Late coming memo. Hustle on out. Ismail tracking back to keep possession as we're inside 4 minutes of this first half.
Great play by Rojo there. Had a 2-on-0 going back the other way if he's unable to make that stop. Brilliant defensive work there by DTIS. Not that they've been called upon it much, but certainly been serviceable in their moments.
Honestly, for me, being here is a great chance just to see some of the folks from the indoor world that will be around during the winter.
And speaking of folks from the indoor world, Commissioner Tozer, thank you so much for listening in. Apparently, I have misspoken. It is Tuesday at noon Eastern, not 5 p.m. Eastern.
Wow.
I have been corrected already. So,
well, listen, look at that. What a small indoor world. The commissioner's watching the indoor cash tournament in Upland, California. Appreciate you. It's beautiful today in Upland, by the way, if you're watching somewhere else in the world.
Thank everybody for tuning in from across the globe.
Make it Juan Manuel Rojo.
I've heard from a few of the indoor faithful already this morning wishing us luck. So shouts to the boys at Goals and Boards who hit me up this morning. Matt Huber blowing me up as well, too. Shouts to all you gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Look at all us indoor addicts all just gathering for our fix here at the end of August.
It's been a while. We've been jonesing.
There's no question about it. High pressure shown and a steal by DTIS. Feels like they're going to go all out this first half. We'll see what the second half brings.
2 minutes, 25 seconds left to go in the first half here. It is all DTIS at the moment, 5-0.
Perez after Big Rojo, both missing wide on their chances. For Ismail outside, it was that kind of shot that got him into all-league honors last year. That one bangs wide. And Ismail Rojo knocks it down. We watched for years, and speaking of those visa issues, Ismail Rojo in San Diego, knowing that he could be that star, but he didn't ever have the roster freedom. As Perez shoots, great save made. Well done, Team USA.
That ball was absolutely scorched right down the middle. You think that the visa situation has certainly been a roadblock for the Major Arena Soccer League, one that hopefully the powers
Another great save.
Are
Holy
able to
cow.
rectify going in the future. There's a couple massive saves there made by the Stars and Stripes.
Yeah, it's Lillian Uramaya in net, and she is going to need an ice pack later. I can already see it.
I have a feeling it's going to be a long weekend for her at this rate. For those of you just joining us, Rojo got the scoring started off to find the first one in the back of the net today. Followed up by Irvin Mojica Ochoa, an own goal for the fourth goal, and Alan Perez rounding out the 5 goals so far for DTIS. There's a whistle there against Tavoy Morgan.
The little herd whistle. But, yeah, I think just the chance to go to Monterrey for Ismael Rojo and be counted on as a top 4 defender is what gave him that chance to get those stats. We could always see in San Diego that he had the ability to – I mean, I don't know how many times I said, this kid could be all league. And it'd be, does he defend enough? Does he do this? Does he do that? But sometimes it's tough in San Diego. You got veterans. You've got a very strict standard of – what you're expected in terms of your marking, in terms of kind of knowing your place in an organization. But Rojo was a bird with wings that needed to be spread to fly. And, boy, good to see him do so well. Now, of course, Monterrey is going to come into this season. What is it? The revenge season. It has to be. They blew it. There's only one way to put it. They blew it. They didn't win the title.
Monterrey doing their best Cruz Azul impersonation
What a
last
save
season.
again, Lillian.
Made it undefeated through the regular season, only to be knocked out by Kansas City, I believe. With that, we come to the end of the first half. It is 5-0 DTIS. Our understanding is that there will be no break. Teams will switch sides, and we will immediately resume play here in just a moment. First game of the day. We're still getting our sea legs under us. Thank you for joining us. Jonathan Reimer with Craig Elston as your play-by-play here today. It is 5-0 DTIS. Early goal from Big Rojo, Irvin Mojica Ochoa, an own goal on the Stars and Stripes, and Alan Perez rounds out our 5 goals for DTIS in what has been, to be frank, one-way traffic so far.
Yeah. Now, coming up next, we'll see the next 2 teams in Group A. That's Pumas against Albi Celeste. We haven't had the chance to peruse these particular rosters just yet, but we'll get that opportunity all together as a group. I'll tell you one thing, Pumas has 2.5 times the number of players as Albi Celeste. Just looking at the rosters.
Going to be a short rotation for Albi Celeste with just 9 rostered players. So it looks like everybody's getting some minutes today, getting their money's worth. Good to see for Albi Celeste. That will be our next match starting in about 20 minutes here. I've noticed a change already, Craig, in that it shows 18 minutes on the clock here for the second half.
Okay, let's do it. I'm happy to hear and happy to report.
Clock is ticking, and we are about to be underway.
I'll just tell you, this Pumas team coming up, a lot of Team Mexico vibes going on. I see Christian Hernandez. That's the young Monterrey goalkeeper, if I'm right. It was so good this year. Omar Santillan's played forever. Gustavo Rosales. I think he'll celebrate his 50th birthday out here on the pitch today.
Tossing shade from the booth.
He might be 48. I'm not sure. All right, we're back underway. And just like that, 17 minutes.
Stars
left.
and Stripes will be heading from left to right across your screen now. DTIS heading right to left. America rocking the red and white kits with the blue socks today. DTIS black and white all over with a touch of gold.
Here's Escoto to Gutierrez, the Sockers combination. Playing with their former teammates, the Rojo brothers, plus plenty more of the Mexican Fútbol Rápido gente.
I have a feeling, Craig, we're going to get to see a lot of action in our half of the field for this second half. It was all pretty far away from us here.
And that means we get a closer view of the great work being done by Lillian and net. Lillian Aramea wearing the Califino kit.
Shouts to our friends at Califino Tequila. Yeah. Live the Fino life? Is that enjoy the Fino things?
Fino things in life.
I just a guitar riff is already playing in the back of my mind.
What a goal.
Beautiful
that's
touch in off the back post as I'm talking about tequila. You get me going on tequila, Craig, you know I'll be running all day.
We'll get you going on tequila. You won't be running all day. It'll just be a few happy hours, and then after that, it's going to be real trouble.
Powered by Kirkland water and caffeine at the moment, folks. All right, we're keeping it between the navigational beacons here.
Eduardo Garay scores. It's harder to call the minutes now. I guess it's out of 38 minutes, so I'm not going to try and do the math. It's just 6-0. Oh. We're going to have a fun day here with you today. Hope you have a fun day out there with us. I'd say join us in the chat, but thankfully I believe we don't have such a thing.
Much to the chagrin of both of us, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, someone could be telling me right now what a terrible job I'm doing. And instead, here we are together just enjoying our time. Commish, if you're listening, the chat stinks, and you should get rid of it this year.
Remains to be seen exactly what platform the Major Arena Soccer League will be featured on.
Well, maybe that's the historic announcement.
Could potentially be. We did have the finals featured on CBS Sports Golazo Network.
That would be something.
What a massive thing that would be.
Oh. Tugging on Superman's cape is Team USA's number 13, Jordan O'Brien, hanging on to Alan Perez for dear life, and a blue card is out.
Oh, messing around with Jim. That's going to cause a shot from the top line here.
That's what a blue card is.
About to call it the yellow line, and then I realized there are yellow lines that are not the yellow line. So
fair.
We need a more official, the offensive entry zone line. I don't know. We'll come up with a fun term for it.
Now
we have a blue card being issued.
Another one, or is this a matter of they just didn't recognize that there was a penalty the first time? I don't know. Looks like 2 blue cards. We're 5-on-3 now.
We are 5-on-3, double blues for Team USA.
Oh, dear. And just like that, Team USA comes up with one of the best plays in the entire match. Stealing it, 2 men shorthanded, 2 players shorthanded. Team USA is co-ed. Now wide open. Garay? Nope, missed. That was Robon Ramirez.
Looked like that one was fouled down the first base line. Not that one.
No, Mojica scores again. And that'll make it 7-0 as Irvin Mojica gets a power play goal. Well, it's all chuckles and grins for now, but tomorrow is the money games. That's where it's going to get real serious. Today, you just get to enjoy recognizing indoor soccer, remembering some guys. Like, remember Mojica? He's really good. 3rd goal.
I'm having trouble keeping up on the goals. As fast as I can write them down, they seem to be coming in once again. Do want to take a moment to thank Lane Stanley of the Tacoma Stars and the king himself, Franck Tayou, for helping put this tournament on and putting on this tournament with a purpose. Raising money here for the YMCA and, of course, the Spark a Dream connection between Frank and Lane. 2 people that have connections that date back a long time in this game, despite the fact having never suited up for the team together. Certainly run in the same circles, as we often find here in the indoor world. It's a small community. Everyone seems to know everybody in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Frank's never been on the Sockers, and he's called me 2 years and said, hey, you want to come out and help? And I said, of course, man.
Well, he has an eye for talent. We'll give him that.
I mean, I've known the Tayou brothers for so many years now. I was just thinking about that, talking to my friend about it. Like, how many years I've known Frank and Uzi, all the way back to really the early 2010s. When they were coming in with Las Vegas Legends back in the PASL.
Shouts to Mr. Sharkey and the Legends.
Oh, Sharkey. I know you're out there. Last year he was here at King's Cup.
He was, indeed. He had a couple players that represented various teams and academies that he had worked with that were here last year. So interesting to see who rolls through the door over the course of the weekend. As we got on the mic for Game 1, we really only had the first 2 teams in the building yet. So as the teams continue to filter on in, we're kind of seeing a who's who of local indoor talent and some big names from both north and south of the border that have showed up. It's going to be a fun weekend. Yeah,
and it'll be a lot of fun to be here, and we're here. So if you want to be here, just hang out with us. All right, I got 8-0. Am I crazy or...
I have 8-0 as well, too. I think maybe even the scorekeeper has seen the writing on the wall.
That's fair. I mean, there's probably something for Golden Boot or something. Who knows? Mojica has had a good match. He's scored 3. Christian Gutierrez feeding in Juan Manuel Rojo. Those 2 used to be called, together on the Sockers, the TJ Counter. because they would quite often be the top two on the power play and then bursting the other way on the penalty kill, I should say. Bursting the other way on the counterattack. Sure would love to see Juan Manuel Rojo back with the Sockers. I think they missed his speed last year in a giant way. And I think it was one of the key things that took the Sockers down a peg last year, especially when you saw them against top teams like Chihuahua.
Especially teams that excel with pace like Chihuahua does. I mean, they are hands down one of the most clinically fast teams. They're not just running ears pinned back, nose to the wind. I mean, they were running with purpose and ran themselves right into back-to-back cups. And that speed and precision that they bring together is something that is very, very hard to counter against if you don't have that same talent within your own roster. And as good as San Diego played last year, when it came to those teams that could outrun them, that really seemed to be...
What a save, Lillian. Oh, you're killing it. Great job. Like, hoping she can hear me.
Still a lot of work to be done on those MASL rosters. Still a lot of free agents.
They don't have a schedule yet, right? So...
We're not even 100% sure on what teams are playing
no,
yet.
There's a historic announcement. It could be anything.
Could be a team in Las Vegas, a team in Guadalajara.
Sure.
We've heard rumors about both of those over the course of the past few seasons.
Absolutely. Could be anything. Could even be a boat.
We had Ronaldinho and Kaká out playing some MASL-style soccer earlier this summer. Maybe there's a big signing there in the works for one team. Would love to see a Ronaldinho or a Kaká come out of retirement and play some MASL soccer.
The single most historic announcement they could make is that they were somehow umbrellaed under U.S. soccer or somehow got the visa situation under control. Because it would transform the league. It would literally transform the league.
I think the sound of popping champagne bottles would be heard coast to coast and cross frontera.
Because really, the way it is now, it's pretty hard if you're really a cold-eyed viewer of the league to not imagine a Mexican team playing and winning the championship basically every year. And it's pretty hard for about 10, 11 teams to even imagine that they have a chance, I think, in the modern MASL. Here's another blue card coming out. And I only say that because you've got great... Juan Manuel Rojo is a perfect example. Here's a player who's a second-team all-league player. He's one of the 10 best defenders in the league.
Hands down. Easy.
So he should have the ability to be signed by any one of the clubs in the league. They should be competing for his services. He should have that opportunity to be paid as someone who's competing for his services. But because he can't get a visa, it comes down to, well, do you want to do things to play 3 games for the Sockers? And then the Sockers are in a spot. What are they supposed to do? Just give away his rights to Monterrey to let him play? Well, then you have to beat Monterrey.
On a personal level as well, too, for these players that travel without visas to play, they can't bring their families with them. They have to be away from home and family for so long because they don't have the luxury without a visa.
There's a goal by Mojica. He's got 4. 2 on the power play, by the way. Is he going to be the star? 3 on the power play. Is he going to be the star of Monterrey this year? Now, they got so much talent. Mojica's just fighting for playing time.
Sure, and obviously steps like what we see here today are about improving the structure around the beautiful indoor game here north of the border. Something that is fairly prevalent south of the border. Indoor soccer, fútbol rápido, is a much, much, much more prevalent sport in Mexico. Hence, there is a larger talent base in play, simply based on the culture of soccer within that country.
Right.
And that's why tournaments like this and facilities like the one here in Upland that cater to the indoor game are an absolute necessity to improve upon going forward. And tournaments like this that help bring funding, awareness, coaching to facilities like this one here in Upland, California are absolutely essential if we're going to start creating that talent pool here north of the border. But that's only part of the equation, and the visa situation is a big one.
Mojica leading kind of a second team of sorts for DTIS out there as this second half winds down.
Team USA is on the power play here.
Well, the ball's on DTIS's foot, or it was for the moment. Gabby Suarez is over there to get it loose, taken away by number 8, Eric Costello.
We are back to full strength.
Mojica dribbles a wall pass. Costello's got it. Tried to feed for a back post tap-in, and it was taken away.
Tried to get a little too cute there. Tried to take a little bit too much time. It's hard to fault them for feeling confident on the ball in the moment, but that was certainly the undoing of that particular attack.
Well, USA has had one shot in the match. Here will be another goal. That one will be scored by Javier Gallegos for 10-zip.
Officially double digits for DTIS with about a quarter of the game here left to play. As despite our scoreboard reading it 9-0, you and I both have 10-0 on our scorecards. I did not see a goal waved off. If we missed that, we apologize.
Maybe the own goal on the other side they didn't claim. I don't know.
Well, it certainly read 5-0 at the half.
It did.
So I would believe that own goal was...
Great block by Lauren.
What has been lost in this score line is the impressive defensive effort, particularly in goal by Team USA.
Yeah, she's been great. Lillian Yermaya, I mean, she's made some terrific saves.
You can tell by the look on her face, it's not the saves that she's remembering at the moment, but I hope in retrospect when she goes back and watches this video, she realizes heck of a performance.
Absolutely. As mentioned, next up, Pumas against Alba Celeste. We'll see if it's a more even match. Oh, missing the toe poke tap in there. DTIS almost got an 11th.
We're setting an over-under on this game. I hope you bet the over for any of you sickos out there betting on charity tournaments here midsummer.
Seek help immediately if you bet on this match.
Also, let me know what bookie is. Just out of curiosity.
Before you completely seek help, let Jonathan and I know where we can lay some bets this winter.
I believe we would be disqualified given our role as number 11 finds its way into the back of the net. Beautiful shot from outside.
Fernando Ochoa
gets his second of the game.
Okay. They could institute a mercy rule.
They could.
I think it would shorten the night.
The scorekeeper seems to have already done it, as the most recent goal has not been added to the tally as well, too. We have 11-0 on our scorecard, 9-0 here at the Spears Family Soccer Center at the beautiful YMCA in Upland, California.
I think if you're up, 8 in the second half?
Like a goal a minute, right?
Yeah. Like if you're up 8 with 8 minutes to go, we could just go ahead and save the potential for injury or the potential for ending a shutout. This was the argument against, levied directly by Zach Kaiser and presented to the board for review. He said, what if I scored a goal? How about that instead of your lousy mercy rule? This would make the score 11-1. And 12-1.
Oh, a bad deflection there off of the defensive clearance. Finds its way to the foot of DTIS, who fire home to make it a dozen.
I got Perez on that one for 12-0.
Perez nets himself a brace. Finally, some sustained pressure here for USA and broadcaster's curse, excuse me.
Those seconds were fleeting but joyous, and I'm glad you noted them. Here's Gutierrez.
It's hard to not have a sense of nationalistic pride invoked whenever Team USA suits up.
Oh. Uh-oh. There's Brandon. Brandon had to get his bite of the apple before it was all done.
And make it a baker's dozen for DTIS, who are really just having fun at this point, putting on a show. I'm surprised we haven't seen some bicycles, maybe a couple scorpions tried. I want to see the ever-elusive goal in indoor game, what I would consider the greatest indoor goal, which is the Wallace score a bicycle kick.
Oh.
Let's go for one of those.
Why not? I mean, when you're up 13-0, even though they're registering 11 on the scoreboard. Try whatever you want. Or just hear me out, institute a mercy rule, and
yeah, I think
we'd be on to match 2.
10-goal lead might be writing on the wall, but I'm rooting for USA to get one. Maybe here's the spot.
Prove me wrong. Mercy rule's still on. Jordan O'Brien, good try right there with the left foot.
You could see she was trying to advance, use her pace to create some space, but unfortunately, ball just ran away. Couldn't wrap her foot around
Brandon
it.
doing his tricky back and forth move. And then the no-look pass. He's just showing off.
No look outside of the foot pass, no less.
Don't do it. Just walk away. Thank you.
Incredible display of sportsmanship right there.
One last shot. Let it be a shot. Let the shot go. It was saved at the buzzer. And the first one's in the books, and it's all DTIS.
Final score, by my count, 13-0. 4 goals for Mojica, braces for Perez and Ochoa, Gallegos, Escoto, and Rojo also finding the back of the net in a fairly one-sided affair to get us started. Folks, we're going to step away for a quick moment. Don't go anywhere. We've got 11 more games coming your way.
11?
Up next is going to be Pumas versus Albiceleste. Welcome back to the Kings Cup tournament. We are one game in the books, 11 left to go. Coming up is going to be Pumas, Alabama versus Albi Celeste. My name is Jonathan Reimer, and joining me, the voice of the San Diego Sockers indoor legend on the mic, Mr. Craig Elston.
What's happening? It's great to be back. We never left. We stayed right in these seats.
That's not true. I left. I went to the restaurant.
That's a good call. I never left. That doesn't make me more dedicated than you. We were just working on this headset over here, making sure it was all good. We've got Pumas, Alabama. They are in the dark blue with white trim. They are not from Alabama, just to make that clear. This is an all-Mexican team. I do not know what the Alabama means.
So Pumas, Alabama, you might remember, featured in the TST tournament.
Okay.
They are actually based out of Alabama, but their recruiting strategy is clearly a little bit further south from Alabama.
I call BS on that. Somebody show me an Alabama passport on that bench. All right, driver's license accepted. This team is born and bred sur de la frontera, todos.
And you do not lie. You do not lie, my friend.
And we're going to present. And they have a much bigger roster than their opponent, Albi Celeste, checking in with a total group of 9 players. So it's literally like 25 on 9.
Pumas FC, by the way, founded in Birmingham, Alabama in 1999. Once played in the NPSL, 4th tier of your American soccer pyramid. However, they are currently owned by Mexican national Juan Esparza. And hence the connection to the players from south of the border. But yes, the pride of Birmingham, Alabama.
Okay.
Pumas, Alabama, who are here with us today.
Believe it at your peril. I'm willing to believe anything here in Upland. I'm in an open-minded mood. It's Labor Day weekend. We're enjoying indoor soccer together. Remember, if you're just tuning in, we'll repeat this 10 more times. This is a charity tournament and a cash tournament combined. Each one of these 8 teams has paid a cash fee to be in the tournament. All of them are hoping to take home half of the prize pool, which will be awarded to the champion and only the champion. Everyone else walks away with an empty wallet, but getting their coffers filled, thankfully, the Spark a Dream charity, a new collaboration independently and without any indoor soccer affiliation between Franck Tayou and Lane Smith, the owner of the Tacoma Stars. Not a precursor to some potential soccer move, necessarily or unnecessarily, but instead just 2 people who know each other working together to help grow the beautiful indoor soccer game. It's Albi Celeste in the powder blue, the more Argentinian colors, and they're going to have a chance right away and a goal right away. Albi Celeste on the board. It is number 21, Mostafa Merhi.
Mustafa with a great goal there, dancing his way around the keeper, finding that way in. That's a brilliant bit of footwork from the big guy there to be able to finesse his way around and find that open shot. Fantastic work. Craig, you read the fine print so well today. That was quite eloquent, I must say.
Appreciate you. That's an H, right? Merhi? Yeah. First minute goal. And a 1-0 Albi lead. Albi Celeste against Pumas. Pumas now controlling the ball. They have a number of long-time Mexican indoor veterans. There's a shot blocked in the middle. And I would assume that Pumas will utilize their gigantic roster advantage to change más frecuentemente and getting an opportunity to wear down Albi Celeste, who's going to be playing 2 ways with most of the same players all day.
9 players suiting up for Albi Celeste for this particular tournament. Everybody's getting their money's worth on that, and you would assume then that Pumas was going to play a fairly high-pace, frenetic style of play, although it seems like they've been playing into Albi Celeste's hands so far with some slow movement of the ball as it comes back out to the point here.
They always tell me that the possession is exhausting to defend, so let's see. Meanwhile, Albi Celeste is going to look for quick shots down the floor, just like the one they got, to score first. This is group play. Everybody plays 3 times today. And then the winners will advance. And goal differential's part of it. We're playing running 18-minute halves.
The onset of the tournament, our teams were broken into two groups. Group A, consisting of DTIS, Team USA, and both teams featured in this match, Pumas and Alba Celeste. So far we have seen Group A take the field. Coming up in Group B will be IFC Immortals, Coachella Valley SC, Harlem Futsal Club, and Prodigy.
There's a goal for Pumas. And it is number 20, Christopher Castillo. Christopher Castillo has the goal. And just like that, third minute, we are tied 1-1.
Already game 2
Yes.
playing out very differently from
this
game
match.
1. I'm a big fan of this change in direction so far.
So both teams can score?
Was unaware that was part of the rules. We're still figuring out as we go along.
Yeah, we are. There's been a constant communication to figure out exactly what's going on.
Folks, Craig and I are having fun here today. Hope you are as well, too. Remember that all gamesmanship aside, today is about making sure that the kids here in the Inland Empire and the YMCA Upland is a facility that continues to help grow the beautiful indoor game
Correct.
here in sunny Southern California, where one
Great
could
steal.
probably play outdoor 360 days a year.
Mustafa, can he do it again? Just wide.
Oof, foul just up the third baseline. So close.
Boy, he's got, there
Finding
he
a
is,
two-bagger.
that classic indoor build. Gigantic calves, tiny little legs. Just starts bursting down the floor.
Love it. I love seeing so many different body types and skill sets that can thrive within the indoor game that maybe for other reasons have not worked in the outdoor version.
Well, that's the thing. You know, that kind of size can be a real detriment outdoors on the giant pitch. But here on the small floor, where low center of gravity, it's outstanding. That's why it's the people's game. Football Rapido.
You know, you look at, a Craig Childs, if you will. I saw his autographed jersey is going to be auctioned off here today. So big ups to Mr. Childs for donating an autographed jersey here. But, one of the most prolific scorers in the history of the indoor game, and certainly not your prototypical outdoor body type there as well.
I didn't know that. I got to get my bid in. I'd like to have a Craig Childs signed jersey.
I might not be able to admit that I want one or ever be able to show it off, but truth be told, just between you and me, Craig, no one's listening. So
Right.
I might throw a bid in on that myself. It's a good man there, Mr. Childs.
Yes, as these great games go on, we'll give you the information we have. We've received rosters. We're kind of in the process of trying to make them useful for the broadcaster. The problem is there's literally no downtime. So this will just be continuous, a process. But in the interim, we're also having a good time talking about the game we enjoy. So don't think we're not paying attention and trying to take it as seriously as possible.
I know in our next game, it looks like none other than Bryce Watson, last year's Kings Cup Young Player of the Tournament, who earned himself a free trip to the Combine, ended up landing himself a contract with the Empire Strikers, is going to be featuring. So some more infield talent to be rolling out as the day goes along. When it comes to a cash tournament like this one, players pay an entry fee upon arrival, and teams are allowed to flex their roster around all the way up until that moment this morning. So even if we had received rosters prior to today, there probably would have been some additions and subtractions. So
it would have been a waste of time, essentially.
A little extracurriculars there on the back end from Pumas, Alabama. Lucky to avoid a trip into the pocket for our referees today. Have a tough job in front of them of keeping this community-oriented, as is the purpose of today.
100%. You can't let and hey, they're playing for money, so
Right.
The competitive juices are going to flow. But also, that's a really tough turf out there, and those boards not padded.
Unforgiving. I got a chance to walk around and check out the boards a little bit. Good clean bounces off them so far today, though. Good seams on them, so ball plays pretty true.
That was not okay. A very outdoor move was just put on by the Albi Celeste goalkeeper, who dribbled the ball outside the crease, dribbled it back in, and fell upon it for an automatic penalty.
I was wondering if that was going to be called, so I certainly saw that take place, but...
Kia just tried to explain. So sorry, I know that works outdoors, but that is not okay here. Not okay. So this will be a penalty kick for Pumas, I presume.
His goalkeeper, number 11, Aaron Huero, in goal.
Huero.
Who is just rocking a T-shirt today, because you know what? It's for fun.
Why not?
Who needs a jersey?
Run out of jerseys? Grab a T-shirt.
I think I could probably put about 3 teams out there just in old band and concert shirts from my closet. And today it's Iron Maiden versus Black Sabbath.
Here we go with the free kick. Oh, tried to sneak it in. Yeah.
It's going to be a handball outside of the box. Back-to-back gaffes from our keeper in goal here for Albi Celeste. It's going to be a real dangerous location here.
That was Eddie Sanchez, number 13, on that sneaky try. Now it'll be played right out of the corner. Well, you got to think it's kind of fair to say in Group A, DTIS and Pumas have an advantage.
I think just by nature of roster name power alone, it'd be hard to not consider DTIS one of the favorites for this tournament. Their performance versus Team USA, an astonishing 13-0 in that first match, certainly has them up in goal differential as well, too.
Aldair Georgiana had the attempt for Pumas that was denied with feet blocking inside the crease. Now played down into the corner.
Team USA will be facing off against both of these teams later today.
And it's played up into the middle where our man in the T-shirt has the stop.
Aaron Huero in goal over the ball there. Little keeper-on-keeper violence here as the ball goes end-to-end.
8 minutes and change left in this first half. 1-1. Back and forth, looking for the back post, and Huero came out to challenge well.
Beautiful sliding foot there. Reckless and dangerous if he misses the timing, but perfectly executed.
Oh, dear.
I think that was an Albi Celeste foul on an Albi Celeste player that somehow awards Pumas the ball.
Yikes. That was number 10, Hamza Salah, who just got trucked.
It's moments like this you're wishing you fielded more than 9 players, I would think.
Yeah. In a different arena, the height advantage for Pumas would also be truly significant, but with all the low ducts here, this is a floor game of indoor. There's not going to be a lot of stuff put through the air. Oh, boy. Whistle out there as Huero got out.
There will not be stoppages of play for injury throughout the course of this tournament, unless, of course, Dr. Wes Odes, the head of medical staff for the tournament, deems the injury egregious enough to stop the clock. That decision will be made not by our refereeing crew, but by our medical doctor on site here today, which is an interesting wrinkle in the rules for this tournament. That is to prevent teams from milking the clock and staying on the ground, especially if they have a lead or are chasing a game late.
Yeah, that's a great call. And I mean, even as that one hits, I just told you about this. It's a ground game here inside the Upland YMCA. If you try to put the ball in the air, you're going to hit air conditioning ducts.
No superstructure violations here, which is regrettable because that's unquestionably my favorite rule.
I love superstructures. Just in all senses. Go backheel pass, and diving out is the keeper for Pumas.
When are we going to get the Venta Scora? That's what I want to see today.
Hey, I mean, it's allowed today. If someone gets a Venta Scora, I will reach into my pocket, pull out a crisp $20 bill, and hand it to them
Wow, I tell you,
Right
talk
there.
about money on the line right there.
I will drop it right through that slot onto the turf.
Be like one of those machines you get in and try and catch as many dollars as possible.
Well, there's only be one. But unless you get 2 Ventus scores, I will keep it open for all Ventus scores all day. $20 cash money on receipt. All you have to do is bank the ball off the vent and then directly into the net.
Seems easy enough.
Yes.
I don't think the players can hear you, but it would be interesting to see them try and go for it. That's for sure.
Well, as we've already seen, there's an international reach to this broadcast because you said something in the. Oh, there's a goal and a lead for Pumas. As number 21, Gustavo Rosales. Is that Gustavo Rosales? That didn't look like Gustavo Rosales. Not the Gustavo Rosales, is it? Well, it's a goal nonetheless.
According to our rosters, it is at least a Gustavo Rosales.
Yeah. I mean, I think I recognize that cat from like 20-something years in the league. Nonetheless, that's the name we'll write down for 2-1 Pumas.
If that's the name on the roster, that's who's getting the goal. If we learned anything last year.
That's fair.
Whatever you put on the teleprompter, that's who Ron Burgundy's giving the goal to.
100% correct. I mean, listen. Yeah. I'm like a very simple old computer. Just info in, info out.
There's no TI-83 here, although that might date myself with that reference. I have no idea what you kids are onto in the world of Texas Instruments calculators. You probably just use a phone now.
Oh, great save. Punching it out.
Oh, it's a brilliant save, especially off the screen shot coming in there.
Take a look.
Woo.
Beautiful.
Beautiful save. Absolutely beautiful save. Great job by our replay crew. Thank you, Director Mike Cepeda and the boys here for putting that one up for us. Fantastic work.
So the first goal came in the first few seconds for Albi Celeste. Since then, Pumas has worn them down a little bit for 2-1.
Back and forth action. I have a feeling as this game goes on, especially as this tournament goes on, Albi Celeste will have really done themselves a disservice by only bringing 9 players here to the tournament. Yeah. That might work for the first 40 minutes or so, but as the day and tournament goes on, I have a feeling they're just going to be outrun by teams bringing 2-3 times the roster.
Yeah, it kind of puts some weight onto winning this first match. Getting that early result, if it's at all possible. 3.5 minutes left in this first half.
As royalty is passing behind us here, none other than the king himself, the man behind this illustrious event.
Each one of these rosters is like opening a new Christmas present. Who are we going to see? Or at least what names are we going to see?
As teams are, slowly filtering their way in the door for their respective call times, we are getting these official rosters brought to us on the fly. Try and pass the fun names that we see along to you. Looks like Brian Orozco of the Empire Strikers just passed behind us. I assume he will be in net for a team later today.
Look forward to that. Last year, a bunch of Sockers were here. I mean, we just saw the Tijuana Sockers here, but are we going to see a Leo? Are we going to see a Ruggles? Are we going to see, I'm just thinking of tournament-style guys.
So speaking of
Charlie.
He was here, of course, last year, yeah. Speaking of tournament-style play with, the U.S. Open Cup and the Leagues Cup taking place in the outdoor world this year, I would love to see a tournament like this take place within the MASL. And maybe I'm getting a bit out over my skates here, but get all the MASL teams into one bubble market once a year, rotate which market gets it, and play a short time, quick aside, big bracket tournament like this. I think that would be a really fun destination event for the MASL and a really cool way to do something mid-season to kind of break it up before we go to the playoff stretch there. I think that would be a really fun to have our own version of a World Cup style tournament within the indoor MASL version.
I'm in. Don't tempt me with a good time. Minute 45. Can Pumas get another one here? Oh boy. They did. Oh, that went.
Absolute howler once again.
Pain. Watch this pain. No.
Had his hands to it, just bounced down. Took a wrong turn at Albuquerque and found itself in the back of the net there.
Wrong turn at Albuquerque. I should have known. 16th minute, 3-1. We'll just write down, oh no, for that goal.
I like that. I like that.
That was a no-no. Here is a good battle at midfield. And no harm, no foul, no blood, no ambulance. Albi Celeste's number 9, Haid Hamouche, is not happy. He got spun. And I was at a high school football game last night, Jonathan. My beloved Long Beach Poly Jackrabbits, normally the Titans of the South. They met a San Diego section team, Lincoln High School, yesterday. And like each kid was like 6 inches and 60 pounds bigger.
Oh, Lord.
You know, it's like it's one of those games that you look in the first second and you just look at the line and you go, oh no. That's why I thought of oh no. 18 seconds. Puma's trying to steal one at the buzzer here. Albi Celeste slides in to get the steal. Now, 8 seconds for a run down the middle. Chip to the wing. Hamouche sees it skip past him, and that'll be halftime. 3-1. Puma's got the last 3 after that Mustafa Merhi goal right away. Put Albi Celeste on the board. Second half, moments from now.
Welcome back for the second half of Game 2 of the Kings Cup tournament, coming at you live from the Spears Family Soccer Center here at the YMCA in beautiful Upland, California. The score is currently sitting 3-1, Pumas, Alabama over Albi Celeste. 18 minutes left to go to see who takes the points here in Game 2 of the group stages. On the mic, Jonathan Reimer, joined by the voice of the San Diego Sockers, none other than indoor legend, radio personality, I will say. Congratulations, Drive Time radio star, none other than Mr. Craig Elston.
Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Annie and Elston. 97.3 The Fan, San Diego's #1 sports station. Home of the San Diego Padres. That's my day job. Many of you have known me for years through my affiliation with the San Diego Sockers. Currently, soccer's in the midst of a whole organizational reset as the Front Wave Arena team is now that, plus Sockers, plus Oceanside Clippers.
Agua Caliente no more.
Yeah.
Out of the hot water and into the waves of Oceanside, California.
That's exactly right.
On the Avocado Highway, no less. I'm looking forward to coming down and making some fresh guac and catching a Sockers game. I believe you have a big MASL event coming up at Front Wave Arena.
I think so, too, right.
So if you think you have what it takes to
yes,
make
the Combine. That's right. The Combine is in Front Wave. So, see, here's the thing. I'm working full-time in radio since the day of the goal that Chihuahua scored in the third game to win that one. Other than a few salutations, that's been all I've heard. Because those folks are trying to put an arena together and get it off the ground, and they've got their first event like 3 weeks from now.
Get it out from underwater.
Yeah, right. Whole thing, build the floor, make sure all the lights work. If you plug things in the outlets, that there's electricity there. Like, there's a whole lot to do. When you build an arena.
Don't pull a San Francisco Giants and forget to build a bullpen, right? That's
oh, geez. My favorite on that is as you're watching, Pumas are now going right to left, Albi Celeste left to right. Pumas are in the darker blue, Albi Celeste in the more Argentinian lighter blue, and it is 3-1 Pumas. San Jose's SAP Center, the home of the San Jose Sharks and Barracuda, when that venerable building was built in Northern California, they literally forgot to build a press box. They just forgot. They how many meetings? And they forgot. And then it was like, hey, where's the press box? Uh-oh. And so it's in the rafters. And so it's in the rafters. That's where the press box is. You literally have to go through a fourth-story adjunct stairway that's like an auxiliary thing, and then climb through a catwalk to get to what they created for a press box thing.
Oh, wow. And I thought the Chihuahua Savage had a difficult one to get to.
Chihuahua Savage with the single rickety ladder is probably actually worse.
I have to say they have improved it, so now you can climb up to the top of the fan stands.
Oh, good.
And then climb the I-beam up the rest of the way. You do not need to do a 2-story climb on the I-beam anymore, which I mistakenly wore dress shoes to the first time I did that. That was a big mistake.
Big mistake. Puma's on the move now. Play it into the wing to try and send it back to the middle.
But I do love Corner Sports Arena down in Chihuahua. I have fond memories of that arena. It's a real fun place to catch a game.
Into the middle and a great save there. He didn't have the best start to the match and then just kind of gave it away, Wero. And now it's in. Now it's in from outside with just 4 minutes into the second half. That leads up to 4-1 Pumas.
I had looked down for 1 second and I missed a goal. I did not see who scored that one. We'll try and catch that and get it to you a little bit later. But clearly have identified a weakness or at least an opportunity with the keeper in goal here, trying to go low to his side there to try and find the back of the net. It's worked for him a couple times so far. Oh, almost a turnover and an opportunity. Extra men going the other way. Whistle dead by today's officiating crew.
So 4-1. I think I saw number 8 on the back post there for Puma. So if he was the one who touched it, was out there Georgiana. And if not, who's to tell us otherwise?
Oh, I'm sure somebody will slide in those DMs.
Great save there by Wero, guarding his near post. And then that ball fed forward fruitlessly.
Number 9 not making the run. That's a difficult thing to say when you're wearing that 9 kit.
Christian Hernandez of the Monterey Flash is now in net for Pumas. Rotating goalkeepers at the half.
Although I believe since they are Pumas, Alabama, he is going by Chris today.
Oh, okay. Call me Chris.
Just to give it that Alabama twang.
I'm here in Alabama. Chris. War Eagle.
Alabama hoping the tide continues to roll their way in this game. See what I did there?
Yeah, I did. That was nice. Solid work.
It's going to be a fun day.
Hey, why not?
Match 2.
Just imagine what match 11 will sound like, gang. Right to the back post there. Good read by Wero. He runs out. I think third place gets the same thing here that you get in Glengarry, Glen Ross. So worrying about the goal differential for Albi Celeste, maybe not important, but I'd love to see them fight their way back into this one a little bit.
If you enjoy indoor soccer and obscure references, you're going to have a fun day today, that's for sure.
Hey, first place is a new car, second place is a set of steak knives. Third place is you're fired. And as every indoor forward tells you, always be closing. Closing your distance between you and the net.
Got to push forward. And you know, I mean, especially I think we're starting to see it here a little bit with Albi Celeste that they're running out of gas here with about 11 minutes left to go here in the second half. And, you know, the ability to make those runs when the turnover happens, you need fresh legs to be able to do that. You can't play this like an outdoor game. I think we learned that in the TST this year, or at least a lot of teams that came in with some hubris learned that outdoor talent just does not have the energy to compete in a fast-changing indoor style of play, be it 7v7, outdoor 6v6 with walls.
This is Game 1, Group Play A. Earlier, DTIS walloped Team USA 13-0. This is 4-1 Pumas. So we'll be excited for the Pumas DTIS match coming up a little bit later. That should be, if I'm just thinking out loud, match 5 or match 6 here today.
Pumas DTIS is match 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 today.
Oh,
That will
Lord.
be match 9
Never mind.
today.
Never mind. So stay tuned. There's a goal for Albi Celeste.
Cuts the lead in half, bringing it back 2-4.
Moji Nashal.
Mohib Nashal?
Mohib.
Is that an M or an N? We don't know. It's either Mashel or Nashel.
That's what happens.
We'll go with Mohib.
Mohib, congratulations. That goal makes it 4-2. The scoreboard put up a goal for Pumas when it was scored by Albi Celeste. So
It is actually 4-2. It is not 5-1.
it is 4-2. And our screen scoreboard has it for you here on our streaming broadcast. Waiting. Pumas trying to get that one right back. Wero comes out to challenge in the corner. And then spins the dude, which is a good way to prevent a goal.
Look, I mean, if keeper's coming out in that point, common tactical foul outside the corner spot, I think that's a good play.
I agree. Cesar Vallejo was the attacker that got spun. Whee! That one went through.
You can see the runners heading to the back post there. First one a dummy, second one creeped in slow. Well-constructed play, came right off the training pitch. That one just unfortunately that shot coming in a little bit too wide in order for that to be deflected goalward. But you can see what they were trying to do with that set piece there. The ideas were in place.
It was funny when I pulled up here at the YMCA in Upland. I saw this giant group out front, and I'm like, oh, those are all the teams that are waiting to check in. It was just Pumas.
They have brought quite a roster with them.
It's like,
Are not even big enough to fit on our little roster sheet here. They've gone well beyond their 20 allotted spots here.
Pumas A and Pumas B could have been entered.
I believe every player submitting a fee, you could bring as many players as you want. You just got to pay for it.
Oh, well. I mean, that's a thing. Helps spark a dream.
Oh, I see what you did there. Well done. Spark a Dream Foundation, of course. The charity collaboration between Tacoma Stars owner Lane Stanley and Kings Cup founder, and as we have a whistle here, it's going to be Albi Celeste ball. Between Franck Tayou and Lane Stanley, trying to help bring some community here to the world of indoor soccer in the Inland Empire, focused around this, the Spears Family Soccer Center at the YMCA in Upland. Facility in which many of the local training camps for the Empire Strikers take place at this
is that right
facility.
Here? That makes sense.
If you want to get coached from the likes of, the Empire Strikers talent, this would be the place to come and see.
You guys have to be excited that Berto is back.
Massive signing in Berto. Gerardo Castillo as well, too. Signing the reigning Defender of Year and the league's MVP is certainly some big additions to go alongside Marco Fabian and the rest of the Empire Strikers. It's going to be a fun season.
Did Fabian recruit the Pink Panther? Oh, and also Pink Panther, pink, one of the team colors. Wow. Just realizing that, wow, don't try and hit me with a ball, buddy. That's -2 goals.
Definitely not getting $20 through the glass for that.
No, you pay me $20.
Or maybe Kaiser a little bit more. We'll see.
Yeah, well, thankfully there's thick plexiglass. The ball would have killed me in the brain if there hadn't been that glass, but thank you, Upland YMCA, for paying the bills.
A friendly reminder to all those folks who sit courtside,
Yeah.
but where there are no boards.
I don't know why you do that, but good on you. Enjoy the action. Head on a swivel, please. Six minutes to go. And if Albi Celeste, which is showing possession, this is something we haven't seen from them. Honestly, it was that opening burst, and then it's been a lot of Pumas possession. But now that Albi Celeste got one back, get that next one. Sneak your way toward a tie. Could be a big result.
Little extracurriculars here after the whistle. Thankfully, we have Akia Depana to come and settle things down.
One attempting to chip the keeper.
Smart. Everybody was doing a quick change there. Of course, rolling clock here.
5 minutes and change. To the left wing. Oh, cleared off the line brilliantly.
Fantastic work there by Mohamed Gamlaush. Clearing that one off the line.
Prevented a 5th goal for Pumas.
A little under 5 minutes left to go in the second half. 2-goal lead right now for the boys from Bama. Allegedly.
There's another one that could be the dagger for Pumas. Number 10, Luis Magana, coming up with the goal. And that may allow some of the Alabama faithful to turn their attention back to college football on this Saturday afternoon, knowing that Pumas Alabama, their true number 1 team, has this win all but secured.
You would have thought with no sunlight in here, we wouldn't have had any shade, and yet.
Look, there's another one. Celebrate. Alabama greats of yore.
That is Eder Georgiana getting his brace. Second goal of the match.
Georgiana.
Might have some hard work to get past Mojica with a 4-goal first game in that Golden Boot running, but finds himself firmly tied for second place.
Mojica doing good.
About half of the DTIS team on a brace as well, too. Shot from inside the own defensive half. Speculative at best from that range. Not far wide of the corner, though.
So I mentioned I've been doing a lot of radio. When's the commercial break?
I believe we are going to take a 5-minute break after match 3.
Hey, all right, okay.
So one more in the books before we before we get to take 5, my friend.
Gotcha. At some point, these two already rapidly cooled Del Taco bean and cheese burritos that are just sitting in front of us, taunting us, really.
I believe those were graciously gifted to us by our production staff.
It's appreciated. And that's another goal for Pumas off the back post. Number 10, Magana, scores again.
Will also find himself at second place in the early Golden Boot running with a brace of his own here to join teammate Georgiana.
7-2. As the clock spins inexorably toward the end.
We got about 10 seconds away from the 2-minute warning here. So, I still have the score at 7-3.
Do you have a third one for them? I missed the third one for them.
Did I miss the third one?
Or did I miss the third one? I missed the third one for them.
I think 7-2. 7-2,
okay.
Excuse me.
Fair enough.
I just can't read my own handwriting.
Got it. It's all good. 7-3 would have been a score that Alabama fans would understand more, and there it is. That's the field goal against the touchdown.
Forgive me, 7-3. It was just my powers of premonition that stepped up there. I apologize.
Can we stop by the casino on the way home? Just scream out black randomly, and I'll bet it. Well,
I think we're not far, just a couple more miles down the road, and we're there at, what is that, Yamava?
Yamava, is that right? Is that close? I'm learning things all the time.
Not much of a casino man myself. Apologies.
That's fair. I only play poker. I don't play any other games. I don't even sports bet. You'd think I would, given my job. But I think because of my job, I understand the utter futility of betting sports.
I play fantasy baseball, and that's taught me to never actually put real money on the line.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I play fantasy sports, and that is a form of betting, but it is a much different one than staring at a Saturday afternoon, Mariners Guardians game and saying, "This is the one."
Yo, money.
That reminds me, I heard Thursday. This match is almost over. 26 seconds remain. Pumas could get an eighth. will get an A. Oh! We get our first roll around on the turf to hope to get a foul.
Nothing but chuckles from the boys in red and the officiating crew here today.
Number 24, Jorge Ocampo.
Looks like it's all smiles from everybody coming up on both sides here. As the final 3 seconds will go ahead and whittle their way down. Pumas, Alabama will take their first match of the tournament, 7-3 over Albie Celeste. Craig Elston, Jonathan Reimer on the mic here for you. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with our third game of the day, which will be featuring IFC versus Coachella Valley after this. Welcome back to the YMCA in Upland, California. We are getting ready for Game 3 of the Kings Cup tournament, which is going to feature IFC versus Coachella Valley FC. The Immortals, you might remember, also featuring in the TST tournament in June, have now brought their outdoor game indoor here to the YMCA in Upland, California. My name is Jonathan Reimer, and joining me on the mic, none other than the legendary host of 97.3 The Fans, Annie and Elston, your drive time show, and the host and voice of the San Diego Sockers, Mr. Craig Elston.
I mean, technically we're midday. Drive time is either morning or afternoon. We're right in the middle.
It's California. You drive anytime.
That's
right?
true. I mean, you can drive anytime you want. Lunchtime. We're your lunchtime show, which is really nice.
Right, I'll update my read. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Please do. But, makes it easy. I can drop my kid off at school in the morning, do the show, get off the show, go pick him up. Boom. Oh, we're good. Thank you, mate. Franck Tayou, Uzi Tayou, organizing this, the Kings Cup. Of course, lots of volunteer help along the way. Our third match, this is the first of Group B, pits Immortal against Coachella Valley FC. Immortal FC, Coachella Valley FC.
You're going to notice a few familiar faces on this Immortals team. Looks like in goal is Brian Orozco of the Empire Strikers. They're going to be featuring Bryce Watson and Mo Aliwine from your Empire Strikers team featured for this team here.
Immortals in the gray, kind of lightning, jagged, black and neon yellow patterns, black socks. It's kind of dark on this one, as Coachella Valley is in black and gold.
Two colors very near and dear to my heart.
Yes, LAFC.
Missing the game today versus Houston to be here with y'all. Just want you to know the sacrifices that I make for you, the fans.
I appreciate
we love you.
Appreciate you very much. Next year, San Diego will have an MLS team as well, and we are all looking forward to that. Looking forward to a little bit more information and a little bit more culture around San Diego FC. Right now we've got a logo.
About 6 supporters groups, though, are
a ton
informed.
of supporters groups.
I met with a few of them.
Player or two.
They came up to an LAFC game and met with some of us. I sit on the board of directors for the 3252 ISC, so we got to meet some of our new rival supporters down in San Diego. Orozco coming well off his line to clear that one out near midfield there. See, that might not be Brian Orozco in goal. Clearly, I need to get my eyes checked. He might check in as backup keeper later today.
Later on, our next match will pit Harlem versus Prodigy. And those are the 7th and 8th teams that we'll see, as the man wearing the captain's armband is Bryce Watson.
Young player of the tournament featured at the first Kings Cup. Was awarded that chance to go and feature at the MASL Combine, netted himself a contract with the Empire Strikers, and featured for the Purple and Black last year.
Battle in the corner, and along the near wall as you're watching,
the aforementioned Bryce Watson gets called for the first foul of the game.
And his foul goes against... Well, it's hard to read these numbers. I'm just going to tell you the honest truth.
If we're being honest, we did call Mr. Watson Mr. Natson for the entire run of last year's tournament based on a slight technical error on our roster sheets. We apologize to the family.
Like we said, we're a very young computer, no AI here. We are as good as the information fed in. We will not be generating new information out of it. We will merely, thanks. I'm now completely stocked on fluids. Great appreciation here. Knowing that our broadcast, and by the way, we're just the broadcasters. We're yammering into mics. But our camera crew working so much harder than we are to bring you all this action, to bring you the sounds, the sights of Kings Cup. So big shout out.
Mike Cepeda, Lorenzo, and the entire crew. Shouts to you boys, making it happen.
Here's a chance for Immortals.
Fantastic save there on the near post by Coachella Valley.
Indeed.
Coachella Valley, just about 30, 40 miles down the freeway from us here in the Inland Empire, home to some of the most notable concert venues here in Southern California.
Tell you what, they're well supported in terms of kit sponsors. It's like a Mexican side. They're dotted with
playing
sponsors.
NASCAR
Yeah.
here or Liga MX, yeah. A stark contrast to Immortals.
Yeah. Just wide on that long shot outside, and then one into the high netting. As a reminder, the players don't know, but if anyone scores a Ventuscora, kicking it directly off the vent and then deflected into the net by a second player, that player will immediately receive a $20 cash prize from me. From my pocket. My wallet, my pocket.
Oof, what a save. Trying
Brilliant
to go high
save.
over the keeper.
Second chance is in. And Coachella Valley is on the board for a 1-0 lead.
That ball took a wicked bounce right off the corner pipe there, straight out top of the arc. Fired home as a one-time shot right side. Beautiful goal. Early contender for goal of the tournament.
Immortals now trying to show some pressure.
That might be our first certified Golasso of the day, my friend.
I would agree. Yeah, you can't give those out easy, you know. It's got to be a real Golasso. That was a solid indoor goal is what I'd say. Some Wallace score elements to it as well. That one, nice shoulder save. Rebound goal. Immortals number 63. That's Isaac Solarzano coming up with the goal.
12:52 left to play here in the first half of play of Game 3. Our score knotted at 1. Got a handball there in midfield. Quick play down. Keeper well off his line, amounts to nothing.
Coachella Valley battle on the boards. Nice crowd here at the Upland YMCA. No one really working out, though. Why not take advantage of the duality of this moment? I mean, if you gave me a treadmill right here,
I'm sure we could probably have one wheeled over for you, Craig.
I'd be going. I'd put in a solid 10-mile walk today, you know, even at a low pace.
You know, last year between games, we did see a lot of players run over and hit up the bikes, hit up the treadmills, just try and keep that heart rate going. I wouldn't be surprised, especially as we get into the cash games tomorrow. We start seeing a few more players heading over and hitting up the gym facilities here at the beautiful YMCA.
Nice burst up off the wall from Immortals there. Well-designed play. But Coachella Valley, now the turnover and the opportunity, and the ball has knocked its way in.
It's going to be an own goal played off the retreating defender. It'll be number 18 on the defense there who will be charged with the own goal.
But I want to give credit to number 17, Adriano Samayoa, because he was the man who created the pressure. And now IFC has the 2-1 lead. They've scored back-to-back. I was watching a podcast. Taron Armstrong, he's a great podcaster that covers Big Brother every day.
If you watch a podcast, is it a vlog or is it still a podcast?
It's still a podcast, even though you're watching it on YouTube, in my opinion.
Sorry.
But I take your point. I take your point because we do that too. Here's a shot and a great save to deny a third goal for Immortals. Every one of our Annie and Elston shows are live on YouTube. So are we a video show? Are we a radio show?
And, of course, soccer's overtime as well, too, lest us not forget, also aired as a video show.
Right. So, I mean, I guess the answer is just yes. It's just a show. It's just a show. But the point I was about to make is that Taron, who is on every morning updating the Big Brother live feeds, does a great job. Rob has a podcast. If you're into reality TV, great channel. But just one time, because he's on every single morning at 8 a.m., like every morning for 100 straight days during Big Brother. One time he had a little mini walking treadmill underneath him. And he just did the show walking. And at first I'm like, that is brilliant. I want to do the show walking. Like, I want to have a treadmill on the radio station. Like, I'd love it. And then as I was watching, I was like, it felt creepy. It was like he was constantly coming at me, you know?
Well, folks, if you're listening, some upgrades to the new Front Wave Arena could include a treadmill in the Craig Elston broadcast booth.
I would be amenable to it. I stand through the whole broadcast anyway, especially at home. Here we've been a little up and down. We got 12 games, so. Immortals. Nice cut with the left foot there, trying for a second try. And it's off the corner wall.
We are cut from a different cloth, my friend, as I never met a chair I didn't like, but
Fair. That was Tristan Weber with the good offensive pressure for Immortals. Under 10 minutes to go in this first half. 2 18-minute halves. We were fighting for 15. 18 was a compromise. Reached. An uneasy compromise, but one reached nonetheless.
And as it stands, 36 minutes a game. It's a nice round number. I like
Sure,
it.
that was almost an answer. And then, sprawling across, the kick save.
Back-to-back goal line clearances for Immortals. They come storming down the other direction, and I think we're going to have our first blue card. It's going to be a yellow? Nope, just a blue.
Yeah, reach in
Just
the wrong pocket. I've done that too.
Almost a yellow. Downgraded to a blue. Bryce Watson settles over the ball, gets told to wait for the whistle.
So a power play for Immortals to try and build on their 2-1 lead.
Will be a boarding call against Coachella Valley. 5-on-4 here for Immortals. Try and tie this game up.
Coachella Valley. Holding the ball, down 2-1. They scored first, but then Solarzano and an own goal led to back-to-back for IFC. That's what they have over their hearts, on their crest.
Well,
Twisting
we
shot.
have just learned that a defensive clearance does not get you atop of the arc. We have figured that much out. Once again, Coachella Valley in the black and gold. Coachella Valley FC versus Immortals playing in the electric green and black.
Yeah. I like that, electric green. But they've got the kind of purpley, grayish lightning as well on the front.
It's a busy kid. It's a good kid, though.
It's a busy kid. Reminds me of...
Hope I used the K word. Hey, but you know what? This is an MASL. I guess I can use the K
yeah,
word.
that's fine. Oh, is that another thing Tozer's mad about? He wants you to say jersey instead of kit?
I think that's a JP thing, but...
Oh, is it? Okay. Point accepted.
It's hard to break 40 years of habit.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it's a kit, but that's just me. Oh, nice little dummy play. Very clever, but up to the task was Coachella's keeper. We don't have a number 1 listed.
It's Tristan Weber there with the great dummy trying to play that one through as Immortals comes back the other way but fires that one up high.
So, pro tip, if you want to have your name announced on the Kings Cup broadcast, make sure that your name and number are on the roster.
And I believe the players fill out their own name and numbers on these rosters themselves. So really no fingers to point here except towards the field, excuse me.
Field, right. How about floor? I like floor for indoor. Shot just wide. Second shot, great save.
Back-to-back fantastic saves there. Looks like they thought about the bicycle, but lost footing there. Immortals will regain possession.
Tristan Weber with another good shot. This has been easily our most competitive match so far. Feel like fairly evenly matched teams. And similarly sized teams as well. Albie Celeste had all the will in the world in our last match, but when you're outnumbered 3 players to 1, it's pretty hard to hang with a running clock. Tiptoe steal there for Coachella Valley's number 13, also number not listed.
Did get a chance to see in between matches there the boys from Albie Celeste heading into the locker room, and that was a heated exchange there between players trying to get each other fired up to get into the next match. I think in the end it's simply their roster size that might be their undoing.
I couldn't agree more. Wallace-Scora attempt, defended well by Immortals.
I just couldn't get any angle off that Wallace-Scora attempt, came straight back out. Got to go a little deeper into the corner if you want to see that ball find itself towards the box.
Less than 5 minutes in the half.
It's been really amazing to see the progression of Bryce Watson. He suited up with Lauren Sesselman's team last year, was playing on a co-ed side, and was hands down the player that outworked everyone else. It wasn't such a matter of skill as it was will, determination, perseverance. And this year, wearing the captain's armband, and you can see a much more technical player. Clearly, a year of playing at MASL level has paid dividends for the career of Bryce Watson. He looks 100 times the player he was in this tournament last year.
It's really neat to see how these summer tournaments as well are helping to keep these players sharp, keep them fit. You know, I can't say enough about how TST, actually I can say more. TST could really raise the profile of indoor soccer, and yet somehow there's this massive disconnect between indoor soccer and TST in its second year, a nationally televised tournament where these great indoor players would not even be recognized by the announcers. And frankly, as this one is chipped wide with 3:20 left, I point the finger at the league. The league needs to get involved with TST in a much more direct fashion, if nothing else, promotionally.
Yeah, Philly Panda and I did do the MASL x TST show, recapping each night on what was happening in the MASL. Very vlog podcast-like version of it. Philly and I did throw our names in the hat to be part of the broadcasting crew for TST, and sadly, our name was not selected. I'm still crying, holding back the tears about that one. It would have been a blast to go and be a part of the broadcast team. They did have some particularly exceptional broadcasters that showed up. Not that at the beginning of the tournament, at least, there was much, if any, attention paid to the hashtag indoor boys, but arena boys, excuse me.
Arena boys, right. Arena boys. No, I mean, and you guys did do a tremendous job, and that is good. I'm really more speaking in a more meta sense about, like, the tournament itself, the broadcast, you know, which I understand the MSL doesn't control, but when I heard guys, like, just not even understanding on those broadcasts what the tactics were and, like, why the players were doing what they were doing, it to me felt like an opportunity missed. That's how I'll put it.
Well, when here we are at the Kings Cup tournament and the last name Tayous were not pronounced correctly,
right.
You know, in the TST tournament. I mean, that's just something that indoor fans everywhere should be cringing at, regardless if Frank or Uzi have ever suited up for your team. Those are two of the most respectable men in this league and deserve, at bare minimum, to not only have their accolades proclaimed, but at least their name done accurately.
Boy, what a great year Uzi Tayou had last year for the Texas Outlaws. I think the best year of his career, frankly.
Arguably.
Yeah, it's certainly an argument because he's had several good years. But I thought he was really kind of on the spot by himself, no Frank on the team, and just really came through as a leader, a defender, goal scorer when needed. Great diving.
I was about to say, I mean, you know, he suited up in the offensive side of the game as well, too. I mean, wherever coach needed him to play, he was there and performing and frankly had some pretty worldly goals scored as well, too. And,
he netted the Sockers up a couple times. Just not just go. That's the funny thing about Uzi, though. In his whole career, like, his ratio of goals to bangers it's like close to 1-to-1.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Uzi Tayou doesn't really, you know, tap one in at the goal line very often.
No, if it's a tap in, it's going to be a no-look back heel tap in,
right.
You know, which I believe he scored last year as well,
yes,
too.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
I believe that was a goal of the week. If not recipient, it's certainly a nominee. I think it did end up getting a goal of the week honors.
That was when my compatriot Tony Sanchez compared him favorably to Dennis Bergkamp.
That's some high praise there.
Talked about the great. Oh, speaking of the great strikers in history, let's add to the list number 17, Adriano Samayoa, who has made it 3 in a row for Immortals as the half ends. It's 3-1.
We are going to take a quick break. We will be right back with the second half action coming at you from the YMCA in Upland after this. More Kings Cup.
Shout out again to Mike Zepeda and crew working nonstop. Literally, they will be working nonstop to bring you all of the action of day one of the Kings Cup. We are inside the Spears Family Soccer Center at the Upland YMCA. Beautiful facility here, by the way. If I lived in the Inland Empire, which I do not, I would consider this as a great place to come and get my daily workout in.
And I think, at a more important level, really helping foster the indoor game at the youth level. I mean, there's a lot of coaching sessions that take place outdoor with certainly indoor ideas in mind. But this is the facility for the youth in the IE to come out and, explore the boarded game, so to speak. And without places like the Spears Family Soccer Center here at the Upland YMCA, indoor soccer would not be in the same place that it is here in the IE, where it is a thriving and popular version of the sport, as it's really become all across California. I have some cousins that live up in Northern California that,
Wide open. Immortals has a fourth.
Oh, what a beautiful goal that was against the full outstretched body of the keeper, to be able to roll that one up onto the ankle and flip it over the outstretched left arm.
And that's Noe Avila. That is it's a striker right there. 4-1. Immortals has scored the last four after Coachella Valley got the first. This is game one of Group B, as Coachella Valley avoids allowing a fifth there. Ball dancing across their goal line. Coachella Valley is in the black with the gold trunks. Immortals, the black with the neon green trim and the weird purple lightning on the chest. Oh, and the new keeper, Tiago, just got one in the snout, as that was the first true attempt at a vent to score. That ball came off the vent right down and did touch it down before he scored, but I still probably would have given him the 20.
We had a Ventashada, not quite a Ventascora just yet, although keeper certainly took one right off the chin.
We have three low-hanging air conditioning vents, along with several other metal beams that could be struck easily by any ball that was sent.
I would say those air conditioning vents look like they've been struck a time or two before.
Oh, my goodness. The one in the middle looks battered. Oh, if only it could speak. Oh, wow! Shot from outside hit the joint of post and crossbar, with Tiago diving over the top. Dream of a card denied as we look at this great shot.
Oh, just up off the framework.
Great camera work, guys. Tough spot to lay cameras here inside the Spears Family Soccer Center. They've done the best job possible.
I mean, hats off to the crew. They had to build in a complete production center. You should see the army of electronics to our left here. It is impressive what these guys have been able to construct here last minute.
Shot from the top of the arc, wide for Immortals. That was Jackson Page twisting it just past left post. When they said there's no time in between halves, they weren't kidding. They reset the clock to 18 and started it, and the teams were at their benches.
Yeah, there has been a very quick trigger on getting that clock started to head into the second half, as we got a foul, which will essentially result itself in a corner here.
Tomorrow, you and Philly will be taking it home to the championship, right?
I believe we have somewhere between 5 and 7 games tomorrow. So Philly's getting the light work and the championship game. And here you are doing the yeoman's work, a 12-game Saturday.
Hey, listen.
No trophy ceremony.
My all my efforts will be forgotten by the end, but not by us.
Not by me, certainly. And hopefully not by the fans at home either.
Another great chance for Coachella Valley, but that one just goes a little bit high. And keeping their streak alive, player number 7 is not listed on our roster. All the numbers listed have no relation to the players on the field. I'm not sure why they wrote those numbers in.
Perhaps different jerseys that will feature later today.
Years of birth? I don't know.
I also have a A question about our first teams that featured today is we only got one set of numbers, but I assume they would be coming out in a different jersey and hopefully wearing the same numbers. We ran into that issue last year. We shall see, folks. We're doing our best here in the broadcast booth.
Indeed. And just remember, you were not promised a rose garden out there.
We do have a blue card here, and I imagine this will be a penalty shot here.
Or at least a power play. Let's see. Yeah, they're setting up outside the crease.
So the decision is that the foul took place outside of the box.
So this is a big goal attempt for Coachella Valley to try and get back in this. They're just a flurry away from tying this, but a 3-goal rally starts with one.
3-man wall with the keeper, now a 4-man wall.
Number 8 just bashes it in for Coachella Valley. And we do have his name. That's Christian Padilla. Congratulations, Padilla.
Cuts the lead in half, now 4-2, 11 left to play. Still anyone's game, as those of you not familiar with indoor soccer know that a flurry of goals can come very quickly. I believe there were 2 times last season Philly and I called a game in which 7 goals were scored in less than 3 minutes.
Whew. That was obviously a handball, not called. As Immortals has it at midfield.
There was also an obvious shirt tug going on there, so maybe 6 of one, half dozen of the
Fair.
other. It ruled out.
That seems reasonable to me.
Offsetting penalties, I think, is the term.
Yeah, or all's fair.
In love and indoor?
Yes. A phrase that should have been uttered before, but maybe hasn't been. So
might get a few of those today. You never know. 12 straight games on the mic here. Elston and Reimer coming at you.
We are your midday hosts right now. In fact, I got to get the Wi-Fi on the computer because Padres are about to get started.
Uh-oh.
I'll be just like randomly yelling, "Yes, Machado!" Of course, you're
great Dodger game last night. Shohei, Homer,
wow.
and a stolen base.
What's up with that bullpen, though? 10-9?
They've been asked to do a lot of innings. Clayton Kershaw coming out hurt after just 3 outs recorded.
Yeah, bad toe. I can relate.
He's got a boo-boo toe, and hopefully that means he's ready for the postseason.
I don't have a bad toe, but sometimes when after I'm golfing, that toe will hurt a little bit, because you're just pressing up on it every time on that backswing. 9 minutes, 22 seconds, 4-2 Immortals.
We're here for all of your National League West baseball talk and indoor soccer.
Frankly, expect many diversions, eddies, all such things. To the back post, this is a goal, and Immortals is up 5-2.
A well-worked goal there. Good team goal, good passing, movement, creating the space, moving the defense around, creating that odd man look on the back post there. Perfect pass over.
Samayoa has his second of the match for 5-2. Good competitive match we've seen here. Coachella Valley just not really with that finishing touch. But here's potentially an opportunity. 1v1v1. Poked away.
Just couldn't receive the pass and turn himself goalward fast enough there, unfortunately.
Yep.
Had the opportunity to be in on goal. Pass came in smoking, and he just had to retreat back to collect.
Little pin down pass here to number 99 of Coachella Valley. We have a 93 listed, but no 99. In fact, I think most of these are just the players' phone numbers. These are just the last 2 digits of their phone numbers.
Well, for any ladies in the audience that,
If you want the first 5, let me know. Are we on YouTube for a super comment? Maybe you can get the area code, too. This one's coming to me. And a little bit too high. Couldn't catch it. 7.5 to go. Immortals looking strong right now. Coachella Valley needs a quick goal. Needs a turn of momentum.
DTIS certainly sitting top of our leaderboard at the moment with a significant goal differential. I know there had been talks about doing a complete men's and a complete women's version of the King's Cup. We might see that in the future. At the moment, we do have co-ed teams competing against all male teams here today. And one game into it, it certainly looks as though the co-ed teams were at a disadvantage for that, but a very difficult opponent in Team USA's first match they're having to take on DTIS with the stacked indoor talent that they have from the MASL.
Well, we've got 2 more teams to see in our next match, but right now, I mean, of the 6 we've seen, DTIS has essentially an MASL All-Star team. Here's another goal for Immortals. Well played out to the wing for number 23. Not listed, but appreciate his goal.
There's a 63.
Well, all right.
Ooh.
Trying for the flying little back heel. That would have been Chicorona right there. By one of the few guys who understood the assignment, Fabian Cortez. He wrote down his phone number and his jersey number.
Tried to get saucy. The emulsion broke there at the end, but love the effort. So we've got a player down. As mentioned earlier, there will be no stoppage of play.
No.
For players down on the turf unless the medical officials behind today's match determine it worthy of stoppage of play. That would be Doc Wes Odes, formerly of the LA Sparks. Formerly of the Ontario Fury, who is our doctor officiating over tonight's game.
Straight away toe poke try by Cortez, knocked wide. There's another one shot wide. So tough to pull that ball down and just put it right on frame. It's not a video game. Good save, denying a 7th for Immortals. And then that one banged just wide by Coachella Valley FC as they fight for a 3rd. Under 5 minutes to go. Our final 2 teams waiting to be unveiled. Harlem against Prodigy.
We'll see whether Prodigy can turn the pitch up.
Oh, hey.
As that field goal rings good. Goalkeeper distribution.
Just in the tradition of Pumas, Alabama, I expect Harlem to be entirely from the New York borough.
Of course.
Facing entirely a team of underage geniuses.
The Tri-Lambs.
And if it was true, imagine how funny it would be, viewing audience.
I would imagine the cross-section of our viewing audience that picked up on a Revenge of the Nerds joke there might be fairly small, but that's going to be a boarding.
That's absolutely
that's
a boarding.
Blue.
Oh, the blue and a yellow, I think. A blello.
We had one official raise a yellow, one official raise a blue.
Azul y amarilla también.
One would be 2 minutes, the other would be 5 minutes, so we'll see perhaps with 3 minutes and 22 seconds left here whether or not
they're going to take 2 minutes to decide and then figure it out. It's a 5 minute pause. Oh, sorry, you're out of time. Oh, man.
We will repeat the corner here as that one plays out.
Sprayed up top and touched a little bit errantly. 3 minutes to go. Immortals in control. Up 4 with the man advantage right now. And CV maybe content to nurse goal differential. There's no, it's not going to matter. A third place team isn't going to advance, I don't think, right?
The goal differential out of the group stage would only...
Banger! That's a banger right there. For Immortals, cashing that power play. It's their number 10. And that is Jackson Page. Really well done.
Love how he's able to shoot crossbody, get the goalkeeper moving one direction with his pace, and then fires back to the far post there. Pretty well worked goal there from the number 10. Mr. Page, well played, sir.
The non-stop action of Kings Cup will take the briefest of breaks. In 2 minutes, when this match is concluded, we'll have a little 5-minute break to allow our TV crew to wolf down something and maybe use the facilities. And then we'll be right back with Game 4 of 12.
Game 4 today will be Harlem versus Prodigy, and then we will start getting into some reshuffling after that with DTIS versus Alba Celeste. I think it's going to be really interesting to see what DTIS does in their second game after putting an absolute trouncing on Team USA in their first.
Every once in a while, you see those great first games, and then teams get a little sloppy or a little tired.
7-2. Scoreline currently sits at a 7-deuce, speaking of poker.
Oh, play that, show it, get a bonus from the table. That's a fun variant on the game, the 7-deuce game. Oh, backheeled off the line. Coachella Valley keeping that goal total at 7 as we reach the final minute of this one. So it'll be Immortals getting out on that good foot, just like Pumas and DTIS did before them.
Oh, chance
Shot
at an
wide.
eighth right there with an empty net and just wide.
30 seconds. That one toe poked wide by Coachella Valley. To give them score for top kids. And a goal as a result. Look good, play good. Christian Padilla.
It's a great dummy in the setup there, and then just a quick give and go with the inside run. It's a great bit of work right there from Coachella Valley. Need to get a little bit more of that going in their second and third games here at the group stage as this game comes to an end. Final score, Immortals 7, Coachella Valley 3. 3 games in the book. We are going to take a quick break and be right back with more Kings Cup action from the YMCA in Upland after this.
Hi guys, I'm Jen Corbett, founder and director of Warrior for Children. Warrior for Children is a nonprofit organization that serves children and youth navigating trauma. Our goal is to show up for kids who have been in tough spaces. Kids that have experienced physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, domestic violence, lost their home in a fire, been in a car accident, lost a parent. We're here to help kids in tough spaces know that they're not alone and to show up for them in times that are tough for them. I started Warrior for Children because I'm a nurse that works with children navigating trauma, and I saw how difficult it was to get the items that they needed in order to thrive and heal. So that's what we do. We provide them tangible resources immediately as they need it to begin the healing process. We educate the caregivers and those around them so that they know what they can do to help these kids heal. And then lastly, we surround them with fun, happy, healthy adults to help them learn to do art, to play sports, to be with our animals, to learn to trust the world again so that they can heal and be the best that they can be. I had the awesome opportunity to learn about King's Cup and to meet Frank through a mutual friend that we had, Rob from Rare Breed. Frank and I trained together at Rare Breed. My kid was really involved at Rare Breed, and I got to learn and meet Frank. When I met Frank, immediately his desire was to show up for kids as well. His passion was to use his platform in order to elevate voices that were not elevated in other ways. So together, Warrior for Children and King's Cup became an ultimate connection because together we could be more powerful if we worked out together with a mission to serve these kids.
Welcome back to the King's Cup Tournament. We are coming at you live from the Spears Family Soccer Center here in Upland, California. Craig Elston and Jonathan Reimer here for Game 4. We are going to be having Prodigy FC taking on Harlem FC. As we've had some fun couple games so far. We've had some blowouts. We've had some close games. We've seen a couple golazos so far. And frankly, folks, we appreciate each and every one of you joining in with us here today. As, of course, this is a cash tournament, winner take all with the prize, but a portion of the proceeds going to the folks at the YMCA in Upland, and, of course, to the Spark a Dream Foundation collaboration between Mr. Stanley and Mr. Tayou. Of course, a big shout-out to Frank and Uzi Tayou, who are putting on the King's Cup tournament here in honor of Frank the King Tayou. Joining me on the microphone, the voice of the San Diego Sockers and host of your favorite lunchtime radio show, 97.3 The Fan, Annie and Elston's, none other than Craig Elston.
Well, we've got Harlem FC and some familiar names as I scan the roster, including Andy Reyes, former both striker and San Diego Soccer, played for the Texas Outlaws last year. Jesus Pacheco. Pee Wee, right? Sweet Pea.
Sweet Pea. Although, speaking of Luis Pee Wee Ortega, he is going to be featuring for Prodigy FC on the other side.
Oh, is he really?
Along the likes of Roberto Escalante. There's a Gabriel Costa, the revelation. Charlie Gonzalez. You may have heard of Felipe Gonzalez as well,
this is a big-time team
Luis
here.
Perez. They also have a man by the name of Chris Toth, you may have heard of before.
Oh, dear.
Rian Marks, Thiago.
So this is our other...
We got ourselves a proper
Leonardo
game here,
de Oliveira.
Look, there's an Oliveira there as well, too.
I mean, they wrote down Cardoso, but I know who that is. I know who that is.
That's why you get the big bucks, my friend.
No. I just remember these guys over the years. No money. Money not involved. Just a memory over the time. Easy to tell the teams apart, too. Prodigy in red. Harlem in blue. Gabriel Costa, number 10. Look out. Kid is the star of TST the last 2 years.
Amen to that. Didn't have a terrible season for your San Diego Sockers as well, too, I might add.
No, very good one. Just interrupted with a broken wrist that kept him out for a good portion of the second half of the year. But he's hoping for big things, of course.
I mean, you look at his production per game, it was up there amongst the best in the league. And had he played a full season, would be no surprise to see him amongst the league's all honors.
Well, we see a very MASL-heavy Prodigy team that's going to start Berto Palmer, Leo de Oliveira, Gabi Costa, and Felipe Gonzalez all together.
Buckle up, folks. We're in for a good one here. I think these, just looking at rosters alone, seem like two teams that are geared to make deep runs in this tournament.
As you mentioned, Chris Toth listed on that Prodigy roster, but he is not starting in net, at least in the first half. A young man who has low but a T-shirt to his name. We'll call him Mr. Gray.
Mr. Gray.
He is in net for the first half. This is Game 2 of Group B. First match between these two teams, Prodigy FC and Harlem FC. This is Game 4 of 12 in this first day of action. Group play action. With all 8 teams getting a chance to swing it 3 times. And we're underway. In red, Prodigy running right to left across your screens. In blue, Harlem. Blue shirts, white shorts, white socks. They'll go left to right. And based on the lineage of Prodigy, they should be the team that's the favorite here. However, early action, Harlem's got the ball. Number 14, Felix Garcia. There he is. Frank Aguiar, the goalkeeper for Harlem. This is an 18-minute half. The second half will be less than 18 minutes, fewer than 18 minutes, because they will reset and the teams will go to the benches, but the clock won't stop. It'll just cycle back to 18 and tick over. A unique feature of Kings Cup 24. Second year of this tournament. Big shout out to the Tayou brothers. Beginning the organization of this back a year ago when both were leaving the Inland Empire, and it's a great sign of their continued fidelity to the region as well, Jonathan, that they continue to stage here.
Yeah, I thought for sure maybe this iteration of the Kings Cup might be taking place up in Utica. Who knows? But great to be back at the Upland Y. Great to see that tradition continuing year after year, even though both of the Tayou brothers have taken their services elsewhere.
We had Marquez of Kansas City out there now.
Berto goes down, the reigning defender of the year, hitting the deck there.
Berto looking strong. Always interesting to see the form of these players. 3 Sockers out there now. Charlie Gonzalez, Pee Wee Ortega, who was defending on ball, and Leonardo de Oliveira, who is attacking the goalkeeper as we speak. This is another one of those things, the incestuous nature of indoor soccer. Player like Berto playing alongside Charlie, and then he'll be fouling Charlie a few weeks from now.
Remorseless in a few weeks as well, too.
Players kicking one another, and then right now playing with one another. All's fair in love and indoor, as we've said now more than once today. Andy Reyes, great guy, as a 2-year-old at home. Gotten to know Andy, San Diego native. Was on the Soccer's roster a couple years, just never really going to get that chance to play. It's one thing I actually like to see and I want to see more of in Major Arena Soccer League is players, and it's difficult. It's difficult because the salaries aren't there at the level of other pro leagues. Most of these guys need to play where they work or play where they live as opposed to living where they play. But it would be neat in the continued growth of this league. Oh, I see Tortina's out there too. Luis Perez. It's a young man who the Sockers think extremely highly of, but has been unable to feature outside of Mexico due to El Señor Visa.
We see Justin Stinson checking in as well too. Shooter himself.
Shooter always makes sure to pull up that left short sleeve to make sure you can see the tattoo sleeve on his left leg.
Short shorts, very important to players nowadays, I've noticed.
Yes. Pee Wee cuts it to Charlie, who scores. Charlie Gonzalez putting Prodigy on the board 4 minutes in, 1-0.
Charlie, no stranger, of course, to the Inland Empire. He makes his home here throughout the season. Lives just a few miles down the road from the Upland YMCA here. Great to see Charlie coming out and supporting a tournament in his backyard, despite playing for the San Diego Sockers a couple hours down the road.
Roberto Escalante is out there now for Prodigy. He's the captain of the Savage.
A heck of a player. Back-to-back champ. One of the stalwart members of that back-to-back championship Chihuahua Savage side. Seems to always step up in big moments.
Can anyone break the Mexican stranglehold on Major Arena Soccer? I'm here to say no. Monterrey or Chihuahua will win the championship this year as well.
Bold words.
A lot of teams will try, and many will have a chance. And in the end, a Mexican team will reign supreme once again. And it will continue to do so every year of the MASL until they correct the visa situation. Either fight for the championship or win the championship. A Mexican team will be in the championship match every year until the visa situation is corrected. So mark my words, and so let them be wrong.
There you have it. Craig Elston saying that Mexico is #championship bound.
Oh, yes. Now, that would be unwise to use that.
No, very.
Fateful. Hashtag.
I'm glad at least one time a game I'm getting a good chuckle out of you, my friend. We're having fun here today.
Oh, that fateful hashtag. Felipe Gonzalez looking extremely thin. Looks very fit.
Yeah, I'm saying, by contrast to last year's Kings Cup when we saw a lot of the MASL talent come in and you could tell they were still getting back into season shape. Maybe it's the TST. Maybe it's the rise of so many cash tournaments here stateside across the offseason. But a lot of these players look like they're ready for the playoffs, not only ready for game one.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, at least Felipe is ready. I'll tell you that right now. Felipe could go doubleheader today, no problem. Superstructure, no violation. Play on. Berto Palmer in the corner. Shoveling it around where Harlem is able to get the toe back on it. 6.5 minutes done in this match. It's been a fun one so far.
Both teams really trying to figure each other out. Nobody's really been willing to commit too many numbers forward yet. Defense seems to be staying pretty firmly rooted back in their own halves of the field for the most part.
Marquez jumping in on a steal and getting called for a common foul. That coming against number 14, Felix Garcia. Harlem, not a lot of size out there.
Just noticing the same thing. They've definitely got their speed unit out.
Of course, Gabi Costa is maybe the smallest of them all, but
Don't tell him that.
Yeah, most difficult to defend. I mean, he doesn't care. He knows he's small. He also knows he's deadly. Left foot, right foot, pass, shoot. Can do it all. Offensive star.
And such a magician with the ball at his feet. I mean, virtually impossible to beat on the dribble. Just a amazing talent.
That one just chunked into the corner by the keeper of Prodigy.
Gabi preparing for his third season in the MASL. Already took home a Newcomer of the Year honors in his first season. Of course, with the then Empire Strikers. And then he switched sides in Southern California, going to the rival team San Diego Sockers.
Well, shows you he's a man of discerning taste. Here's Marquez, big drink of water. Look at him push to his right foot. Just dribbled it wide, but he got the shot away. Owning his defender. Escalante attempting to do damage to either the goal net or a brain.
Looks like Escalante's and Rion both got about 50-50 on that ball. Number 10, who wore it pretty well, is still slow getting back going the other direction.
I'm glad the ball came to him just to make sure he's got spatial awareness. I was afraid he was just drifting into the corner there, dazed and confused.
He's quickly running off for a change, though.
Halfway done in this first half. Leo fouls his man. Leo's looking pretty fit, too, to be honest.
Something in the water here in the Inland Empire.
That's good to see. And it's still, honestly, 6 to 8 weeks before these teams start to report to camps and get serious. The MASL is, great save.
Beautiful diving header attempt there across the face of goal.
Pretty sure the keeper needed that intervention in order to deny the goal. That was Harlem FC's Mario Guerrero. Guerrero again. Off the wall, puts it in the middle. Wallace score denied. Charlie dribbles out of a double team and then gets knocked down.
Charlie just dances out from two players in half a second. I mean, it was often said of Santi Cazorla when he was with Arsenal, and I feel like this could be said of Charlie, of Gabe, of Justin Stinson, just that, it's virtually impossible to get the ball off their feet if you were stuck in a phone booth with them.
Yeah. Oh, it's so true. Leo and Costa and Charlie could pretty much.
You could try all day. You'd be kicking nothing but ankles.
Yep. Here's Justin Stinson. Really came alive when he was traded away from Empire last year to Tacoma, but it wasn't a trade. It was a loan. It was a loan.
Much controversial loan.
Yeah. For good reason, but that's who cares now. So he'll still be a striker. Very unique position where one divisional team could help another divisional team beat a third divisional team.
It's one of the many eccentric rules of the Major Arena Soccer League.
Eccentric. That's why we love the sport. Also why we do shows about it, because there's so many things.
It's a never-ending pipeline of storylines and talking points.
So much drama, so much craziness. Rampant.
And that's just what we can talk about on the air.
That's right. Oh, man. Podcast After Dark is where it gets real. Chance for Harlem here. Out of the corner, back heel. Slide it across. And the shot blocked out. Prodigy's going to be a tough team to beat. DTIS Prodigy is going to be a heck of a match.
That's the one I think most fans have circled on the calendar right now, or at least on the schedule for the next 2 days, given how these lineups have performed so far.
Under 6 to go in this half. When this match is complete, we'll be at the 1/3 mark for the day.
It's going to be a marathon here, both for officials, players, technical crew, and perhaps broadcasters as well, too.
Definitely broadcasters, too. Leo fighting with Stinson. Stinson tugs on his shorts.
I think it definitely had a handful of kit there, a jersey there, as he was trying to break up. Good tactical foul from Shooter.
Nice pass forward. And this one rattling off the glass right in front of us. Luis Morales. I thought that was Luis Morales. They got Luis Morales, too. That's one of the best scorers in the whole league. Number 24 out there in red. So it's either Prodigy or DTIS or a massive upset today. That's all I have to say.
My heart wants Team USA after getting...
There it is, Morales. It's going to break concrete with the power of that shot.
That's one if you're a keeper, maybe you just let it go. Is that worth breaking a wrist over?
No. Not at all. 11th minute. Pardon me, 14th minute. Counting from 18 is...
I'm impressed. You're even going for it.
I don't know why.
I abandoned it 5 games ago. What are we, game 5? Yeah.
I don't know why I'm, several things I do in my life, I don't know why, but I still do it. Dancy, not so fancy. Morales takes it away.
That was a pretty telegraphed move there for sure.
Stars of the game. Now Chris Toth is in. Why not? Let's just add Chris Toth, one of the league's best goalkeepers, to this mix.
Arguably the greatest goalkeeper in the history of the indoor game, certainly the modern era of it, the MASL era of it.
He is certainly the MASL all-time saves leader. That is undisputable.
4-time winner of Goalkeeper of the Year?
Or is it 3?
I think it's 4.
Did he get it this year?
Yes, he did.
Oh, well then 4.
He is the reigning Goalkeeper of the Year.
Oh, holy smokes. Who authorized that? Not me. Toth is so good. He had some great games last year, too. There's no doubt about that.
You are a member of the voting body, so.
Did I? I don't remember what... I don't remember anything from the spring. I'm not going to lie.
Keeping his ballot close to the chest here, I see. I'll let you have it.
I mean, I turned it in and then I forgot about it promptly. But I promise you I did the work before I made my picks.
I did cast my vote. I don't believe I voted for Toth, actually. But...
I'm pretty sure I didn't either. I'm pretty sure I voted for Reynoso.
Yeah, that's who I voted for as well, too. You take your team undefeated through the regular season.
Yeah.
And hard for me not to cast a vote that direction.
Chris, though, I've known since he was an old teenager, the end of his teenage years, when he and Nick Pereira were rookies together on the 2010-11 Sockers team, roommates. And continue to be great friends 15 years later.
Well, of course, they both feature for the U.S. men's beach team as well, too. Chris, the starting goalkeeper, and Nick, I believe, still captain of the U.S. men's beach team.
I mean, Chris's work on the beach is just amazing, unparalleled. And honestly, in the indoor game as well. And, he hasn't won a title since leaving San Diego, but... It's tough. It's tough. Right now, if you're not either on like one or two teams or the Mexican teams, it's a tough spot to win a championship in the MASL. But there's no question that when it comes to time to make a big stop, Chris Toth is as good as it gets.
The Iceman, as he's affectionately referred to around these parts, as he is stone cold in goal.
And I think with that 4th goalkeeper of the year, that would have broken a tie with Boris Pardo, who's, of course, also one of the all-time greats.
I mean, top 3 in any conversation, I would imagine.
Didn't want to praise Toth that much without mentioning Boris. Don't want to get a text,
Yeah, I don't want to, ruin your home life here.
Yeah. You're like, oh, what else are you going to say now? You're going to say something nice about Nick, too? Well, yeah, Nick Pereira is a great gentleman, multilingual.
Craig Elston, former voice of San Diego.
Well, listen, I mean, they can make a choice. It's the summer. They can make any choice they want. You wait for the phone call.
I'm excited about Front Wave and Oceanside for San Diego.
Yeah.
I grew up just up the road from there in San Clemente. Oceanside, a hop, skip, and a jump across a Marine base down to go catch a game. I know a lot of my family and friends down in South Orange County are pretty excited about the Sockers moving up.
It's going to be fascinating to see how it all plays out. And sooner than you think, that driving shot by Harlem just wide. Only 18 seconds left in this half.
Relatively low-scoring affair by comparison to our other games so far today. Just 2-0 Prodigy with the lead.
That one will two-hop into Chris Toth's waiting arms, and he will bleed out the remaining seconds of this half. So 2-0 Prodigy on goals from Charlie Gonzalez and Luis Morales to MASL All-Stars. And that's where we stand at the half. But don't go anywhere. I'm going to take off the headset and eat 2 to 3 bites of salad, and then we'll be right back with the second half of this one.
Welcome back as we gear up for the second half between Prodigy FC and Harlem FC and MASL All-Star Affair. We have reigning goalkeeper of the year, reigning defender of the year, a slurry of first-team, second-team selections, and recognizable household names for you. Cross the turf from this match here.
A lot of fun. 2-0 Prodigy. The early scoring from Gonzalez and Morales. Charlie Gonzalez of the Sockers, Luis Morales of the Texas Outlaws.
Part of that killer triple threat of Mendez, Ortiz, and Morales that they have down there in Texas.
The mom line.
Mama's boys, as we affectionately refer to them.
I like that. Mama's boys. That's good, too. Chris Toth under pressure. He's one of the best with the ball at his feet in the league. There's a turnover, though. Chance, and, of course, Toth comes up with the kick save.
Yeah, look, you want to beat Toth, going route one down the middle is probably not the best choice here if you're Harlem.
Prodigy allowing some Harlem possession here. Give them credit. They're the ones with the ball. They're possessing it, moving it around. Harlem in blue, Prodigy in red. Harlem right to left. Prodigy left to right.
What a line here for Prodigy. I mean, Berto Palmer, Gabe Costa, Leo de Oliveira. I mean, my goodness.
Felipe.
Yeah, Felipe Gonzalez.
Morales. It's just
a wealth of talent.
Yeah, well, it's a perfect way to put it. And then DTIS has this same kind of talent, just almost exclusively Los Mexicanos. The Los Tijuanense. So it's kind of two MASL All-Star teams, a few MASL players flitted amongst the other 6 teams. Tavoy asking if he can get a transfer after his team lost 13-0.
You have chosen poorly.
Sorry, buddy. You wrote your name down on the roster. That's it. That's it. That's all.
You know, maybe he just wanted to suit up with the ladies. Hard to fault Tavoy for that if that's his path.
There you go. No comment needed. Under 15 to play. Whoa! Keeper whistles one wide.
Ding dong off the post.
Really, Harlem's had a whale of a start to this half. Also, I credit both teams, and maybe the scoreline for the reason why, but when that clock reset to 18, they were back playing by 17:40. We've seen other teams take a minute and a half or more in between halves. These two teams, after literally 20 seconds, were ready to roll.
Well, look, this team is professionals. They're used to quick line changes. They have full rosters. I think we saw a pretty significant delay when Celeste was playing with their shortened roster, and they needed a little bit more of a breather.
Here's Morales. Luis bursting. Got well taken into the right wall. Good defense there. Utilizing angles to force him always toward the glass. Now, Charlie Gonzalez plays it back to Chris Toth. Prodigy trying to break out of their own zone.
That was a great job by Nunez there, a defensive effort on the other end for Harlem.
Jorge Pacheco is out there for Harlem, along with Justin Stinson, so there's that Empire vibe.
Pacheco, Jesus Sweet Pea, as he was referred to at his time here in the Inland Empire. Still has 1 year left on his contract, I believe, with the Baltimore Blast he'll be suiting up with, and looks like Shooter's going to get called for the handball there.
That was the ill-fated Lucas Roque trade, was it not?
It was.
Trading an able-bodied player for a player who played one game and then never played again?
Yeah, unfortunately, Lucas Roque ran into some personal family issues he had to address. Wishing him the best, and hopefully his life gets together off the turf so that he can come back and feature on it.
Yeah, he's such a good player.
Fantastic player.
Really one of the best in the league. And a veteran, too. One of those guys that'll just come up with the right play at the right time. Clutch player, championship player with the Blast.
Certainly prior to last season in that conversation for top 5 forwards in the league. Had the numbers to back it up.
Here comes the Shooter. Shooter got run off the ball. Prodigy back the other way. Luis Perez in the corner. Nicknamed Tortin. And he puts it in. 3-0. Luis Perez, left foot, upper corner, slot.
Fantastic goal. Absolutely nothing keeper could do about it, as we see here in the replay. Just a banger to the far corner, top bins.
24th minute. Figured that one out.
The math is alive and well in the Elston household. Clearly been doing flashcards with the boy.
Hey, Hey, he's up to 8th grade. Can you believe that, Jonathan?
My goodness, really?
My son just started 8th grade last week.
Wow.
He's 1 year from high school.
I feel old. Thank you.
Yeah. How do you think I feel? Got pictures of him in like a, baby carrier at the Del Mar Arena soccer's days. When Chris Toth was a soccer. There's Chris Toth.
Toth still calls San Diego his home throughout the offseason as well, too. So a short drive for him today up the road as well, too.
And by San Diego, we mean Fallbrook, which is San Diego by rumor only. It's extremely far north and east, but
that's up the Avocado Highway there.
Yes, it is.
For all of you who've ever had a California avocado, you can thank Chris Toth's neighborhood for that. I remember as kids, we used to go drive up the Avocado Highway, and they would sell just trash bags full of avocados, fresh and ripe, for $5, and we'd throw guacamole parties.
Oh, man.
Just make these bathtub-style
That's the way to do it.
batches of guacamole. Good old high school parties back in the day.
Speaking of Chris Toth, who, of course, is the son of one of the great goalkeepers in the history.
Zoli the goalie.
Yes, Zoltan Toth. He was actually born with a heart defect that was very serious and required him as a baby to have open heart surgery. And
Terrifying.
He still has the Y scar on his chest. And, when you're that young having that kind of surgery, the thought that you're going to be a world-class athlete, a U.S. national team goalkeeper like Chris is for the beach team, nothing but a distant rumor for the Toth family at that time. So, incredible credit not only, of course, to medical science, but also to Chris and to the Toth family for him to be where he is today.
Unquestionably one of the best going forward.
Oh, my.
And between the pipes. I mean, he is an offensive threat as well, too. He can dish out the dimes. He can put one in goalward. You mean sixth attacker, you don't even need to bring a guy out. You can just have Toth bring the ball forward, as we saw throughout the course of the TST tournament, where he put in some some pretty incredible shifts as a forward, not just as a goalkeeper.
Prodigy trying to get the ball back down the floor. Taking a look at Prodigy number 11. Missing on that number, unfortunately. But he was down there muscling for position. And once again, a reminder that we are given rosters that were filled out sometimes by the players themselves, sometimes where it says number, they wrote their phone number instead of their jersey number.
So it reminds me of being in elementary school where the teacher had to remind everyone to put their name at the top of their test.
Right.
You'd get points if you wrote your name correctly at the top. And it's like, come on, children.
So just do please understand if you're out there as a pure neutral or someone that's brand new to this or as a friend in the tournament, that the MASL players that we have seen and covered for years and that we know by just their face and their body type, those guys are getting named more than the guys who we have to squint at a non-numerical.
As I believe we have a blue card issued to Shooter. Power play here for that foul on the boards against Costa, who went down wearing that one. He looks to be no worse for wear, but 5-on-4 soccer at the moment.
And 3/5 of the power play, San Diego Sockers. There's Costa with Charlie and Leo, Marquez, and Morales. An all-star unit here.
GMs across the league drooling at these rosters.
That was one thing with the Sockers last year, not to get off the power play. We'll track it. But they weren't as explosive on the power play as you'd expect. Just with those three players alone, you'd expect to score in 55% of power plays.
Still phenomenal set-piece team, especially with the man advantage. And I think that's where the majority of San Diego's power play goals came from last season, were from set pieces.
Well, that was just one thing that losing Costa for most of the second half of the season really interrupted getting the chemistry flow just for guys to know where they're going to be. Speaking of, Costa trying to wriggle out from the goal wall. Marquez is over there as well doing battle. He digs out the ball, gets it back to Charlie.
Good luck trying to muscle Marquez off a ball.
Morales stepping out and just beyond the keeper, but off the right post.
It looked like that bounced fully behind the keeper and across the face of goal there.
From here, it was like, how was that not a goal? But it wasn't.
Opposite side of the pitch from where we are seated.
Quick restart. And not that quick, allowing Harlem to get two players changed on defense. That was not what Prodigy wanted. They wanted to keep the tired defenders out there as long as possible.
They go for wholesale changes themselves with Toth parking himself on the ball.
Luis Perez, who has a goal. So does Charlie, who's on the ball. Felipe Gonzalez, and now Escalante behind him, will receive the pass.
I could literally just watch Chargo shuffle the ball back and forth from foot to foot all day. I mean, that retreat quick step he does better than anyone in the game.
One of the best in the country at doing those types of moves. I mean, I guarantee you there's some quote-unquote much greater skilled MLS players who cannot handle the ball in close quarters the way that Charlie Gonzalez can.
I would say probably 90% of MLS players can't handle a ball in close quarters like Charlie. And, for people that don't believe that, go back and watch that TST tournament. Watch what he did to outdoor players.
Yes.
Just breaking ankles left and right.
I mean, he was just so important. How many games did they just drag down to 3 guys left, 3 guys left on the pitch, just so Charlie could pass it back and forth with Costa?
I mean, frustratingly so for some fans, but effectively so for the team. And got them all the way to a finals.
It's one of those unintended consequences things. They come up with the rules. That should have been a handball.
No call.
Okay, well, extended arms are cool as long as they don't directly affect goal scores.
No
apparently.
VAR present today, folks. Apologies.
Not even there's V, but that's it.
Thankfully, in our cases, the A is there as well, too.
Under 5 minutes to go in this one. The most tactical of the 4 matches so far at just 3-0.
No surprise given the quality of talent out there.
I agree. Harlem is good. They're good enough to win a game here today, for sure.
I expect that the way they played throughout the first 30 minutes and change.
Here's our mystery man. I guarantee you I know that player. I just don't know who he is. And then he just scored. On the
You called it.
On the give back from Pee Wee.
Great work by number 11.
Número 11. El hombre mejor del Upland.
As eloquent a dance around it as one could possibly do, Mr. Elston. I'm impressed.
Just continuing my Duolingo daily work, you know.
That little
Each day,
that little
getting a
creature
little
gets pretty angry at you when you get off the clock, you know?
Well, you know. And the funny thing is I used to be an every morning Duolinguist, which made the owl much happier. And just out of happenstance, it's become an every night thing now, where it's one of the last things I do now instead of one of the first things I do. So I get a good solid 4 or 5 duo telling me, hey, what's up? You gonna do that thing? Like, yeah, chill, man. 9:30 tonight. I'll be right there. 800.
I mean, that's owl o'clock anyway, right? I mean, what's
Yeah.
an owl doing up at 9 o'clock in the morning anyway?
I don't know. That owl. He's a cartoon owl. Shotgun.
Quick set piece will come back. Another corner play here, quickly taken.
Andy Reyes. Scuttled to the corner. Charging. Tip back out. Harlem able to hang on.
Harlem applying some good sustained pressure here, trying to get their first goal of the match. Another ball off the hand there.
Rian Marquez just blocked the ball with his hand, pushed the player down. Here he comes to score the goal. Well, you know, all's fair in love and indoor.
5-0, as a matter of fact. Rian marks his first goal of the tournament. No repeat scorers yet for Prodigy. 5 in the board. Chargo, Morales, Perez, the infamous number 11, and Marquez for 5-0 score.
Good old 11. Yeah, I got in trouble last year in a Kansas City match because I had heard our boys in KC, Nick and Eric, say Marks, and then apparently it was Marquez, and it became Marks, and then it became Marquez again.
Oh, tell me about it with Mijatovic.
Oh, don't even get me started with that one.
I have a feeling some foul play may have been involved in that conversation.
Yeah.
But,
well,
hard to fault players for having a good time, even if it is at my expense.
Mijatovic. Here's Andy Reyes. 90 seconds left. Stinger shoots one wide. You got to put it on net for you to be shooter. Otherwise, you're Stinger. I liked Stinger better. Shooter.
I think it is well documented what side of that I fell on personally, but at the end of the day,
I know, it's their nickname. But also, nicknames kind of feel like, this is 6 attacker, by the way. Like, you know, we give them to you. You know what I mean? Like,
I certainly did not choose the nickname of Doc or
Andy
Doctor.
Reyes, second chance wide. Yeah, but what are you the doctor of?
PhD in personality.
PhD in personality. Thank you.
In fact, I believe the entire reason I have a nickname is on the turf in front of us here, as we have Mr. Robert Palmer out there playing, who featured for the then Ontario Fury in our first season. And Philly was really looking to be able to do the Doctor, give me the news call when we had a Robert Palmer.
Got it.
And hence my nickname was born, out of necessity for a goal call to be explained.
Wow, I didn't know there was that almost cynical level of intentionality to just trigger a particular goal call. Hey, this could be, but no, Chris Toth is there, so sorry. 12 seconds left, and it'll be a shutout because Chris doesn't give up goals. That one, that could have been a Ventiscora if he had just chased it down. $20 cash money from me. Instead, the half comes and the match comes to an end. 5-0 Prodigy. Keep your eye on Prodigy, friends, as the night goes on. We have now seen every team one time Time to recycle, reshuffle, rack 'em, stack 'em, and do it again.
Don't go anywhere because DTIS coming off the backs of their 13-0 victories going up against Albi Celeste when we come back after this with the Kings Cup tournament. Welcome back to the Kings Cup Tournament, coming at you live from the Spears Family Soccer Center here at the YMCA in Upland, California. Our first round of group stages is in the books. We have seen every team that will participate in the Kings Cup Tournament perform, and now we are ready for our first reshuffle of the deck. It is Albi Celeste taking on DTIS in their first match of the game day. DTIS went out to a 13-0 victory against Team USA. Albi Celeste were beat 7-3 by Pumas, Alabama. Their chance to try and get a W, and DTIS's chance to continue their early dominance. Back with you on the mic is Jonathan Reimer, joined by the voice of the San Diego Sockers, none other than Mr. Craig Elstone.
Appreciate you. Appreciate our great production team being here all day long, bringing you the sights and the sounds from Kings Cup 2024. If you are just joining us, 8 teams paid a cash fee to enter this tournament. And DTIS right away has the ball in their hands. And at the end of tomorrow's money game action, one team will remain standing, and they will split the total prize pot with a newly formed charity.
The Spark a Dream Foundation, put together by Lane Stanley of the Tacoma Stars and Franck Tayou, the King himself, host of the Kings Cup, in order to help build the community around the greater indoor game and help grow it at a youth level, starting with a donation here to the YMCA in Upland, one of the premier youth indoor centers in the Inland Empire.
And the host for the second straight year of the Kings Cup, and a great facility. All the other teams kind of just hanging out, watching the games in between, milling about. Here's a free kick, and Christian Gutierrez. If there's one thing to know about the great defensive striker of the San Diego Sockers, it's that when he misses high. And it's almost every time. He has a hard time with that big, tall frame, keeping himself over the ball, and not having any problem is our current Golden Boot leader, Irvin Mojica, who scores his first of this match and 5th of the tournament in the 3rd minute to make it 1-0.
He is running away with the Golden Boot honors early on, outscoring his competitors 4-2 early on. Nobody with more than 2 goals. Mojica already finding his 5th of the tournament, just a minute and 30 seconds here into his second match. Impressive stuff already. It's going to be a lot of names you folks recognize on this DTIS roster. If you missed our first match of the game, the likes of Alan Perez, Christian Gutierrez, Manuel and Ismael Rojo, Alan Crespo, Irvin Mojica. It is a laundry list of recognizable MASL names to feature for this DTIS team.
Brandon Escoto as well, one of the soccer's all-time pests. So a team that's not only flush with talent, but a number of these players have played together for a long period of time. And I think that's what puts DTIS, along with Prodigy, which has a lot of players who have played together for years, at the top of the list right now amongst our 8 teams. Here's Juan Manuel Rojo, the younger brother of Ismael Rojo, put it down to the corner for another goal. Rojo had the dish. We'll wait to see the man run off. And he did not show us his numbers. I think it was 23.
I think that's Alan Perez.
Oh, there you go. 13, not 23. Alan Perez.
Just trying to recognize the face from across the field there. I'm pretty sure I recognize that face as Mr. Alan Perez. For this Albi Celeste team, they came in with the shortest roster of any team present. Just 9 players on their entire roster. If you look over at that bench, you'll see just 3 guys sitting waiting to come in. And that certainly spelled disaster for them in their first game, as it was very apparent in the latter stages of each half that they just ran out of gas, short on rotations. It's a team made up of a lot of local indoor players that play together, so they certainly have some synergy as a team. But do they have the legs to be able to run against what are, frankly, some MASL all-star teams that they're running up against remains to be seen. But they were 7-3 losers in their first match, so still getting on the board, putting on a show.
Yeah, that was a reasonable effort, to be sure, against Pumas, Alabama. But the South would rise again in the end. And by South, I mean Mexico.
It's that South Alabama.
Very South Alabama. South and a little west. A little west from Alabama. Shot and a save. Great save for Albie Celeste.
Once again, you can see the memo from early on to try and go low into the keeper's side there against Albie Celeste.
Could be a shot on goal. Good ward off by the DTIS keeper there. And Alan Crespo, very strong on his legs in the corner, gets the ball out. A lot of veterans of the indoor game. Eduardo Garay, one of them. He's played south of the border for years. Stop and go, shot wide. It was the Albie Celeste keeper in his first game who dribbled out and back and fell on the ball. So definitely some outdoor-indoor mixing as well. And there's another straightforward goal rammed home by number 26, Eduardo Garay.
It's great to see some of these players who were household names in the MASL that might be getting a little on in their career, still able to come out and put on a show for the fans, like mixed in alongside players that are only, a year or two into the league. And frankly, a lot of players that are probably up and coming to be in the league, as we certainly saw last year with Bryce Watson.
Keeper all the way to midfield. That's Huero. Albie Celeste, give it to him. DTIS makes the save.
Parried off to the short boards. Great hands by the keeper there to keep that one wide left.
You'll apologize out there if you catch me rooting for the underdog occasionally. That'll happen when you've got one team that's just on S tier compared to A or B. Crespo. He's got his runner, Gutierrez, make it Mojica. Now staggering into the corner. Gutierrez tried to spit it out. Mojica tried to tap it down. He's got his sixth goal right now. Nope, blocked away.
He was certainly picking that top left corner. Looked like it was heading home for a defender. Came in, cleared that one out with a shoulder.
Mojica, a player who really just got the chance to star on Soccer's 2 in 2022-23. And then along with Ismael Rojo, those players, from what I understand, Jonathan, are actually still Soccer's contracts, but they were loaned to Monterrey.
Capital L loan.
Yeah, because they couldn't get a visa to play regularly in the United States. And so essentially the Soccer's gifted the undefeated team in the league. And I'm not saying this in any way to be derisive. I'm just noting
facts.
Yeah, that these great players, Rojo, all league, Mojica, big-time scorer, Iran Pollo Ruiz, those three players came from San Diego for no recompensation, nothing at all. And then the Sockers had to compete directly with that team. But it was a matter of trying to give those young men in the prime of their career an opportunity to play and not just to sit.
And I think there is an underlying theme here about community, right? How does Lane Stanley of the Tacoma Stars affiliate with a Franck Tayou of Utica City, right? I mean, here you have an owner of a rival team supporting a player from a different conference, but a different team. And I think, again, that kind of speaks to some of the charity, some of the good grace of the great owners we have across the Major Arena Soccer League that value the greater good for the game, the experience for the fans, and frankly, the livelihood of their players over personal successes for their team. And that is a story that unifies both the San Diego Sockers, these players for DTIS, and the greater goals of this here tournament, and frankly, all of us within the indoor circles.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, and you do have to give credit to the Sockers owner, Phil Salvaggio, who is also their head coach, because he has said those exact, or words of that exact effect to me.
Probably much more eloquently than I put them myself. But
you're very eloquent, Jonathan. I wouldn't cut yourself short on that. Phil is a man of action, not a man of words. But he made those actions so that those kids could play and draw a salary. And you can't really give a guy much of a salary to play on D2. So,
said it before, I'll say it again. Write your congressperson. Let them know we want some more visas so we can see the beautiful indoor game continue to grow in this country.
And I'd love to see, and I know many of them are very, very deeply committed in heart, mind, cash, everything, but I'd love to see a uniformity of commitment to grow this game from owner to owner, to invest, because it's in those things that you will get the recognition that'll lead to visas. It's not pithy commentary on broadcasts. It's not a well-timed tweet. There's nothing short of cash, organization, communication, doing the hard work that will get MASL over the line to the point where then this becomes no longer an issue.
Yeah, I don't think the PIF is coming anytime soon to unload a Brinks truck at the MASL. This is going to have to be something that's grown organically from the ground up, from the owners, from the fans, from the players.
Here's a good chance right up the middle for DTIS. Rolling to the wing and potting it home for 4-0. Javier Gallegos gets the job done in the 10th minute.
4-0 lead. It has been all DTIS once again. It's not becoming a matter of whether or not DTIS is going to win their games. At this point, I'm wondering, is anyone going to score against them?
He's got another. Do. That is number 9. And I don't have a number 9.
I was about to say, does your roster have a 9? Because my roster does not. Oh, it does. Gustavo Ochoa.
There
at the bottom.
Way at the bottom. Gotcha. Thank you.
I believe that would mark his 3rd goal of the tournament. So at least somebody's given Mohican his 5 goals a run for their money. But to the point at hand, is anyone going to score on this DTIS team?
It's 18-0 now, almost 19-0 composite 2 games for DTIS. 13-0 first game, 5-0 here, scoring, I don't want to say at will, because Albi Celeste is out there doing the very best they can.
Albi Celeste has had a couple looks in on goal. They got a very, very quick goal in their first game.
Charging try. And the exchange has dropped off, and the counterattack is on for Albi. Here we go for one. Yes, sir. Tap in on the back post.
That looks like Aaron Huerro, number 11 there, who hit that one in.
That's their keeper, though.
That's their keeper, is it not? Do they have 2 11s?
Maybe.
Well, what we do know is the score is 5-1.
The anticlimactic moments of
the infamous number 11 strikes again.
Good old Once.
Senor Once.
Well, it's part of the joy of what we're doing here today. It's the joy of the unknown. Yeah, we don't have a number 11 for them. Getting a newly updated roster, I think, for our next match. That's exciting. Here comes Huerro around. 5-1 now, 5 minutes left. This is just the first half.
Well, now I'm wondering if we've got Huerro's name right the whole day, if there are 2 11s.
Listen.
Folks, we are doing the best we can, donating our time today. None other than Jonathan Reimer and Craig Elston here with you on the mic. Joys of a cash tournament where rosters are not announced until the morning of the tournament, which in this case was about 20 minutes before our first game kicked off.
Yep.
One thing I know you pride yourself on, Craig, and certainly I put in a lot of work behind the scenes as well, too, prior to a broadcast.
Yes.
Is doing as much homework as you possibly can on the players. But when you have no idea who the players are going to be, it makes it pretty hard to do that. And not much downtime between games here, about 90 seconds between matches.
Not enough time to shuffle papers and resume, but these are not complaints, merely understandings. In case someone is out there wanting to say, you guys, you know nothing. We prepared as much as we possibly could for this broadcast, which was to show up and get the information when it arrived.
You know, we're looking sharp. We're ready to roll. That's as much as we could do here today.
Good night's sleep, best night I could have. You ever have a hard time when you're at, whether it's, a hotel room, Airbnb, or back at your parents' house, whatever, just the situation. First night in a different bed.
I hate it. I'm big when I'm traveling. I hate staying a place just one night.
Yeah.
Because I know that means back-to-back nights of poor sleep. It does take me a while to adjust, for sure.
And I had it bad last night. Bad. Just couldn't get it rolling last night.
Traveling with these teams south of the border, occasionally going down to Chihuahua, Monterey, and just looking at these players who, plane hasn't even taxied out the gate yet, and they're already snoring, echoing off the walls.
Oh, my God, you're so right.
So jealous of people who have body types that fit in planes and can sleep and things like that.
Here comes Churras down, dribbling it in front of the net, and then Mojica got really cheeky and tried to backheel to an open man instead of scoring himself.
He waltzed right past an open net there. Not something we would typically see from Irvin Mojica, but seeing as how he's already 5 goals to his name today.
Yeah, maybe he's bored of scoring. I don't know.
Just trying to share the love. Just wants to spread it around a little bit. Make sure that Golden Boot running is all DTIS players. They currently sit 1 and 2 at the moment.
And that's what happens when you feel like you have a market advantage on the floor, is that you get cute. Because you can.
We have seen something that was unexpected in this match, and DTIS has conceded a goal.
That's true. After 18 in a row. They're right now 0-1. If you picked an arbitrary start point
right
of 2 minutes ago, this team's struggling.
And if you did pick an arbitrary start time of 2 minutes ago, welcome to the Kings Cup broadcast.
Yes.
Happy you're here joining us.
It's great to be with you. Somebody tunes in. What are you talking about? This team stinks. All I've seen is them concede. I don't know what you're talking about. 2 minutes left in this half, and then they'll quickly reset, and we'll do it again. DTIS well on the way to 2-0, well on the way to clinching advancement to the cash games tomorrow. And again, just a reminder, every player that you see out on the floor, they signed up for this. They paid for it. They signed up for it. So
I have a corrections and retractions to make here. In discussing the collaboration between Franck Tayou and Lane Smith.
Yes, Lane Smith.
I mistakenly referred to him as Lane Stanley guitarist
Steamer.
for Alice in Chains, I believe.
Is that who Lane Stanley is?
I'm just going to go ahead and say that my cup of coffee just arrived this morning, and that is my excuse, and I will not back down from my love of Alice in Chains, but my sincere apologies to Mr. Smith.
So Lane was in San Diego when we had the Landon Donovan press conference, when we introduced Landon Donovan as a player in February of 2019. And he came down, and it was great of him to come down. At the time, I think he was the president of the MASL. Great one-handed save. Hey, Güero. Good job. Tipped that over the crossbar to deny a sixth. And I was the MC of the press conference and was trying to be magnanimous and recognize everyone. And I introduced him that day on a televised press conference as Lane Davis, and was reminded after the press conference that his name is Smith, and I felt really bad about that.
It's kind of the shoes I'm in right now. I feel pretty bad.
I mean, 5 years later, I still feel kind of bad about it. Sorry, Lane. But now I think it's funny because now we've called you a different wrong name, and we've confused you with a very successful guitar player. So I think at this point, sorry, not sorry, really. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that you are now associated, rightly or wrongly.
And that brings us to the half, folks. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we will be right back where DTIS currently sits with a 5-1 lead over Albi Celeste here in the start of round 2 of the group stages. Back in a moment.
5-1. It's DTIS leading Albi Celeste, and this is match 5, day 1, Kings Cup 2024. From the Spears Family Soccer Center inside the Upland YMCA. Upland is Ontario adjacent.
Correct, sir.
If you are unaware of your Southern California geography. In fact, when I pulled off the 10 freeway, there was a sign and it said, Ontario that-a-way, Upland this-a-way. I went this-a-way, and here we are.
10 freeway, quite a name drop there. From Santa Monica to Florida.
That's right, isn't it?
The 10 around these parts.
The 10.
I perhaps identify myself as an Angelino every time I throw that the in there.
Stealing the ball and scoring the goal all in one motion. Robon Ramirez has made it 6-1 in the 19th minute.
DTIS have proven themselves to be a powerhouse here throughout the course of 3 halves of play, outscoring their opponents an astonishing 19-1 so far.
Yeah. There comes a point, and in high school football, you say, "Oh, uh-oh." When a game gets out of hand, they go to running time. This began with running time, which made me wonder, could we go to podcast running time, like 1.5x?
Well, I do know time is running out for Albi Celeste to try and salvage their tournament hopes here, as they are about 16 minutes away from going 0-2 here on Saturday's group stage action.
What is your preferred podcast listening speed?
Ooh, I listen to everything at normal speed for the most part. But I will go to 1.5 if I'm in a hurry and I know I've got 15 minutes of pod left and only 10 minutes to get to work.
Yes.
But it annoys the missus somewhat. And we work in the same building, so we commute together. So my drive, I have to share the radio, and on a couple days a week in which I get to listen to podcasts, that is an acquiescence in and of itself, and to ask for that at time and a half might be spelling myself a night on the couch. So most times it's at normal speed.
Very interesting. I have settled on 1.25x, and I put that on everything.
But I'm going to tell you, if you send me a WhatsApp audio message, that's going to be double speed all the way. I'm not going to sit here and listen to you ramble for 5 minutes. You're going to chipmunk your way through it in 2.5, and that's all you get from me.
That's, I think, completely reasonable.
Who
sends messages? Who sends audio messages these days? Who does that? Here's Mojica looking for his 6th. Of course he has it on a cheeky chip as well. Mojica, your golden boot so far has made it 7-1.
Only player within spitting distance of Mojica at the moment would be Ochoa of this DTIS team, currently sitting on a Hattie at 3. That's significantly behind Mojica's 7.
It's impressive.
I have a feeling in the next 14 minutes that tally is only going to go up for Irvin.
Mojica and DTIS ready to go 2-0. Albi Celeste.
I guess I'm guaranteeing that will not be the last of the Mojica's goals today.
Almost.
A Ventascora.
Ventascora, $20 cash from me. Players are not aware. I would make them aware, but then they might try, and then I might actually lose that money.
Next thing you know, DTIS only wins 5-0, but with 5 Ventascoras. I think you might be shelling out more money to the YMCA to replace some of these if that were to happen.
Well, I think that's part of what they sign up for. Here's Mojica. Here's Mojica chipping over to Churras. Too hard.
Churras going for the lean-in half volley there. I like the sense of theatrics. Targeting just a bit off.
Brandon's going to be out on these fields 12 years from now.
I believe it.
Doing all of this still.
You know, there are some players that you can tell just absolutely love the game, and he's one of those players.
Mojica, and that's in. That's in for Irvin Mojica.
That's Ocho's across the board. That's Ocho for DTIS in this game, and number 8 for Mojica on the day. Scoreline sits at 8-1. DTIS over Albi Celeste at the moment. 13 and change left to play here in the second half.
Mojica just getting it done every way possible, and DTIS has had very little in the way of sustained competition against so far. Now, I will also submit they have probably played the 7th and 8th ranked sides so far in this tournament. So expecting a much more dynamic contest in that third matchup tonight.
DTIS versus Prodigy, DTIS versus Harlem. I think we're going to get a much better sense of where this team is at.
Another goal.
I can't even throw in 2 words here on the side without them scoring a goal.
That is Robon Ramirez again with his second of the match. And looking back, pretty sure he had one in the first match too, didn't he? Nope. Okay.
I don't believe he did.
He did not. He's got 2.
Well, solid third place in the Golden Boot running, shared amongst a few of his teammates and a spattering of others at the moment.
So DTIS has scored in the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 10th, 11th, 19th, 21st, 23rd, and 24th minute of this 36-minute match. And, you know, I think something for the Kings Cup 2025 committee. My submission, if in case you watch this back a month later. What are you doing out there? Punishing yourself like that. Is that I really don't think a 10-goal mercy rule is going to have a negative effect on competition.
I don't think it's really going to change goal differential a whole lot at the end of the day either, but we shall see. Albi Celeste still has one more game in the books later today. Team USA that took a pretty hearty spanking from this DTIS team early on still has 2 games left to play. We'll be seeing them in our next match as they take on Pumas, the Alabama version, not the El Tree version.
Correct. Don't confuse the two. The pride of the South returning to the floor momentarily. 10:45 left in this one, or so.
Keeper well off his line to clean this one up.
I like it.
Great work by DTIS to see that one out. And one of the few moments of this game and where it looked like Albi Celeste was headed goalward. They seem to be running uphill in this match, though.
Here comes 10 minutes left in this one.
DTIS clearly just taking some air out of the game for a moment.
And why not? I mean, they have to play again.
Right.
There comes a point where both sides understand what's not at stake.
DTIS's third and final match of today will be against Pumas, Alabama.
That'll be fun.
Looking forward to seeing DTIS get some fiercer competition as we work into the later rounds here. Of course, today's all about having fun. Today's all about charity. We know for the players out there on the turf, there's cash on the line. This means a lot to them, their livelihood, their well-being. But for all the rest of us associated here, just great to get out and celebrate the indoor game, raise some money for a good cause. And thanks to Mr. Lane Smith.
Yes.
And Franck Tayou for helping put this whole thing together and spark a dream, folks, and connections happening across the indoor world and hopefully some connections growing within the community here in the Inland Empire as well and across the Southland.
It's a great thing, and I'll give the Tayous so much credit, again, for staying engaged in this indoor community in an area that they're currently not playing.
We are not close to Texas or Utica. Just
nowhere near. And these guys spend a lot of time coaching in the off season as well, you know, imparting not only their knowledge and wisdom, but their vision of what good can come out of this great sport. Christian Gutierrez under very little pressure to clear a ball from his crease.
Just look at the way DTIS moved the ball around. I mean, it's really impressive to watch these guys. Just such clinical, clean passing, easy out the back, no heart rates up.
Little spinorama there. And the man we believe to be Huero. This time recognizing the rules properly. Did not touch the ball till it went in his crease, then grabbed it. Here's a chance. Whistled wide. DTIS won their first one 13-0. So they are plus 21 through 2 matches.
Outs have a plus 20 goal differential at the moment, right? Plus 20? Plus 21. Plus 21. Plus 21.
Yes. They've scored 22, and, yeah, they conceded that one.
Their goal differential is old enough to have itself a proper beverage. It's impressive. Folks, while we have a moment here, we want to give a shout-out to our sponsors today for the King's Cup tournament.
Yes.
We have Salt Athletic, Rare Breed, Sweet Mahogany Bay Resort in San Pedro Belize. Ooh, man, I wouldn't like spending some time on a resort in Belize. Sounds fantastic. Hit up Mahogany Bay if you're interested. And if you enjoy the Fino things in life, shout to our friends at Cali Fino Tequila. Flight, challenge everything. Flight ball being the official game ball of the King's Cup tournament. RPM 12 and Mindfall, Space, Yoga, and Activation, sponsors for your King's Cup tournament here in its second iteration. And a big shout out to all the folks that have helped bring this tournament to you, help making an impact here in the indoor soccer community.
Little pin down pass here for DTIS. Final 6 minutes and change. Look for a Wallace score feed into the middle. It's all academics here, but a chance for Albi Celeste to get a second, and instead, nice job by the keeper to jump on out, take care of business.
It was great work there by Mustafa Merhi to try and get that ball out, surrounded by 3 players. Did some great work dancing and got a good ball out forward. Just keeper coming off his line to clean that one up, saving Celeste from having a chance at their second goal of the game.
Aaron Seven doing a nice job in net, but, as I'm just thinking ahead, and apparently I'm thinking ahead to tomorrow when you and Philly will be on the mic, but Chris Toth against Seven, that could be where Prodigy finds their edge when the scoring gets a lot lower and the game gets a lot closer.
I mean, having a keeper that's obviously an insane talent between the pipes is
Look
something.
at Mojica. My goodness. Are you kidding me, Irvin?
Just scoring at will at this point is Mojica.
He's
got
kidding
3 of the last 4 goals for his team, and by my math, his 9th of the tournament there. The triple hat trick, the golden sombrero, if you will.
He good.
9 goals. He has more goals to his name than multiple other teams do combined.
Correct. Seems excessive, Irvin.
Right? Share. Save some goals for the other kids.
He's playing so well. That's the second time he did just a nasty little chip. Just flicked it in. Kind of impetuous, really. There's one for Albi Celeste.
That's that name again, number 10, Hamza Salah, who finds the second goal of the game for Albi Celeste. Salah, a name used to scoring a few goals in the beautiful game.
10-2. All right.
Where's Mo Salah now? Is he playing in Middle East?
I don't know. He's out of Liverpool, right?
Right, yeah, he's not with Liverpool anymore.
He hasn't signed with San Diego FC yet?
Still a chance.
Hey, until he's signed.
Got yourself a good goalkeeper, though, I hear.
Yes. Also, Chucky Lozano.
Chucky Lozano.
He should be good. Got a Danish dude for the back, I think. From FC Nordsjælland, the sister club.
Of course.
The San Diego FC, if you don't know, and probably you don't, is an MLS franchise that's also tied to an international training, I don't know what's the word, company, brotherhood, I don't know, called Right to Dream, as DTIS plays the ball off their own line and avoids a third goal, that has giant training centers in places like Egypt and Ghana, and also in Norway. And they're tied with certain clubs, including FC Nordsjælland.
There's definitely some hotbed talent there. We were just talking about Mo Salah. Of course, he features for Team Egypt. Lots of Ghanaian talent across the MLS here domestically as well, too. I remember Latif Blessing, who I believe plays with Houston now.
Love Latif Blessing.
But just all heart, no quit.
Down for Churras. Flick for the back post. Slam a boom. And there it is. That's Alan Perez notching the 11th for DTIS.
I believe that puts Perez on 3 goals. I think he had an early one to make it 5-0. He had a brace.
Yeah,
that's his
4th
of the day.
4.
Well, look at that. Alan Perez, Empire striker, has worked his way into being number 2 in the Golden Boot tally here.
And one back for Albi Celeste.
Looks like Salah again.
Way to go, Salah. So, yeah, that was the hot rumor originally, because also the San Diego FC owner, Mohamed Mansour, is one of Egypt's richest billionaires. So that was always the kind of like, hey, well, you know, he's Egyptian, you're Egyptian. But
I think that that money he's making right now is slightly beyond DP money.
Yeah,
but,
I think so too.
I mean, look what Messi's getting, what, $80 million a year, right? So
yeah, it would have to be in that range, wouldn't it, for most?
I would assume.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to learning so much more about MLS. You know, we should have you on the show, Annie and Elston, by the way, Monday through Friday, 10 to 2. San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. Available worldwide on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, free to download, free to use. Also on YouTube on the 97.3 The Fan webpage, where all our shows are archived as well. Check it out. But we've had Philly on a handful of times on MLS 101.
You know, I believe you have my phone number, Craig. I'll
So
just leave it at that.
we should have you on. I think we should have you on.
Be honored. Come and talk a little black and gold.
Yeah. Well, we're just trying to figure out in San Diego how MLS works. You know, like, there's Christian Gutierrez for the 12th of the match.
I'm running out of space on my little paper here, so I would appreciate it if DTIS would stop scoring.
That is the last line on this page for me. And I'm here to tell you I'm not going to add another line to it. So 12-3 is the final as far as I'm concerned.
Looks like an accountant's book over there.
That's ridiculous. And that ball just missed. And 12-3, I do believe, shall be the final score. Don't. Ball don't lie.
With that, your final score is 12-3. DTIS on an absolute roll. They put up a 12 spot in this game after putting up a 13 spot in their first game. They have outscored their opponents 25-3 through their first 2 matches. Folks, don't go anywhere. It's just getting exciting. We will be right back with the next match featuring Pumas versus Team USA after this break. Welcome back to the Spears Family Soccer Center here in beautiful Upland, California at the YMCA, where we are getting ready for the next match of today's group stages of the Kings Cup tournament. Pumas, Alabama is going to be taking on Team USA here in our next match. Team USA and Pumas, Alabama both taking L's in their first matches of the day. Pumas, Alabama 7-3 winners over Albi Celeste in their first match. And of course, Team USA took that 13-0 loss to DTIS in their first match. Team USA repping the stars and stripes out there in the red and white. Pumas, Alabama rocking the Liga MX Pumas logo on the front of their kits. Do not be confused. They are actually from Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
Not from sunny Mexico.
Check their driver's licenses, each and every one of them.
Featuring for Team USA, some notable faces there in the lime green boots and forward, none other than San Diego Soccer's Tavoy Morgan.
Yeah.
They are, of course, a co-ed team. Number 14, probably the most recognizable of the ladies, suiting up for Team USA. And that is, of course, former Team Canada bronze medal winner Lauren Sesselman, dual national, has the ability to play for both USA and Canada. Featured for Canada in the outdoor world and features for USA in the indoor world.
Brilliant. We are almost ready to go, and this will be match 6 of 12 scheduled for today. So approaching the halfway point, it's coming at you fast and furious. We remind you periodically, 8 teams paid cash money, each player donating a fee in order to put their name on a roster. At the end of the weekend, one team will emerge with a cash prize. They will take half of the pool that's been created. The other half is being donated to charity via the new Spark a Dream Foundation, put together by Franck Tayou and Tacoma Stars owner Lane Smith. Team USA in the red, white, and blue. They're running left to right across your screens. Pumas in the dark blue and white, going right to left. Tavoy Morgan would love to get a little bit more involved in this match. And he has a lovely pass.
To Lauren Sesselman there.
Yes.
Firing her first shot on goal of this game.
That's the most extended offensive action we saw from Team USA. Now, they faced DTIS in the first match, so expecting a lot more in this second match from Team USA.
As they take on the boys from Bama.
Also, major credit to signing up, as this one is in for the goal. Pumas gets the turnover, and it is Luis Magana who scores for Pumas. But I was about to say, to sign up a co-ed team to play against 7 all-male teams is a sign of confidence and courage.
I think there's plenty of space within indoor soccer for a women's game. We've seen the rise of the NWSL in the outdoor world. We know there are some other women's leagues across the United States. I would love to see an MASL women's league. We have a really fun opportunity to highlight some all-women talent coming up next month.
Savoy whistles one wide.
As USA versus Mexico matches coming up here in the Inland Empire will feature both a men's and women's game. One ticket doubleheader. Women's game followed immediately by the men's game coming up Sunday the 29th next month at Toyota Arena. And check out tickets to that. That is going to be a really fun match. Last year's game was a lot of fun. The MASL talent is going to be on display in that game is as prolific as what we see here today. Plus some big outdoor names.
There's a good shot on goal for Team USA.
Hearing Team USA will be captained by Breck Shea in that match.
Oh, really? That's exciting. Zach Kaiser just had that shot for Team USA. Here's another, and a diving chance. Well done. Number 18, Kike Holguin.
We have a quick stoppage of play as keeper took that one right in the beak cotton.
That is not good. Now, clock doesn't stop. We've seen, to everyone's credit, admittedly not in the money games yet, but we've seen no chicanery, no time manipulation yet.
The defense against the dark arts class has yet to be taught here today.
Now listen, DTIS has several masters of the form on their roster. So who's to say in a championship game what could happen? But that will be tomorrow with Philly and Doc. I will be tomorrow back in San Diego on the public address mic at Snapdragon Stadium for National Women's Soccer League action. It's
Your
Washington
San
Spirit.
Diego Wave taking on Washington, I believe, right?
Yes, Washington Spirit, San Diego Wave FC. Our friend Landon Donovan has taken over as the interim head coach of Wave FC, a team that was expected to contend for the championship this year and is outside the playoff table right now.
Has been a rough year for all the women's teams here in the Southland. ACFC sitting right on the edge of that bubble as well, too.
Yes. Well, they just got 3 points beating the Wave last Sunday. And one thing about the Wave is they have, as Pumas is charging in on net, 1-1? No, we have 1-0. 1-0 Pumas. No goal for Team USA yet. Could be 2-0 here. And it is, as Magana scores again with that strong foot outside in the 5th minute for 2-0. Take a look at this one. Oh, no, restart quickly. Magana continuing to fill up the nets.
I tell you, my phone is filling up with some Alice in Chains references. Clearly, the fans have found that amusing. I'm glad that was entertaining to y'all.
4 goals for Magana in the tournament now. Brace in the first match, brace in the second.
Firmly establishing himself in that Golden Boot run as well, too. It's going to take a bit of an effort to get past Irvin Mojica's 9 he put up in the first 2 games alone.
Yeah, it's impressive. That shot blocked outside.
Looked like we had a bumper block there right off of the old Derriere. The Derriere defense.
Derriere defense. I like that.
I got to get 1 a game out of you, my friend.
You got it. There it is. I mean, you might get 2. Here comes Team USA.
What am I, DTIS? Let's not get greedy here.
And Pumas takes it away. I'm rooting for a goal for Team USA here. Going to be a little bit provincial, nationalistic. Good save.
As we mentioned in the earlier match, it's hard anytime someone puts on the crest of the national team to not get behind it. I'm a member of a supporters group for Team USA as well, too. Shouts to everybody at Barra 76.
Love it. There's Lillian, the goalkeeper. She's doing a great job. Loving it. Oh, just got scored on, but she had a smile on her face.
Beautiful little toe poke goal on and in.
Is that 17?
It's Irvin Mojica. No, I'm looking at the wrong roster.
Wrong team.
Oh, like, wait a minute.
Wrong team.
You stole my rosters, Craig.
Sorry.
Hugo Rodriguez.
Yeah,
Hugo Rodriguez. Fantastic toe poke goal for Hugo Rodriguez.
This could be the goal, and it is! Yes! USA on the board. Quick answer for Team USA. And that was Team USA's number 13, Jordan O'Brien. Two 18-minute halves. In case you're dancing in and out of the commentary here. Running clock all the way. No half times. And 3 matches of group play to determine who advances to the money games tomorrow.
Scoreline might not reflect it, but Team USA's goalkeeper has had some of the saves of the tournament so far. Probably simply a byproduct of the quantity of shots she is facing, but we've seen some really electric saves.
That's another one outside. Good goal. Pumas putting it home. Miguel Morales.
That'll bring our scoreline to 4-1. We're approaching the halfway mark of the first half here.
Just a wild flurry of scoring there in that 8th minute. Could Team USA get another one back? They will. USA back on the board. Kike Holguin has the goal. High scoring run of play here.
Great to see some back and forth action after a couple matches that have been fairly one-sided.
Indeed. And Lillian makes a big save, and the second one is shot high and wide. She's doing a bang-up job in net.
Rocking that Califino kit in goal. Celebrating the Fino things in life. Making some Fino goals, saves.
Tavoy cranks one wide. Interesting that Morgan is yet to have a shot on goal.
I would say astonishing that he hasn't found the back of the net yet, given his prowess in an MASL season.
Tavoy, I have seen in a few years, he is a player that is a wonderful goal scorer, but he tends to be a finisher, not a creator.
Fox in the box needs that service.
That's it. And when he gets it, he's done. And it doesn't mean he doesn't win some one-on-one battles and or even bust double teams and score, but it's much rarer to see him do a Chargo type of, dribble a guy down and then score on him.
Well, when you have a Charlie Gonzalez, when you have a Gabriel Costa, that's not his job to do that work. And no disrespect to his Team USA teammates here today, but he's not receiving the same type of service.
Correct. Little tiptoe pass inside, and then a bash off the boards.
We saw this when Chicharito, had his spell in the MLS as well, too. That those goal scorers that are used to being provided world-class service really struggle when they have to do the yeoman's work in the box. And no disrespect to Tavoy. He's certainly one of the most prolific talents,
sure.
One of the fiercest competitors.
And he is a number 9. I mean, he can hold and pass. He had a career high in assists last year, so in no way a criticism of his game. Great 1-2 play for Pumas to rattle in their next goal, really starting to establish themselves in this second match. Number 12 is who I had there, and that is Gustavo Gutierrez.
But, I mean, if you're talking about back-to-goal forwards in the league, that kind of target forward, sure, the likes of Nick Pereira is going to get a lot of conversation around that. But Tavoy Morgan is unquestionably one of the best back-to-goal target forwards in the league.
In front of the Team USA bench, battle for possession.
Here comes Alabama again. Some tricky footwork coming in across the midway line.
Nicely done. Oh, back heel pass. This should be.
Oh, what a save!
Lillian, you are a superstar. Superstar in goal.
And that is the save of the tournament so far right there. Quick reaction save from the floor, palms up. What a save.
She can only laugh at the quality of that. Unbelievable.
It's got to be the Califino kit.
It's got to be.
Just summoning her inner Boris Pardo there.
Fino saves in life coming from Lillian. Good defense in front of her that time. And another one parried out. Way to go. Killing it.
Quick restart there, trying to catch Team USA on a line change. Unfortunately, the pass doesn't find the man at the back post. USA is able to recover.
And punted out. Team USA, great effort here in this second match. Playing strong. Playing together. Pumas double the roster size. Just about. Of Team USA. Good left-footed shot, I should say. Too much baseball in my life lately. No hands used here, or else it should be a foul, although most handballs have not been called so far today.
It's been a liberal definition of what is and isn't a handball today.
Hands kind of allowed today.
But then again, do we really know what is and isn't a handball anymore, even in the outdoor world?
Is a hot dog a sandwich? I'm still not sure.
Meat and bread.
Does tube meat count, though, for sandwiches?
I mean, is a corn dog a Wellington? I mean, that's...
Well... Is a corn dog a Wellington? Yes, it kind of is. Now that I think about it. Damn it.
So then is pigs in a blanket a Wellington?
Oh. Pigs in a blanket is delicious.
See, these are the tough topic conversations you get with Elston and Reimer on the mic.
In the 6th match of 12 with no breaks. That's exactly what you get. I mean, I love corn dogs.
See, this is where the chat would be telling us we're corn dog commentators, I believe.
And you'd be right. Here comes Tavoy. Come on, Tavoy, show me something, bud. Stop and go, tiptoe, bang, bo. That's the way.
Tavoy with an all-muscle dime right there, feeding the ball low right. Beautiful strike and finish.
Raul Vasquez on the finish. And just like that, 5-3. It's a real match. This has been a real one. Another steal. Let's go Team USA. Tavoy. Yeah, being hampered.
Tavoy took, looks like the bottom of a boot to the back of his calf there. He's limping walking away from that, but looks like he's no worse for wear. All muscle. Tavoy could take such a beating in the course of a game. You know, one thing about him is...
There he is, and there's his first of the tournament, and it's a 1-goal match as Tavoy. Just like we told you, he was on the finishing end of a pass there, and he made no mistake for 5-4.
He's not a cook, but if you feed him, he will eat.
That is correct. I mean, he can cook. Prefers the microwave. Puma player just...
Excess just pushed him right through the board door and onto the bench there.
Well, last time I saw an opposing player on the other team's bench was Stefan Mijatovic. You know he didn't get suspended for that?
There are a lot of things that sometimes have us scratching our heads about the beautiful game, be it indoor, outdoor, beach.
Oh, look at it. Oh, that's got to be a goal. Great Wallace-Scora. That's how you do it. That's how you Wallace-Scora. You put it off the wall and you score.
Brian Como, I hope you're watching, my friend. Shouts to @Wallace-Scora, one of the best indoor accounts to follow out there. Looks like Tonatuin Mejia with the goal on that one.
Okay. Mejia it is. That's another one. Jeez.
Wasn't even done writing. All right.
Just look up and it's done. Number 3 is Mejia. Mejia. Back to back. And just like that. 5-4. No, they didn't count they got to count it. It's 7-4 now. Right?
I have 7-4 on mine as well, too.
I have 7-4. Those were 2 goals back to back. I think that last one happened so fast, they didn't even score it. But it was scored. We saw it. It went in. Just like that one went in. It's 8-4 now. That's Adrian Gonzalez.
Ooh, speaking of baseball.
Former Dodger and Padre first baseman, now slumming on Pumas, Alabama, where he likes to make his home in suburban Avondale.
Fun fact, Adrian Gonzalez, good customer of mine.
Is that right?
Man loves his tequila.
Oh, 9-4. That one rolled in. Good luck.
I'm going to go ahead and say that was Georgiana.
I'm going to say it's 9-4. Final minute of the first half, and just a flurry of goals here from Puma. Didn't see that coming. 4 goals in a minute. Could be 5. Will be. Oh, yeah, but
almost not.
Almost not, but yes.
10-4.
Good, buddy.
Over and out.
Breaker,
Team USA did such a good job clawing back into this game. It was 4-5 just a few short minutes ago.
I wrote down 16th minute to Voy Morgan, 5-4. It's now the 18th minute, and it's 10-4. Wow. Wow.
That'll bring us to the halftime. A 10 spot dropped by the boys from Birmingham, Alabama. As it is 10-4 at the half, Team USA got their work to do. We'll be right back with the second half coming up after this. Welcome back to the Kings Cup tournament for the second half of action of Team USA taking on Pumas, Alabama. Pumas, Alabama with a commanding lead right now, 10-4. The score was 5-4 with just a few minutes left in the half when Pumas went on a 5-goal tear to expand their lead to 6 goals. You can see Tavoy Morgan getting a little chippy here alongside Pumas, Alabama's 21, which I don't have on my roster.
All the way down here.
There we are. Gustavo Rosales.
That's the Rosales imposter. That is not the Gustavo Rosales I know.
Perhaps might be a Gustavo Rosales.
It could be. It very well could be, but it's not the Gustavo Rosales who played last year at age 40 for Chihuahua. And immediately, by the way, hung on the leg of Tavoy Morgan. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
After pinching him in a sensitive chest area?
It's, if you're a fan of the bar from the movie Dusk Till Dawn, you'll know what we're talking about.
Yes. And Rosales received no penalty for that play. It's a really remarkable decision amongst the many that take place in the beautiful, wonderful, wacky world of Major Arena Soccer. You should check it out this year. MASLsoccer.com is the website that the league operates. The matches used to be on Twitch. I don't know where they'll be this year. Hopefully not Twitch, but somewhere. But if they are, we'll happily be back there. Pumas really starting to get the control of possession, getting open shots. Lillian, though, has been an absolute superstar in net.
I mean, the quality and quantity of saves that she has had to put up today just to keep her team within a respectable distance, really impressive. And look at that dime right there, nutmeg pass from the keeper. Brilliant stuff.
Pumas, Alabama. New keeper, Christian Hernandez, is in, the Monterey Flash star.
This is the Alabama version, so I believe once again it is Chris
Hernandez, who lives in Forest Park, Alabama. Makes his home there just outside Birmingham.
It's good knowledge right there.
I literally drew up a list of Birmingham suburbs, and I'm going to use them frequently in the course of the remainder of this broadcast because the idea that this team is from Alabama is really, really funny to me. I would suspect no more than one player on this roster has ever set foot in the great state of Alabama. actually physically occupied space within the state of Alabama.
I will say a perusal through the roster shows a lot of Latin last names, that's for sure.
That's not a goal because Lillian played the angles and then grabbed the rebound away from the back post shooter. 14 minutes left in this one. Pumas will likely go to 2-0. And they will join DTIS as undefeated teams so far in the bracket.
Great replay of that goal line clearance right there.
Our staff never rests. I want to say thanks to the sponsors who have helped make Kings Cup 2024 possible, including Salt Athletic, Rare Breed, Sweet Sweat, Mahogany Bay Resort in San Pedro, Belize.
Oof, man, I was watching some of the promo videos prior to the Cup, and I tell you, those cabanas right on the water in Belize, sign me up.
Does the winner get a cabana?
I mean,
does Frank do we get a cabana?
If we end up getting a cabana in Belize, this will be the greatest day of work I've ever put in.
I would tend to agree. I mean, I'll stick around for all 12 matches if we're going to.
I mean, also, if I find out that the winning team gets that trip, I might suit up, you know?
Fair. I think Lillian should get the trip by herself, or if she wants to invite a friend. Like, her choice. Roll solo, roll with a pal.
I tell you, I was not familiar with Mahogany Bay prior to this tournament, but it is now high up there on my list of places I would love to visit.
Also want to say thanks to Califino Tequila, Flight Sports, RPM 12, and Mindful Space Yoga and Activation. Thanks to everyone for helping out the Tayous and Lane Smith. Great save, Lillian. I celebrate your entire catalog.
Little Office Space reference. I caught that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That, however, is undefendable for 11-4.
Beautiful pass across the box there to the oncoming runner. Looks like Lauren Sesselman, who just unfortunately was doing some defensive work in the midfield and could not retract back in time to cover that one. What a brilliant goal fired in at the back post there.
Luis Esteban. Well, if anyone would like to request a copy of the handwritten scoring of this,
I feel like you should autograph that, put it up for auction, you know?
Sure.
It's going to be War and Peace, I think, by the time we're done here.
It's voluminous. The Alabamans on attack. That one's for Lindenwood.
Oh, that looks like Cesar Vallejo with the goal.
12-4.
This game was 5-4, folks. This game was 5-4. It was competitive. It is now 12-4. Tavoy, though, with a rocket of a shot.
And unfortunately, Chris was there. Don't kick the man. He's trying to play soccer. Giveaway. Tiptoe pass. Back heel pass. Smash blocked. You know who. Tavoy. What you got, Tavoy?
I mean, young star of the tournament might be someone who would turn a few heads at an MASL Combine.
I think so. Lillian, sign up. Just keep the Califino kit and show up at the home of Califino, Front Wave Arena.
And I think you might be getting a text message from Boris or Mr. Xavier Snare Williams here.
I'm not saying to become a soccer. I'm saying show up for the Combine so that you can be then, drafted by another team.
What would you think if MASL found itself a female player?
I'd be all for it.
100%, same.
I will tell you that as this game is kind of a runaway, that, when we signed Landon Donovan in San Diego and it was such a big thing, there was, unabashed success for the league and for the team. financially the most pub that the league's ever received was in that 1 year, most coverage they ever received in that 1 year. The question was asked the next summer, what's next? Who's next? And my answer, which never happened, but I wish it coulda, was Megan Rapinoe.
Oh, my goodness, that would have been something.
I thought that would, if you want to talk about, the ultimate buzz maker, it would have been Rapinoe. Great hustle play in. That's just a charge that can't be stopped, despite Lillian's great work on the near post. It's number 12, Gustavo Gutierrez. He's got 2. They've got 13. Amazing. Pumas could outscore DTIS against Team USA. They're now even with 13 goals each. However, there's 8.5 minutes left in this match. And if I was in charge of the world, this next goal would be the mercy goal. However, I am not in charge of anything, not even my own household. I'm the master of my domain. That's it.
And we have goal number 14.
There it is. There it is.
Beautiful shot to the low post there, redirected. Absolutely nothing Lillian could do about that one. It is now a 10-goal deficit from what was just a 1-goal deficit. 9 unanswered by Pumas, Alabama. Bama continues to roll through with a blue tide today.
Blue tide indeed. 15. That's Magana again. He got the first 2.
I've completely lost track of my Golden Boot standings at this point. My sincerest apologies. I've scribbled about 30 pages into my notebook here, and I can't even keep track of 1 goal before the next one is scored at this rate.
Mojica currently leads, but question mark is gaining rapidly. As the goals go faster than we can identify the players. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Lillian can barely stand up right now. She has been flying all around this pitch.
She's been peppered like a cheap steak so far, I tell you.
$16.
Make it 11 unanswered for the boys in blue.
Consider a mercy rule next time. It'll save you time. It'll save you money. It'll save you time. Let's get a 5th. Just wide.
Craig, I'm starting to feel like you're anti-goals.
I'm anti 10-plus goals. That's what I meant.
Tavoy Morgan goes in with the high boot there, gets shown his second blue card of the day. And Team USA desperately needs all their players, but at this point in time, they're going to be down to 4. As Tavoy is slowly making his way over to the bench. Unastonishingly, not happy with that call.
He disagreed. He didn't think that it was worthy of the foul. Who am I to say that he's right or wrong? As was famously said by the philosopher and poet Perry Farrell, ain't no wrong now, ain't no right. There's only pleasure and pain.
It's really a wordsmith.
I think about that a lot in sports as a 17th goal goes in. And also in games, like poker. I think that should be the theme song of poker. Ain't No Right by...
Cannot tell you how many times I've got my money in and cards down with the winning hand and gone home with empty pockets, that's for sure.
And then what are you going to do? Yell at the other guy? Ain't no wrong now, ain't no right. There's only pleasure and pain. You took the pain, they took the pleasure.
I mean, you can't be mad at somebody for calling a bad bet.
No. How did they know it was bad, right? Did you turn over your cards for him and go, hey, look, buddy, I got 2 pair. You should fold. No, you didn't. You wanted them to call. You just
Oh,
didn't
what a
want-
slide and
That's
save.
an amazing save. Lillian, you are a rock star.
She is just a human highlight reel so far in this match.
100% been the best goalkeeper in this tournament.
Not even close. It's not even close.
And you know, what is she supposed to do?
I mean,
18.
there's absolutely nothing a keeper can do in moments like that except exactly what she's doing right now, going down to the turf, collecting herself. It is not because of her efforts that her team is looking up at an 18-4 score line.
Hoy.
But, we saw this in last year's version of the King's Cup as well, too, where the co-ed teams just get absolutely destroyed. And I would love to see this tournament expand to where we could have both a men's and a women's version of this game. I think that's in the cards for next year. I think we have seen the talent that the women bring to the indoor game, but we need to level the playing field a little bit.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, again, I'll just have to repeat, all those players signed their name on a thing and put their money down. So no one coerced them. No one picked them up in a white unmarked van and put a hood over their head and dropped them off at the Upland YMCA. They all agreed to come here. So, you do so knowing that probably you're going to have a day like this. But
And to keep a smile on their face, to keep the attitude going, knowing that, look, there's money on the line for the players, but ultimately at the end of the day, this is about charity, this is about community, this is about growing the game. And to see, Olympic medalists out here performing, I mean, it's not like this Team USA team is without want for talent. Obviously, you have Tavoy Morgan with the ball in his hands right now, who is certainly one of the best players in this tournament.
I actually think he just wanted to drill that as hard as he could into.
Well, that wall stepped forward about 18 inches from where it was set, too, as he was taking that shot.
Sometimes that's just a thing you need to do is just drill the wall. Let's hope someone is okay that is down right now.
We have our first stoppage of time, our first serious injury. I don't see Doc Wes Otis heading out onto the field. We do have George, our officiant, who has come out onto the field. We still have a player down on the turf.
That is Team USA's number 20, Nathan Vanderwalt.
And he looks to be in some serious pain at this point. Still do not have any medical personnel out on the field. While we have a moment, just want to once again thank our sponsors for today. To the folks at Salt Athletic, thank you for your support of the King's Cup tournament. Rare Breed, Sweet Sweat, Mahogany Bay Retreat and Resort in San Pedro Belize, the folks at Califino Tequila, Flight Athletics, RPM 12, and Mindful Space Yoga and Activation. Please continue to support our sponsors, helping us grow the game here within the Inland Empire. So we have the King's Cup tournament put on by Franck, the King Tayou himself, in collaboration, of course, with Lane Smith of the Tacoma Stars and the Spark a Dream Foundation, beneficiary of the events proceeding over the course of this weekend. We've got some great games lined up as we are approaching the halfway mark here in day one. Our next game up will be IFC versus Prodigy. That is going to be a fun one to see Prodigy take the field once again. A litany of MASL stars featured there. And for Immortals FC, a.k.a. IFC as well. Two teams stacked with talent. It appears as though everybody is back up on their feet, and we are getting ready to restart the game here with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the second quarter. Scoreline does sit at a whopping 18-4 Pumas, Alabama over Team USA at the moment.
Quite a performance by the Alabamans. They are going to be willing to accept the results of this particular match. Chris Hernandez bringing the ball up the floor.
Good old boy.
Never meaning no harm. Little give and go down to the wall. You guys could just pass it around in the back. It's an option. Pushed back to Chris.
You know, with goal differential playing a role in today's proceedings, it doesn't seem to be any let-off from Pumas, Alabama at this point.
Pumas, Alabama usually like to celebrate post-match victories by going to the Hooters in Hoover, located in the north central part of Alabama. It's part of both Jefferson and Shelby County, so you get a double discount when you show up on Jefferson Day or Shelby Day.
Nothing smells like victory like fried pickles, huh?
I like me a fried pickle from time to time. Depends on the level of the breading, and also it's really important because if it's too hot, goal, 19?
19, sir.
19. You don't like it when you take the bite and then the pickle just falls out. You know what I mean? You need to have that pickle.
It has to have some turgidity to it.
Some
Don't want
turgidity.
a floppy pickle, no.
The turgidity of the pickle is critical. A phrase that you hear every week on soccer broadcasts, but there's one! Let's go, Team USA!
A beautiful backheel goal for their 5th of the campaign.
Zach Kaiser. Kaiser Sose.
Man with the plan.
Abandoned his limp just in time to score. 32 seconds left. Do not put a 20th goal in, you jerks. Fine. Ah, you can't do it. Ball don't lie. Lillian never lies. She tells the truth. Brushes and flosses twice daily. She is a master of technique and hygiene.
10 seconds left to go in the match. I don't think Team USA is going to get a chance to get this set piece off. 5 seconds.
Shoot.
2 seconds.
Shoot. You shot.
And with that, your final score of 5-19. Pumas, Alabama with a commanding victory here. We have reached the halfway point in today's tournament, folks. We are going to take a 5-minute break. Elston and Reimer will be right back with you to pick up this action as we pick back up with IFC versus Prodigy coming up next.
Hi guys, I'm Jen Corbett, founder and director of Warrior for Children. Warrior for Children is a nonprofit organization that serves children and youth navigating trauma. Our goal is to show up for kids who have been in tough spaces. Kids that have experienced physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, domestic violence, lost their home in a fire, been in a car accident, lost a parent. We're here to help kids in tough spaces know that they're not alone and to show up for them in times that are tough for them. I started Warrior for Children because I'm a nurse that works with children navigating trauma, and I saw how difficult it was to get the items that they needed in order to thrive and heal. So that's what we do. We provide them tangible resources immediately as they need it to begin the healing process. We educate the caregivers and those around them so that they know what they can do to help these kids heal. And then lastly, we surround them with fun, happy, healthy adults to help them learn to do art, to play sports, to be with our animals, to learn to trust the world again so that they can heal and be the best that they can be. I had the awesome opportunity to learn about King's Cup and to meet Frank through a mutual friend that we had, Rob from Rare Breed. Frank and I trained together at Rare Breed. My kid was really involved at Rare Breed, and I got to learn and meet Frank. When I met Frank, immediately his desire was to show up for kids as well. His passion was to use his platform in order to elevate voices that were not elevated in other ways. So together, Warrior for Children and King's Cup became an ultimate connection because together we could be more powerful if we worked out together with a mission to serve these kids.
A great message. That's what we're here for on King's Cup 2024. Game 7 now of 12 on the opening day from the Spears Family Soccer Center inside the YMCA in Upland, California. Craig Elston, Jonathan Reimer with you. Match 2 between IFC and Prodigy. Each team winning their first one out. Prodigy in control against a tough Harlem team, winning 5-0. While IFC defeated Coachella Valley 7-3. Immortals Football Club is what IFC stands for. And these two sides now, both 1-0, will take on one another in what could be the most interesting match of the tournament so far, Jonathan.
Well, you certainly have a lot of MASL talent featured for either team. Prodigy FC most notably, Roberto Escalantes, Gabriel Costa, Leonardo de Oliveira, Pee-wee Ortega, Luis Morales, Chris Toth, Tiago Enrique, Rian Marks. It just, the names go on and on and on. Chargo, it's just an absolutely stacked team in red for Prodigy. In the black, gray, and electric green, you might recognize the likes of Noe Favia and Brian Orozco from the Empire Strikers out there as well, too. So Immortals versus Prodigy, a little MASL on MASL action here. Prodigy, most notably, pretty much the super MASL all-star team of the tournament.
Yeah, I think so. A team that's got it at every level. You've got Morales up front. You've got Costa in the middle. You got Berto Palmer in the back. And your last line of defense, one of the best goalkeepers of the last 15 years in Chris Toth. So it's a great team. Prodigy, here's Costa and Morales in the corner. And for Immortals, a team that was very game in that first match. We'll see. Against a team like this, you want to score early and get them frustrated. It's probably your best path to securing a result against Prodigy here.
Good luck. You have players of such a dynamic range of skill sets, from ball handlers, defenders, shooters, blockers. On paper, it certainly looks like Prodigy FC's game to lose.
As Felipe tries to chip the keeper and just misses by about 8 inches, finding a goal. Now the other way. Nice little step inside to the left foot, and the first goal does go to Immortals, and it goes to their number 10, Jackson Page. Puts IFC on top.
Page plants that one in the back of the net.
Oh, wow. I like it. Pee-wee bangs one wide, as now for the first time, Prodigy concedes. They had not given up a goal in their first match. Now 1-0. Pee Wee. Wallace score attempt. Read well.
Big thumbs up from Rian Marquez there on the back post there. You like the idea?
Just couldn't get it to fall home. Immortals working the ball around.
A lot of young talent on this team. Could be on the cusp of M2, M1. Perhaps a lot of names interested in that MASL Combine coming up here pretty soon down at the soon-to-be christened Front Wave Arena.
There's Brian Orozco. Got a lot of futsal in his kit as well, if I remember right. Toolkit, not his jersey, because, as we know,
That's a jersey.
that's
Correct.
a jersey right there.
Correct. Sorry, JP.
There's a trip. No trip. Steal. Pee Wee.
All ball.
Sure it was. Rian Marquez dispossessed. Back the other way. Comes Immortals, and they run into a brick wall known as Roberto Escalante.
Smart, quick change there from Prodigy. Man at the back end coming in for the man at the front, able to take that advantage. It's a quick tug of the shirt here by IFC is going to cause a whistle and get this one to come back.
I mean, if you drafted a team out of MASL and you had one of the best picks in the draft, you'd come up with
I was going to say,
team like this.
It's not a snake system right here. I mean, this is straight dominance here. Is that a two-team league or something?
Yeah, I'm telling you, well, I want Berto Palmer, but I also want Roberto Escalante.
Yeah, and Chris Toth.
Yeah, and I don't want Chris Toth, but also Charlie Gonzalez. But what about Luis Morales? And
Gabe Costa.
How about Leo? But Costa, too. And Pee Wee, because we need some hard work.
A wealth of riches for the team looking up the score line at the moment. 1-0 early on here. 3.5 minutes into gameplay. Prodigy will have the ball just outside their offensive zone.
Still don't have a number 11 on the Prodigy roster. He just exists as a bleached blonde-haired human being. He is Once. 4 minutes, just about done in this first half. 2 18-minute running clock halves. No time off in between halves. Two teams gather for a quick howdy-do, and then they switch sides and go again.
Speaking of howdy-doos, Craig, we have started a bit of drama here with regards to Pigs in the Blanket being a member of the Wellington family.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, my phone is blowing up right now. It is not completely encased in bread/pastry, therefore it cannot be a member of the Wellington family. Seems to be the consensus decision here. Corn dogs have been accepted graciously into the Wellington family.
Got it. But because you can see a bit of the piggy,
Yep.
not a Wellington.
It's not fully under the covers, still head out of the blanket.
Yeah.
So denied status of the Wellington caliber.
So you could make a Wellington caliber pig in a blanket. You just have to
Completely encapsulated,
completely
yes.
encase the miniature hot dog. Got it.
So does that make an empanada a member of the Wellington family?
How could it not be?
It's completely encased, is it not? Same with the samosa?
In pastry. Chance for 2-0. That's got to be, and it is a blue card.
Immortals FC firing out here early on. Just when we said it was Prodigy's game to lose, stacked roster, we've been sitting here blovicating about all the talent on this team. And here it is, IFC. Immortals been putting the pressure to Prodigy early on. Chance to double up the lead here early.
Bryce Watson on top of it. He's going to nudge the ball to the right. And an Immortals power play begins. And if they got up 2-0, well, what did we say? How would be the way to beat Prodigy? You got to take an early lead. You got to frustrate them. Get them into a negative headspace. And then count on the vagaries of the sport to carry you the rest of the way. Balls that just miss. You start shooting a little too hard. Start getting a little bit too feisty. And all of a sudden, you're whamming the posts and the crossbars instead of finding the net. But it starts with scoring this goal right here. Wallace score. This could be it, and it is! Yes, sir! Immortals power play goal. Number 13, Noe Favia.
Noe getting back on the score sheet for the second time today. Local fans here supporting the local boy. Happy to see that. Now Prodigy have found themselves in a big hole, back to even strength, but down a pair.
And giving it up at midfield. Morales. Gonzalez trying to spit one out to Costa in front of the benches.
It is 2-0 Immortals IFC over Prodigy at the moment.
Costa, Pee-wee, and Leo. 3 Sockers touching. Costa gets it back. Leo, who dealt with injury throughout the second half of the MASL season last year. He was the defending league assists leader, pass master.
Roscoe, dangerous zone right there. Of course, with no defensive clearances today, he can fire that one straight up into the netting, and it'll just be a restart from where the ball exited.
Really good use of the rules of the tournament there by Orozco, being aware. Play he couldn't make in the pros, but he can make it today. But just finishing the point on Leo, we haven't seen the explosive burst that we've known from De Oliveira really since the midpoint of last season. Be interesting to see if he's back in full form, as this could be rattling in front of the goal mouth for 3-0, but denied.
That took a deflection off someone's hand there in the box. Couldn't really make out exactly which team it was, but no whistle, we play on. Prodigy seemingly having to play the ball out of their own defensive end a lot more than we anticipated here. Immortals really putting together a whole team effort so far.
8th minute, walks off into the Upland afternoon. Under 10 to go in the first.
Super 6th attacker, Chris Toth, coming forward.
That's one way to start to rebuild possession, is include Toth within the attack. Costa trying to spin. Good hand check there. They do call the foul. That's a smart play. Escalante has a huge left foot if he's given space to use it. Marquez misfired there. Second chance, just put it into Orozco's hands.
I would almost favor the shot there more than the pass down to the low corner on that set piece.
I agree. You're just putting Marquez in a corner. Now, speaking of Marquez in a corner, he's got a double team, and it's taken away from him the last second. He's a great player, but it's hard to beat 2 guys. No matter the talent disparity, it's hard to beat 2 guys. Toth comes dancing out. Has to hop back into the net as Immortals gets the ball back on their toe.
Now, speaking of Prodigy, you have Orozco in goal, who was the prodigy of Toth in his first year in the MASL. So, coaching lineage here, as Chris Toth was the one who was really showing Orozco the ropes that season and training him on how to be a keeper. Now he's looking up the scoreline at his former apprentice.
A very productive first 10 minutes for Immortals, holding down this MASL All-Star unit to no goals. Marquez got pulled down. No call, no harm, no foul. Get on up.
IFC lucky they had a change there going into that offensive side where they had about 8 guys on the turf there for a second.
Now it's Watson. And a header goal. It's 3-0. On the rebound, Tristan Weber heads it into the far post. And a stunning result early.
I suppose in group stages, Prodigy has a game to lose and still be able to advance. Their next game coming up is going to be against Coachella Valley. So perhaps Prodigy playing the long con here against IFC, but it certainly doesn't appear that way on the pitch. They seem to be fighting for every ball. It's just IFC who've come out with the better looks.
Yeah. I think IFC is just taking it to them.
Watson and Charlie getting into it there on the boards. 2 guys who know each other from the MASL season.
As Charlie just tried to check one in, and the thought was that Orozco might have been outside his crease when he handled the ball, and the answer was to the negative in the eyes of the officials.
Very quickly and emphatically waved off by today's officials.
Felipe Gonzalez flicks it and just misses. I'm reminded, and I'm going back to the first year of TST, but I'm reminded of many of these same players being members of Viita FC, a team that was put together and just like we were doing, as you said very well, bloviating. We were sitting there going, boy, look at this guy, that guy, this guy. Drool coming out of the corner of our mouth. This has got to be a great team. And they won their first game by like a zillion goals. And you said, okay. And then that afternoon, later that first afternoon, they fell behind in a match. They started to play individual. They started to try and beat double teams. Lost that match. Lost the next one. Didn't even make it to out of pool play.
I see a blue card out and in the hands of our officials. Looks like a blue card is going to be served to someone on the IFC team here. Is it a too many men call? It looks like Tristan Weber, who has been shown the blue card. Not entirely sure what that was for. My assumption, too many men. They've had a couple loose changes coming in already for IFC, so they've got to tighten it up coming in off the boards, but they're going to be down a man despite having the 3-goal lead.
Morales, Leo, Luis Morales, shot blocked. Counterattack is on, shorthanded. And it's a good look, and Toth is able to get a leg out there.
You could see Toth knew he was going far post, committed to that side, guessed right.
And Favia's pass attempt was deflected. An all-star power play lineup here with Morales, Marquez, De Oliveira, Gonzalez, and Costa. They got to keep the ball moving. Morales and Leo. Leo had some space. Left foot! Knocked away.
First big save of the match here, almost 14 minutes in for Orozco.
A very good save in traffic. Leo, another chance. Puts it in the middle. He was trying to feed Marquez and was blocked out of there.
Looks like Mo Aliwine from the Empire Strikers there, making that block.
Well done by Mo. Leo again. Morales shot it wide.
It took a deflection on the way in, just hit the post. Unlucky there from Morales.
Now, Chargo. Costa and Marquez. Bad touch. Charlie.
Such an incredible recovery there.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like Immortals were going to be off to the races, one on none. Charlie able to get his feet back under him, getting between the player and the ball. Really impressive stuff there.
Favia got a touch. Marquez, that shot spilled by Orozco. Back to Leo, about 20 seconds left in this power play. And if this Prodigy team getting shut out, Orozco, strong hands, and failing on a power play, Immortals' win condition is being realized as we speak.
I mean, anytime you can shut down a power play in the indoor game is massive.
Leo with room, and then the rocket. Leonardo de Oliveira makes it 3-1, and he does so with a world-class blast.
With mere seconds left in the power play, that's got to be a gut punch to Immortals, who felt like they had it killed, and the shot from deep comes in, bar down.
15th minute, 3-1. Immortals' lead is reduced for the first time. Could get it right back. Toth having to guard the near corner. Back to Mo Aliwine. Brian Orozco. Nice little, well, he thought it was a nice foot fake. He gave the ball away. He has to run back into his crease as Once brings it back to Perez.
Yeah, when your keeper comes out like that and contests on the dribble, you've got to retreat back and give him some options to pass out. He found himself out of the tackle and then just had nowhere to go. As Watson goes flying into the boards alongside Aliwine.
Perez blocked. Sprawling block there for Immortals on the quick restart. Gabi goal. Escalante! Golazo! 3-2.
I mean, Is there anyone better in the indoor game with just the rocket shot from outside the box than Roberto Escalante? I mean, he and Quique Cañas, I mean, just two of the most powerful boots and accurate boots in the indoor game when it comes to that shot from deep.
Escalante jumping on a steal, and all of a sudden, Prodigy showing its prodigious abilities. Never really thought about it till now, but prodigious, does that stem from a prodigy?
I believe it does.
Prodigious.
Where's my regular Latin expert, Mr. J.R. Liebert, the scarf here, our backup PA announcer here at Empire for John Spire, who is in the building today.
He is. You know what I love hearing John say?
I know what you're going to say.
Go Sockers. Just like that.
It's definitely bringing back some pretty awful memories for me. Thank you, my friend. Foul here just inside the offensive line. Big opportunity for Prodigy to go ahead and knot this one up. It'll be Chargo setting over it.
20 seconds and change. He just shoots, and Orozco comes up with a big save. Now can Chargo get a second try? Brings it down 15 seconds. Felipe, too high.
Felipe tried the toe poke shot there to try and keep it down. Unfortunately, that one high up into the netting.
And that will bring an end to the first half of play, and it's 3-2 Immortals with the lead over Prodigy. But stay right there. Mere seconds from now, we'll have second half action for you from Kings Cup 24. Second half, the clock has started. Fewer than 18 minutes remain for a 3-2 Immortals lead over Prodigy. This is match 7, day 1, Kings Cup 2024. Craig Elston, Jonathan Reimer here with you from just behind the plexiglass, the northern side of Spears Family Soccer Center. Immortals get the ball to start. They're in black. Prodigy in red.
Immortals got the scoring started with 3 straight goals by Page, Favia, and Weber to take a 3-0 lead, starting with the power play goal by Leonardo de Oliveira. Prodigy has stormed back. It's 3-2. Roberto Escalante scoring just before halftime brings us to our 3-2 score line.
Oh, Morales trying for a beautiful spinning try. Didn't quite get there. Immortals now. It's one thing to build a lead. It's another thing to hang on to it.
Thomas Elliott, number 9, is a beast of a man out there.
We haven't really seen him yet.
I think this is his first minutes of the afternoon for a number 9. An impressive stature, and he is certainly lining up Central defense, though.
Did he just show up? I mean, I would have kept playing this guy from day one. Here's Immortals trying to get out. And here comes Elliott. Toth, calm on his feet. Berto, Robert Palmer, MASL Defender of the Year.
Passing it to the MASL Goalkeeper of the Year.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Felipe Gonzalez holds. So does Charlie Gonzalez. A little foul there. Close game, so we're going to see more guys go to ground in this second half because tactics matter. Knocked down by Leo. Toth will have to recover. Prodigy just wants to keep it rolling. They got the last 2 of the first half. If they can get the first 2 of the second half, they'll feel like they are back in form, back in business. But if Immortals can get the next, and look at this. Oh, Toth does well to recover his own error. He almost spun away and gave the ball away.
Yeah, I think our official might have stopped Immortals from being able to charge down on that one, unfortunately. But here they come nonetheless.
Favila. Oh, here he comes. Just wide. Our man, Elliott. Thomas Elliott. Got to be a solid 6'3" out there at least. Maybe taller. If Marquez is 6'4",
he's definitely taller.
Yeah, I think Elliott's 6'5", 6'6".
Oh, we got a foul here off the ball. Looks like Charlie getting a talking to, but no further adjudication.
Charlie's a guy who will get mad and get even in a match. I have seen that over 3 years now. He'll get mad. He'll get even. Good ball. Escalante couldn't get it on the run. Over to Leo. Leo bursting. Leo ahead. Leo diming. It's Marquez. Gives it back to Leo for the equalizer.
Beautiful give and go back and forth. There's fantastic stuff there from Prodigy as they have found their way back from a 3-goal deficit to knot it up at 3. 14 minutes left to go here in regulation.
22nd minute. And we are tied. Can Immortals get one back? Not with Toth on the guard, on the near post. Pee-wee draws the foul. He's one of the best in the sport at doing exactly that, getting into tight corners, drawing the whistle. Lovely curving ball forward to Once. Once puts it to Perez, shot it off the frame, still in play, and a high boot called against Ortega. Orozco and Immortals. Toth has the ball for Prodigy.
I mean, with a player with the stature of Elliott, you'd think the aerial game has to come in play here at some point in time. He's surely a foot taller than most everyone else out on the field here.
Yeah, you'd think. It's hard, though. He could be perfect for a Ventuscora. Here's Perez charging out Orozco. That off the superstructure in play.
We've had a header hit the vents already. That's impressive.
If a player scores directly off a vent, I will put a $20 bill on the field.
None of the players have any clue this is going to happen.
Correct.
So I'm really rooting for it just for the look of
the why, just the why. And then the wrong guy picks up the 20. Just like, okay, well, there's money out here. Escalante, Felipe Gonzalez, Charlie in the pinball machine. Back out to Once. 3-3, first good match of the day.
A match that on paper certainly looked like Prodigy was the more talented roster. But Immortals, though.
Yeah, they've been playing. This is a good run. Little back heel, but Felipe's there to read it. Too clever. Berto, one-touch pass. Costa sending it back to Berto off the corner. Tried to head it, but a whistle first as Costa is down. He's drawn a foul.
And it is going to be a blue card issued against Bryce Watson of Immortals. Prodigy is going to have a second attempt at the power play. They did convert on their first in the waning seconds of that first power play.
1-for-1, Prodigy in this match. And that attempt by Costa was blocked. Favia chased down by the big man Marquez. Morales has it for Team Prodigy. Charlie. Luis Morales. Arguably top goal scoring forward in the league. Marquez had it on a platter, and he tossed the platter into the sink.
Can't ask for a better setup than that. Feeding ball to your right dead center. Had the keeper looking the wrong direction. All he's got to do is put it goalward. Doesn't even need to put any swerve on it. Yet fired that one high up in over the board even.
Under 10 to go. There's no overtime. There's no shootout. If it ends a tie, it ends a tie.
Does neither team any favors.
Charlie skipping it between legs, but it was blocked. The run out on counter for Immortals. Whoo, Chavarona. That's a foul on Morales.
Stiff arm right to the chest there.
And number 23 took the foul. We call him Venti Trace. Just a gentle reminder to anyone who's watching that we receive rosters. The rosters are somewhat incomplete. Some names aren't there, some numbers aren't there. And we give you what we got.
Players are responsible for filling out their own roster space, so if you are the family of said player and disappointed.
Oh, right off the vent, Chris Toth. Wasn't a goal, though. No money.
Dent in the pipes.
Leo has
Courtesy of
two.
the Iceman.
Costa, Leo, he's got it. Nice block. Great block there. And now a better save by Orozco. Denies Charlie.
We are back to even strength. Prodigy has managed to fight off almost two power plays. Got a minute and 50-plus seconds into the first one. Managed to fight off the second one as well.
Leo. Kick save Orozco. Favia heads it out of trouble. Watson saw Berto spin it. Now it's off the roof. Back down. Bump. Palmer puts it on net. Gathered in by Orozco calmly. Under 8 minutes to play. 3-3.
See Elliott screaming for the ball there. He only had one defender on him. Of course, it was Berto. Perhaps he's not aware of the prowess.
I was just going to say, he may not know who's actually on his hip. Like, dude, I've just got this one small guy on me. No problem. Oh, almost a problem there. Well-aimed shot, just missing. Toth with the outstretched grab. He had the angle covered.
Good idea. Just barely wide.
I mean, next goal is big.
Massive.
Immortals gets it huge.
Big man Elliott winning the aerial battle. No surprise there. Got to get that ball back up in the air.
Elliott spinning it hard, looking for Favia. Brings it down. Handball screamed for.
I think that was a too many men request as it found itself at the feet of the oncoming.
Here he goes, and there there he does it.
Elliott, the big man, finds himself on the score sheet. And with that, Immortals have taken a 4-3 lead late. The next goal was going to be massive. It's IFC playing the role of Dragon Slayer so far. 6.5 minutes left to go for Prodigy to get their way back in.
A 30th minute, 4-3 IFC. Quick answer, rebound goal. Rion Marquez answers seconds later to tie it at 4. What a match we have for you here in match 7 of
Back
Kings
and
Cup.
forth and back and forth. Ball not completely stopped for the restart, so we will restart the restart.
Here comes Pee Wee, challenged in the corner by Bryce Watson. Watson off the wall, tried to put it out into a dangerous area, and then a man knocked down. Whistle, and the foul is going to go against Prodigy.
This is going to be a really dangerous location for Immortals to try and double up their lead. Great job by Prodigy to just surround the ball there and make sure that they could not take a quick restart. Looks like Watson and Favia fighting over who's going to get a boot to this one.
Great camera work there by our team. Just put up that other camera to give you that angle. Immortals has it. Challenged by Escalante there. Trying to take the ball away. He got it away. Luis Perez. Tortin! What a save, Orozco. Gets the pause extended. 5 minutes to go. Foul is against Prodigy. What a save. You see the replay denying Perez.
Great job by our SCCS Productions crew team.
Elliott with a nutmeg and the kick save by Toth.
Oh, if Elliott could have just gotten a little air under that ball. It's in the back of the net. Instead, he keeps it on the deck, and it finds the outstretched boot of Toth.
And Toth's boot gets on that one as well. And then a thigh save by Orozco, surprised by Costa on the snapshot there. Whistle sounds against Prodigy. Quickly the other way, Watson. Watson trying to step to the right foot, spins it back, shot blocked by the backside of Morales. Derriere defense once again on display.
Toth dangerously close to taking a boot from the big man Elliott there. Does a good job to keep his head out of the way and his paws on the ball.
Imagine someone will be calling Thomas Elliott to go to the combine, if nothing else. Kid's got size, got skill. Escalante to Leo. A couple goals in this match.
Orozco well off his line into the corner to help clear that one out.
Mortals has some good speed. Maybe some younger legs. This shot is wide. In search of a go-ahead goal. Who's going to get the next one? 3:20 to go.
As it stands, Quattros all around. 4-4 is the score. 4 minutes left to play.
Leo dribbles around a man. He's got Charlie. Charlie back post. Watson was waiting.
You could see the idea there. He had Morales, tried to find the ball to him. Orozco intervenes.
This one curved toward the back post. Knocked down. Favia. And then hipped into the middle by Immortals. Escalante takes it away to Charlie Gonzalez. Charlie centers. Goal! Luis Morales making the parallel run to the net. A classic indoor play. The feed from the wall. The parallel run. And then the 90-degree turn into the net. 5-4 Prodigy.
Chef's kiss on that play. You can't draw it up any better. Classic indoor goal. Beautiful finish. And with that, Prodigy have had their first lead of the game. It's 5-4.
After being down 3-0. Screaming for too many men was Prodigy. Like almost a team-wide freak out on that.
I believe the rules apply that if you declare yourself to be leaving, there is still a lot of conversation as to what happened on that last play. I believe the indoor rule still applies that if you declare yourself to exit, another player may come in.
Well, the argument is great for Prodigy because the clock runs. So the longer that they dawdle and consider, the closer Prodigy comes to winning this match. Now under 90 seconds to play.
It is a running clock, folks, so
yeah, this is...
You can see the continued protests of both teams here. Prodigy for the non-call, Immortals for the clock moving. The clock has been stopped at 1:22.
And now a blue card is being pulled out of the pocket. So I still see argument from Felipe.
Still not sure who the blue card is being shown to.
There's 5 men on for Prodigy.
And it looks like it's Berto that's being shown the blue card.
Well, if so, it gives Immortals a power play chance.
Although Berto has stayed in the match.
Maybe it was Costa?
The card was clearly shown to Berto. But he remains out.
I don't know.
The minute lost, gone. Clock now ticking, 1:18.
It is a power play. Shot wide. Felipe trying to chip down. Orozco's in. No sixth attacker yet. But he should probably go out for a sixth attacker right now and a 6v4 super power play. Flicked. Watson in the air. He and Toth battle. And the foul's called on Watson.
Ooh, Toth really lucky there to not get called for the foul himself. 40 seconds left to go here. The officials are trying to change the location of the restart. Berto walking the ball out. More time running off the clock. Now 35 seconds left.
Yeah. That was good time wasting by Prodigy.
I mean, we mentioned the dark arts earlier. We have certainly seen it employed here in the final 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, there's Marquez just holding, trying to get Thomas Elliott the ball back. There's Elliott. Here comes Elliott. Thomas Elliott. Down he goes. Play on. 12 seconds left. Elliott wondering the name of that truck. Toth boots it down the floor to probably win the match. Last kick. Blocked. That's it. Prodigy wins 5-4. Final horn sounds. What a match.
Fantastic game. Prodigy come from behind by 3 goals to win 5-4 in a contested match, a controversial match, but nonetheless, game over. Prodigy wins. We'll take a quick break and be right back with Harlem versus Coachella after this. Welcome back to beautiful Spears Family Soccer Center here at the YMCA in Upland, California. We are getting ready for the 8th match of the King's Cup tournament. 12 matches to be played in today's group stages before we advance tomorrow to knockout and finally championship rounds. I'd like to thank you all for tuning in and joining us here today. My name's Jonathan Reimer, and joining me, the voice of 97.3 The Fans, Annie and Elston, your lunchtime show of choice in the greater San Diego area, none other than the voice of the San Diego Sockers, Mr. Craig Elston. Craig?
Oh, Jonathan, it's great to still be here with you. Actually, we never left. We just stood here and took the headsets off and put them back on.
We each got our own stress ball, though.
We did. Little mini football, courtesy of Wingstop. Yeah, Wingstop. So, all right. Squeeze this a little bit. I always have been a fidgeter. My mom used to always get on me for being a fidgeter. And, so having something in my hand that I can perpetually squish, that's big time as far as I'm concerned.
Speaking of big time, our match coming up here, we've got Harlem versus Coachella. Coachella fell 7-3 to Immortals in their first match. Harlem came up against the Prodigy Powerhouse and fell 5-0 in their match. So I have a feeling one team is going to be walking away with their first win today.
Yeah, this is elimination in essence. One team will still have a chance in their third match, and the other one will not at 0-2. Now, the team with more MASL talent on it between these two is Harlem FC, led by Justin Stinson, the star striker. Got loaned last year. Also, the former striker, but striker for life, Jorge Pacheco.
Jesus
Pacheco.
Sweet Pea, as we affectionately call him around these parts.
Such a good, talented player. I thought the strikers missed him last year.
I mean, it was a big piece to give up. They thought they had a big piece coming back the other direction. It didn't turn out that way. Ended up really being a donation to the Baltimore Blast. You're welcome, Gio, Brad.
Jesus Pacheco is very strong on the ball. A smaller player, but silky, can finish. I think he's grown with that Baltimore opportunity. Here he comes. Puts his left foot into it, but just high.
I mean, you can see right there the kind of link-up play that Sweet Pea is known for, right? He's never going to be a guy that lights up the score sheet week in and week out. But, as far as just connecting the passes, keeping the ideas moving forward, getting in there for the occasional moment of spectacular himself, just a great workhorse-type player. And one of the sweetest, kindest, nicest people you will ever meet in your life.
Seen some of your guys' interviews with him in past years. Couldn't agree more. Great guy. Down into the corner, Wallace score attempt. Coachella Valley gets it out of there, but just barely.
Some dangerous play across their own back line here for Coachella Valley.
Christian Espinosa of Harlem almost got a look at it.
For those of you not familiar with the greater topography of the Southern California's Inland Empire, Coachella Valley, about 20 miles down the road from us. Home to some of the more famous concert venues here in the greater Southern California area. The Polo Grounds of Coachella Valley.
Yes. Also home to the Coachella Valley Firebirds of the American Hockey League. I think they won their second straight AHL championship this year. But
they did indeed. Former Empire Strikers talent all over that roster as well, too, in the front office and operations staff, I should say.
Love it. Is it really hot in Coachella Valley?
It's skosh warm there. Skosh warm.
That's what I thought.
Palm Desert, Palm Springs adjacent, Coachella Valley.
Yeah, no thanks. Stinson stings it off the wall.
And, of course, in a, traditionally triple-digit desert, home to a hockey team, of course. That's most logical.
Naturally. Sure, the designers of the arena were thrilled. They said, you want ice? You said ice all year. Do you know where we are? You want ice, eh? And you want it to be this temperature? Okay. It's going to cost you. The shooter, Justin Stinson.
Maybe they could just ride that little tram up to the top of the hill and get some of that fresh ski slope snow and bring it on down.
Man, I took a vacation in July up to Northern California.
Same.
Did you?
I did.
Where'd you go?
I was up in the town of Big Bend, California, which has a population of about 35, which is in between Shasta and Lassen in the middle of nowhere, and it was absolutely glorious.
Okay, so we went to Lassen. That's where we went. We spent 4 or 5 days at Lassen Volcanic National Park. Incredible. By the way, one of the most underrated national parks in the state. One of the least attended because of where it is.
Extreme location. Climb to the top of that mountain. Absolutely beautiful. The glaciers there and everything stunning.
Yeah, we were staying at an Airbnb in Redding, which is about 30 minutes away, but down in the Sacramento Valley. Here comes the shot and the goal. We'll pause our personal vacation discussion to note that Harlem is on the board, and it is Brian Rodriguez scoring in the 5th minute for 1-0.
Not of Los Angeles Football Club and Club America fame, the other Brian Rodriguez.
Fair. And not enough tattoos to be the other Brian Rodriguez.
So if you are in Redding, California,
yeah,
and you head to the northernmost part of town.
Thank you for getting me back.
That's where you will pick up the 238, and if you follow that for about 3 hours in the middle of nowhere, that's where I was, sir.
At Big Bend. Bang! Great kick save. Outstanding save there to keep it 1-0. So the thing was, every day in Redding, it was at least 110 degrees. At least. And it would get 113, 115. It was crazy. It was 120 the day we left.
Oh.
Here's Pacheco, sweet pea to the middle, and again getting the leg extended. Coachella Valley's goalkeeper keeps it at 1. And then we'd go up to Lassen. We'd drive up the mountain to Lassen, and we could stand in snow every single day. Snow in July. It's wild. And blocking the ball away. Harlem still at 1-0.
I think people forget sometimes just how massive and diverse California can be.
True. And how hot so much of the state is. There's a good portion of the state that just sits in triple digits.
Pretty much 300 days of the year.
Yes. So in San Diego, where I live, blessed San Diego, America's finest city, we know. We pay for it for a reason. Because we like 90-degree hot days, not 117.
Growing up just one city north of the San Diego County line, I can feel your sentiments, my friend.
6 minutes and change done in this first half. It's 2 18-minute running halves.
Harlem taking the early 1-0 lead here as we'll get off our vacation stories and back into the action at hand.
Yes, good match here. 2 0-1 teams, both needing the win. Here comes Coachella Valley stepping through. Kick, save, rebound, goal. We are even. This is the team that wrote down their phone numbers instead of their numbers. So, good old number 13 with the goal for Coachella Valley.
If you want to give him a call and congratulate him, we have that option. However, we wouldn't know what name to say hello to on the other end.
We could just give you all the numbers and you could try. Send a group text. Good job. Twisting shot off the Kings Cup logo above the frame of the southern goal. We are tied 1-1. Justin Stinson, backheel pass. Stinson was hoping to get one in the middle. Reverse the field, try again. Again, Stinson in the middle. Poked away.
Harlem clearly the team with the more recognizable talent here, but they're not playing like a team that knows each other's space and tendencies very well.
I agree. Good call. Here's a beautiful goal outside. Harlem has doubled the lead.
Of course, when you get a look like that, don't really need much in the way of cohesion or a teammate to fire that one into the back of the net. Looks like Mancia with the goal to put Harlem back up on top.
Jorge Mancia in the 8th minute. 2-1 Harlem. Now down into the corner.
Pacheco with the dangerous back pass there. Almost had his team caught out. Fortunate for him that ball bounces out of play off the foot of Coachella Valley.
This has been really, really fun action. And tomorrow, you'll want to come right back here, Same location for the money matches. Counting down to the championship match with Christian Philly Philemon and Jonathan Reimer on the broadcast. That'll be all day tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m.
It'd be nice. Haven't had a chance to work with Philly pretty much all summer since the TST tournament. Philly and his lovely wife Panda, our sideline reporter, just got back from 2 weeks gallivanting across Europe. So good to get Philly back to work here.
Yeah, incredible pictures on
Paris,
Philly's Instagram.
London, Germany. They were all over the map. I think they visited about half the football stadiums.
I was just going to say, own goal against Coachella Valley. They dribble it into their own net unintentionally.
A particularly egregious one at that, as it was not really a pass that looked like it had a lot of bite on it. Certainly didn't look like it was heading in the most dangerous of directions. Far more dangerous play was to handle that backwards from inside the box.
And a 3-1 lead for Harlem.
I was kind of expecting with a team name like Harlem to see maybe a hidden ball trick, some string up the pocket, something, the pass that immediately comes back because it's on a bungee, but no such antics from this Harlem
bucket
team.
of water, but it's just confetti.
Yeah, something.
At least run the weave. Justin Stinson back post into the legs of his attacker. Chance in the middle now. Weaving, dropping it off. Nobody home.
Looking for that back post runner. Got one to center of the box.
Save.
Shooter firing one in on goal.
Shooters will shoot. That's what they'll do.
Well, Craig, it's taken 8 matches, but you finally sat down.
Yeah, my back's starting to hurt.
Well, you have been carrying the weight of this broadcast, I will say.
That's okay. I'll let you. I'll let you double back it maybe. The last couple matches, you can take it home. All of a sudden, like, oh, you're old and your back hurts. Oh,
having fun bringing you the game today.
That's
here.
Great.
Jonathan Reimer here alongside Craig Elston.
Oh, back post attempt.
Legendary and venerable broadcaster of many years of service to the league. So many I probably should have looked it up.
So painful to be attached to the word venerable.
With respect.
It means old.
With respect.
It's short for old if you're out there.
Wizened, perhaps.
Wizened is even worse. I don't know what's worse.
I mean, you know shade. I mean, you know shade.
Oh, man. I'm only 52. Justin Stinson is half my age, if that.
Hey, you got the full deck of cards. Nothing to.
That's right.
Nothing to scoff at.
Well, and I've always had the Joker. So, all set. 6 minutes left in this first half.
I will say we might be on rival squads during the regular season, but it's been an absolute blast to call some games with you here today, my friend.
Oh, man, of course. Oh, so much respect for what you guys do. And you and Philly and Panda have been such strong supporters of the Major Arena Soccer League.
You know, obviously entering, I believe, our 6th season now, coming up next year. It's really been a joy to be embraced by the global indoor soccer family. Obviously, Philly and I came into this very green, very inexperienced, but the fact that you all have allowed us the space to grow and grow into our roles within this game has been an absolute treat and a pleasure. And thankful that we have voices like Mr. Elston who have been there since day one in support of us, and I appreciate that, sir.
Absolutely. You guys have really, and there's space in the MASL for people who do good work and are passionate. And, you found that space, and you guys have absolutely filled it in a way that's been so great for this league, and couldn't appreciate it more. Just speaking for any of the casuals that are out there. Because if you're out there and you're watching this, you're actually beyond a casual. You're a dedicated fan of the sport.
I might dare say a sicko.
I would agree. You're a sicko.
In the most beloved domestic footy terms.
Uh-huh. Well, 2 sickos are here that have been here all day calling these matches for you. So what we also could just say is, one of us. One of us.
You're not wrong, sir. You're not wrong.
CV FC. Trying to pull it out. Oh, and a giveaway. Parried aside.
What a save. Pacheco looked like he was picking out a top corner right there. Diving full extension, double palm save by Coachella Valley.
Look at it again. Great save. Bad turnover, better save. Harlem working the middle of the floor. That's Charlie Gonzalez's brother, Jose. Also formerly of both San Diego and Ontario/Empire. And to the left wing, back post. Oh, it turned the wrong way. That allowed the goalkeeper opportunity to make the save and deny Mejia a goal.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes players just get so stuck in the I turn one direction. This is my most effective route. Let's be honest, Franck Tayou, a man known.
Yeah, that's true.
But, of course, it's been effective for him some 400 or 500 some odd times in his career. So if it ain't broke. But in that case, I think turn to the opposite direction would have put him in a much more advantageous shooting position.
Yeah. The squeezy ball's coming in handy in a close match, I'll tell you that.
Fighting the nerves here in the broadcast booth. 3-1 game here. 2:50 left to go here in the first half.
Turnover. Knocked down. Well done. Danced out. Pacheco.
Just two players couldn't get out of each other's way there in a brilliant space and opportunity to try and go ahead and fire that fourth goal home. Yeah. Again, I mentioned it earlier. It just seems like there's a little bit of a lack of familiarity between the players on this Harlem FC squad.
And I just, they don't have a link-up player like you see on Prodigy or DTIS.
Right.
There's Stinson. And he's just been more of a solo performer in his career than he has historically been a real setup man, I would say that for Pacheco as well, more a goal scorer than a setup man. Coachella Valley, 2 minutes to get one back here before halftime. And halftime is really just is perfunctory at best. They'll reset the clock and the players will take a few seconds and then we'll be right back at it.
Yeah, to Stinson's credit, he's had a revolving door of players around him throughout the course of his time in the league as well, too. And
he's a young player. That's a goal in the corner. And just as one of our equipment took a dive, Harlem gets a 4-1 lead. A beautiful goal by Harlem's number 9, Justin Stinson. He stung that one, the shooter. Put it in for 4-1.
I believe I'm back. Sorry, I lost my comms there for just a second.
It's okay. We did miss you.
I missed my boy scoring a goal. I know.
4-1. Here he is looking for more. Final minute of the half.
Do you have me?
This one into the corner. Charging to the middle. Shot blocked. Really well done by Coachella Valley. And then the attempted chip on the keeper. He was at home. No problems. Under a minute to go before the half. Can Harlem find a back-breaking fifth goal? Blocked that shot attempt by Coachella Valley's number 16. Again, Coachella Valley gave us their phone numbers instead of their uniform numbers. Kind of a funny mistake. Really?
It's really quite comical when you stop and think about it. Oh, my number? Oh, okay, that's easy. It's 818.
Yeah, no. The number on your jersey, Holmes. That's what we're looking for.
With that, it brings us to the half at 4-1 here. We're going to take a quick break. Be right back with the second half of action coming at you from the Kings Cup here in beautiful Upland, California. Back in just a moment.
Hi guys, I'm Jen Corbett, founder and director of Warrior for Children. Warrior for Children is a nonprofit organization that serves children and youth navigating trauma. Our goal is to show up for kids who have been in tough spaces. Kids that have experienced physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, domestic violence, lost their home in a fire, been in a car accident, lost a parent. We're here to help kids in tough spaces know that they're not alone and to show up for them in times that are tough for them. I started Warrior for Children because I'm a nurse that works with children navigating trauma, and I saw how difficult it was to get the items that they needed in order to thrive and heal. So that's what we do. We provide them tangible resources immediately as they need it to begin the healing process. We educate the caregivers and those around them so that
We'll bring you more of that important message after this half is over, because both teams quickly changed sides and didn't even let the clock run out.
I believe they started play before the clock even started, which had us all a little confused here in the booth, but nonetheless, we're back underway.
And trying to cheat time. Why not? On a fun day like this, you never want it to end. Harlem leading Coachella Valley FC 4-1. Winner of this match still alive to advance to Sunday. Still need to do work in the evening bracket, but they'll be alive. The loser will get to play that third game for fun later tonight.
Purely recreational for the joy of the attendees and for the glory, of course, of our charities involved here today. The Spark a Dream Foundation, put together by Lane Smith and Franck Tayou. And, of course, the YMCA here and the Spears Family Soccer Center in Upland, California. Premier Institute of Indoor Soccer Knowledge.
Lovely little toe drag there. Hockey-style moves. Back to him, and the ball eluded him. That was Christian Espinoza doing some fancy work. Now, numero ocho.
And again, we've seen a lot of individual effort from Harlem. We've seen some great moments in that regard, but
here comes a card. Blue card has been shown to Coachella Valley's numero cuatro.
Looks like hands to the face is the call there, if I read that correctly.
Should mean a power play for Harlem to try and build upon their 4-1 advantage.
It is indeed 5-on-4.
Well, just a little bit of confusion.
The clock is running. 16 minutes and counting down while we await to find out just some quick changes made here last minute. Looks like Pacheco goes back to the bench. And Stinson will play the captain's role here on the power play. As that shot comes in wide and finds the back corner. Beautiful shot from out deep. 5-1. Quickly converted power play there for the boys from Harlem.
And that is a big one for Harlem FC.
4-goal deficit now for the boys from Coachella Valley as they look to climb back in the next 15 minutes.
Here comes Harlem. Strong team. Definitely worthy of keeping their dreams alive for another couple hours at least. Again, we've said it many times. If you've been here before, you've heard it. But all these players, each player on each team paid a fee to be here, signed up to be here, signed up for this, knew exactly what they were getting themselves into, playing 6 to 7 matches over the course of really about 18 hours, not even 24.
Not not atypical for a cash tournament to see that type of action in play.
Absolutely.
Most of these players spend the majority of their offseason participating in tournaments similar to this one, so I would imagine they're all pretty familiar with this.
Stinson trying to work himself around a double team. Coachella Valley takes it away. And then Stinson takes it away, puts it in the middle for the goal. Beautifully done. You are a setup man to be sure. Mejia on the goal. And Stinson with a lovely assist, as that is 5 in a row for Harlem.
You know, the dirty work done in the low boards there by Stinson is really what creates that opportunity. He fights the space, gets the other side of his man, and then it's just a beautiful dime, rolling the ball out center box for the tap-in.
This is Pacheco. Back to his keeper. Flushing the time and building the lead. The goal of Harlem here. Mejia standing on it. Pacheco was hoping for an entry pass.
I think wisely, given game state, a retreat for possession seems to make the most sense.
Absolutely. You know, and again, part of my continuing campaign for the inclusion of a mercy rule into Kings Cup. A team like Harlem doesn't have a chance to come up against a team that's plus 21 like DTIS. Like, what are they going to try and do, score 11 more goals right now?
Right. Conserve energy.
Rebound, shot high.
You know, I think that's important when, you know, it would appear as though your ticket is punched. And I think we'll see this as teams start playing their third match of group stage where, you know, some teams that are just playing for pride might go out there and throw everything at it. But teams that have already qualified and know that the goal differential has already escaped them might take a little back seat.
Yes.
Might allow the likes of a Team USA or a Harlem to go out there and get a win.
It snuck in.
As that ball found its way in. It's now 6-2.
99. With the goal for Coachella Valley.
6-2, our scoreline here. Coachella Valley trying to give themselves a fighter's chance as we get into the waning minutes here.
This one off the wall, looking for Pacheco, punted away. Again, if you think we are giving short shrift to Coachella Valley, they quite humorously, where their jersey numbers were supposed to be put, wrote their phone numbers in. So, at first, we were very confused in trying to use the last two digits of those numbers and wondering why everyone had such high numbers on the team. And then we're like, wait, where's number 11? Where's number 8? None of them are there. So,
one of the many eccentricities of covering one of these cash tournaments.
It's good times.
Broadcast perhaps not foremost on the mind of these players when they were showing up this morning.
No, but you know what? We're giving you the exact appropriate effort level that has been assigned to us. So
it's really quite hilarious when you stop and think about it.
As 1976 National League Cy Young Award winner Randy Jones famously would say to his manager, I'm going to give you 100% of the 40% I've got. And so I use that, and I live my life that way, you know? Whatever I've got, I'll give it to you. I'll give you 100% of my 50%.
Amen.
Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast out there. If you've been there since the first minute, leave us a message in the chat. Oh, there's no chat?
The chat appears to be
your phone.
My DMs.
Just text Jonathan if you've been there since minute 1.
And shouts to those who have. I appreciate you guys tuning in with us all day here. But going at it, this is now, we are into this, approaching our 6th hour here. Still got a few games left to go. We are approaching the three-quarter mark here.
Two-thirds mark.
Two-thirds mark. Yeah. I got optimistic.
Yeah, next match, we'll get to three-quarters.
We're approaching. I was technically correct.
You're right.
Technically correct.
It's fair.
The best kind of correct.
Oh, it is. Stinson stung that one high as the shooter shot wide. I'll never give up on the sting.
Yeah.
Stinson, but I'll call him the shooter because that's what he wants to be called.
You know, I fought that fight for about 2 seasons. And
stung that one wide, too. That shot wide.
You know, when he starts going out on loan to other teams, then I worry, right? And then
yes,
we got to make sure everybody's taken care of.
Stinson, who's known for his colorful hair, he's gone with the silver mane today, matching Brian Rodriguez, who is even more silver-maned than Stinson.
Would not be surprised if we showed up tomorrow to find something completely different.
That's so true. There was a funny moment in last season when Justin was struggling and, in fact, still playing for Empire. He hadn't been, quote-unquote, loaned yet. And I noted coming out of the half with the Sockers leading that Stinson had really struggled, and that he needed to get it going. And as I said that, he scored. And I was like, oh, I shouldn't have said anything. And then he scored again. And I was like, oh, I'm going to stop saying his name. I believe he used that as a social media clip. And he said, keep talking about me. Or something along those lines.
So many of these players, all it takes is one little quote to get them spicy,
Well, I really wasn't. It's giving respect, I think, to a good player to say that they should play better for their team. If I think you're terrible, I'm not going to say that you need to play better. You know what I mean?
One of the things about the intimacy of this league and our familiarity with so many of the players and families and things like that is, sometimes you have to be careful about just how honest you are on a broadcast. Because just like you fans out there like to slide into those DMs, those players like to slide into them as well, too. And if you miss a call, say something tactically that went awry the wrong way, you will hear about it. They will light you up.
It's true. But, I think just over the years, the players have learned, I'm just speaking for myself, that what I'm going to say is going to be true to the game, and it's going to come from an honest position, and that I don't treat players dirty, Stinson, make that Pacheco, pardon me. Boy, he lined that one up hard. It's an absolute blast.
I look just like these players. We don't get every touch right as well.
No, of course not. This is all extemporaneous.
Look at you dropping dollar words there.
How about it?
I'll bust my dictionary out.
Well, you do this long enough, and just being live on the mic it's normal. It's normal. And you say enough words, and believe me, dude, if I do 20 hours of talk show a day, or a week, I should, not a day. Today is a 20-hour day. I say plenty of things that are wrong all the time, so you got to be used to it.
I think one thing that I suppose has changed about radio and to an extent the MASL now is, at one point in time you said those things, they went into the airwaves, they dissipated, and it was up to someone's memory to call you out.
Right.
And now everything available in digital space to be brought back, and I think there are.
Well, yes, and with the chat that the MASL has instituted over the last 3-4 years, broadcasters have a new unique position of announcing the game and also being told that they're biased and they suck, like 60 times a game by the same 4 fans, who then are not moderated by the moderator because the moderator doesn't like the team you announce for because he works for a different team. And you know who you are if you're out there listening.
Shots fired. We're getting spicy as the day goes on.
Yeah,
here.
Just a little bit, but I doubt he's listening. But that was very irritating to me. I had to shut down the chat in a late season broadcast, and it was because the moderator himself was instigating negativity in the chat.
Look, our chat mods have a difficult job there, and I wouldn't fault them for having a beverage or two while they're at it, given what they have to put 5. Up with. But
if I had to do it, I'd start on 5.
Maybe just try and keep it a little bit more family friendly. I would say.
Just saying. Or better yet, League, come up with a better platform and shut off the chat. Do you think that Jim Nantz during Super Bowl 54 is looking at a continuous stream of messages saying, you suck, you're biased, you suck, get out of here, loser, you stink, emoji, emoji, emoji? Of course not, because that would be idiotic.
No, he only pays attention to the super chats that are all highlighted.
Right,
of course.
Yes. Oh, my God, someone wrote a super chat during the season, paid $4 to be like, you're the most biased, whatever, and then got mad that I didn't say it on the air. I'm like, dude, I don't get that money, all right? It goes to the MASL.
Oh, the keyboard warriors of the world.
John Raymond gets to have a latte on your super chat, okay? So, it doesn't help me at all.
Well, I might have had one of those lattes when I was down in Chihuahua calling the finals with Philly. A true honor to be selected for. So maybe a couple of those chat dollars went my way.
That's cool.
So I might have a different opinion about it.
I was so excited for you guys to be down there in Chihuahua. Great work by the MASL last year to put you guys down there. The year before that, Nate Abrea and I did it off a big screen. And it wasn't the same, to be sure, as being there live. Stinson! Attaboy, Stinger! Shooter! Great job. Justin Stinson. He's having himself a game. 7-2. Harlem.
Stinson lives right down the road here, brought his whole family out today. I see a cadre of supporters going crazy there in the Stinson family. Great to see for Shooter. I'm with you. It's hard. I'm trying to create that repetition response here to it.
I mean, it's good because it's alliterative. Stinger, Stinson, S-T-I-N, and both. It's nice.
As the one who coined it, obviously I'm a little particular about it, but
it's true.
It's okay. I'll let it go. Just like you in the chat, I'll let it go.
Right. Hey, let us know in the chat. Do you prefer Shooter or Stinger? Oh, there's no chat? Cool. I could do that bit for a while.
I think you need to watch some Frozen, my friend, or just take a little lesson from Miss Elsa there, and perhaps just let it go.
Let it go. Let it go.
Be one with the wind and sky, my friend.
That's fair. Número ocho. Oh man, knocked out of there. Was that the paw of the keeper, or was that blocked in front?
I think he took a block in front there.
I thought so. Okay.
Two minutes, 26 seconds left to go here in the second quarter. It is Harlem FC with the commanding 7-deuce lead.
Looking to go to 1-1. And then later tonight should be a very entertaining match. Here we go, looking for the 8th. The chip is kind of like some of the chips I shoot, undercooked, a little low, and headed to the sand trap of the gloves of the keeper.
Big match coming up next, DTIS versus the Blue Boys from Bama, Pumas, Alabama.
Wow. The South remembers. So how will this one play out?
They are certainly going to have to rise up if they are going to try and knock down DTS's formidable, 25-3 scoring record so far in this game. Good luck keeping the likes of Urban Mojica from finding his 10th goal of the tournament as he approaches his third start.
However, I think, hang on, because DTIS scored, so they've got 25. Pumas has 26 goals because they put 19 on Team USA.
So what's your over-under for the next match here?
I mean, like 11. Here's Stinson. That's the shooter. No, it's not. It's the other one. It's the other silver-haired Brian Rodriguez.
Brian.
Hey, he's got a brace.
Found himself the opening goal and the most recent goal in today's match, bookending either side of 8 goals.
I mean, it is the last minute. It should be the last goal. 40 seconds left in this one.
Oh, ye of little faith.
I mean, I'll be wrong here in seconds from now. Harlem now 1-1. Coachella Valley 0-2. Here comes Pacheco to the middle, to the wing, and Rodriguez has a hat trick.
And just when we thought Brian might get ousted from his ability to bookend either end of this game with his 8th goal for the team, he finds the 9th goal for the team. And with 8 seconds left here on the restart, I think we have finally can say, well, now we can say that is the end of the scoring.
Number 4 still wanted to get one more shot away. Missed by the whole field.
Our final score, 9-2, Harlem FC. Take this one. Coachella Valley fall to 0-2 and see their tournament hopes come to an end. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with DTIS versus Puma after this.
Hi guys, I'm Jen Corbett, founder and director of Warrior for Children. Warrior for Children is a nonprofit organization that serves children and youth navigating trauma. Our goal is to show up for kids who have been in tough spaces. Kids that have experienced physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, domestic violence, lost their home in a fire, been in a car accident, lost a parent. We're here to help kids in tough spaces know that they're not alone and to show up for them in times that are tough for them. I started Warrior for Children because I'm a nurse that works with children navigating trauma, and I saw how difficult it was to get the items that they needed in order to thrive and heal. So that's what we do. We provide them tangible resources immediately as they need it to begin the healing process. We educate the caregivers and those around them so that they know what they can do to help these kids heal. And then lastly, we surround them with fun, happy, healthy adults to help them learn to do art, to play sports, to be with our animals, to learn to trust the world again so that they can heal and be the best that they can be. I had the awesome opportunity to learn about King's Cup and to meet Frank through a mutual friend that we had, Rob from Rare Breed. Frank and I trained together at Rare Breed. My kid was really involved at Rare Breed, and I got to learn and meet Frank. When I met Frank, immediately his desire was to show up for kids as well. His passion was to use his platform in order to elevate voices that were not elevated in other ways. So together, Warrior for Children and King's Cup became an ultimate connection because together we could be more powerful if we worked out together with a mission to serve these kids.
Welcome back to the Kings Cup tournament, coming at you live from the Spears Family Soccer Center here at the YMCA in Upland in the heart of California's Inland Empire. My name is Jonathan Reimer, and joining me on the mic for DTIS versus Pumas, Alabama, once again, Mr. Craig Elston.
Hello, hello. It is great to be here. It is great to have been here. We've been here all day for Kings Cup 2024. 8 teams began.
Pretty sure all night, too. I think I'm just going to crash here in the green room, and that way I'll be ready to go tomorrow morning.
There's a cot back there, maybe.
Maybe I'll just curl up in one of these goals, just kind of wrap up in the net for the night, and then I'm wake up fresh and ready to go tomorrow.
If you stay in there too long, Irvin Mojica will hit you with a soccer ball.
That is true.
He scored 9 goals in 2 matches. The number 17 for DTIS in white and black. They are 2-0. Pumas, Alabama. Each player hailing from the state of Alabama and the suburbs of Birmingham. None of them anything but Alabama born and raised.
Roll Tide.
They are 2-0 as well. So this should be a whale of a match. This is 2 of the top 4 teams in this tournament. And 2 teams that very much expect to play for money tomorrow. In fact, at 2-0, they are set. They're going to both play for money tomorrow.
Kia DePana has given our ball kid a high five, sent him back to the benches. Looks like we are ready to get underway in what is going to be a good preview of the action tomorrow. We had a really tightly contested last game, starting to get to the point in the tournament where the cream has risen. Here we have DTIS and Puma, the 2 leading scorers. I believe we figured at 26 and 25 goals already scored. So over 50 goals scored between these 2 teams. And as Craig alluded to earlier, 50 is a very large number.
It's huge. So the 18-minute running clock actually started a minute and 52 seconds ago. And we are at 16:05 remaining in this first half as the 2 teams continued to warm up even though the clock was running. And that's the way it goes at Kings Cup 24. Here comes Mojica, Mr. Golden Boot. Down into the corner. And the Pumas keeper is on safari out there. Gave it away almost. Christian Gutierrez, Brandon Escoto crashing in on defense. Whistling a foul called on DTIS. Into the corner. Go ahead.
Oh, Pumas with the Route 1 ball. Great idea over the top there, trying to catch DTIS sleeping. Some good defensive effort there.
DTIS number 21 is Robon Ramirez. He's got 4 goals in the tournament. Christian Gutierrez, number 15 on the ball. He's got 1. And there's Mojica, who had a 5 and a 4-goal game.
9 goals in 2 games.
Seems good.
Even in the indoor world where at times our statistics can be laughably large. 9 goals in 2 games. I don't care what version of the sport you're playing. That's pretty darn good.
Here comes the Rojo brothers. Juan Manuel wearing number 3. Number 2 is Ismael Rojo.
The cross-frontera attack. Transfrontera Tijuanenses, I believe, as y'all like to say.
Yes. The Tijuanense, those coming from and hailing from Tijuana. Long shot, better save.
Yes.
That is 7.
And just
Pardon me, Selvin.
PSA to all you folks out there, it's Tijuana.
Tijuana. Yeah, Tijuana. Tijuana is what many Americans say. It is not technically correct. That'd be an Americanized version of the great city of Tijuana.
Tijuana, California, birthplace of the Caesar salad.
Little known fact. Like the ultimate golf midway snack is a chicken Caesar wrap.
It's a beautiful thing. Love me a Caesar salad.
Chicken Caesar wrap is just really, really good. I think it's just always
perfect.
It's just always good.
Just perfect.
It really is. Can't go wrong. Don't skimp on the croutons, though. Got to have some croutons in there.
You got to season those croutons, too, all right? None of these under-seasoned croutons,
yeah,
all right?
That's just stale bread.
I'm done with that.
Got to come correct.
And
0-0.
smaller croutons, all right? I don't like these giant ice cube-sized croutons, all
Okay,
right?
I'm with you on that. Especially in a wrap. I mean, you want it to be bite-sized. Center and goal. Beautifully done. Pumas converts the corner for the opening goal, and it is Alder Georgiana.
I believe that's Georgiana's 5th goal of the tournament.
Well, there's 2 of them. I think they've spread it out. I think Eder got 1 too. But that's for the Puma statisticians to figure out later. You can call me for my notes.
Given the quantity of goals and suspect nature of rosters provided,
fair.
I think we're given a grain of salt here, my friend.
I think we're owed it. Frankly, I think we're owed it.
And as long as you give those croutons a couple grains of salt as well, too, Craig and I will be happy. You can clearly tell that we are feeling...
Match 9. Match 9 feels. Rojo, long outside shot, but a better save.
Absolutely brilliant save. Full Superman extension up to the corner.
Oh! No harm, no foul, no blood, no ambulance. Now a foul. With much less harm.
The first one looked egregious. The second one looked like no foul, but here we are nonetheless.
Play continues. This is a tense one, and it's going to be a good one into the last 3 minutes, I would suspect. DTIS hasn't gone this long without scoring all day. They had at least 4 goals in each match by this point.
Well, we do have to say DTIS has clearly already punched their ticket clear into the knockouts.
Yeah, both these teams should be in, I would imagine.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a similar matchup to this tomorrow. These 2 teams could be facing off again tomorrow.
Almost have to.
So perhaps there's a little of that in the back of the mind of both of these teams right now. Don't want to give away too much. It'll probably be a lot of hero ball throughout the course of this game.
Alan Crespo, left footer. Played for Monterrey last year. The undefeated Flash that fell in the playoffs. Shocking.
Really was. I mean, I think everyone saw it was going to be an all-Mexico final. Certainly looked like it was going to be Chihuahua. Oh, there was so close to the Venta Scora. We've been rooting for it all day. Folks, if you're just joining us, there are 3 giant air conditioning vents that cross over laterally our surface.
Wave the 20 up there for the Venta Scora.
And we are praying that a ball ricochets off of that into a scoring attempt for a Venta Scora, a variation of the time-honored Walla Scora, a term coined and used when the ball is played off the wall as part of the assist or shot here in the indoor game. That'll provide the Walla Scora. We're looking for the Venta Scora.
We're really looking for the Venta Scora at this point. This is 9 matches, and I haven't seen one yet, and I really want one.
We almost had it. Almost.
I've even taken the 20 out of my wallet now. It's ready to be thrown without context on the field.
That is no joke, folks. That is no joke. Mr. Jackson himself has made an appearance here.
It's ready to go. 9:15 left in the first half. Very tactical. 2 good teams defending in their 3rd match. Should be the most tired they are tonight as well, of course. Just must be special to have those young legs that you can heat up and warm, cool down 3 times in one day and still be able to move.
It impresses me when a 20-year-old does it. It baffles me when the 30 and 40-year-olds do it.
Great attempt by Ramirez on the far post. Warded off. Pumas enjoying a 1-0 lead. Beyond halfway through this first half.
Super 6th attacker here creeping his way forward.
Looking to direct traffic, Paulo Nascimento style. And then keeper plays it into the corner. He's got to get back here. Here comes Christian Gutierrez on attack.
This is a dangerous move to play this far forward as a keeper for this long, but did result in a shot on goal.
Yeah, nice header try there by Pumas number 20, Castillo. Churas, Brandon Escoto. Lost the ball. Back to Gutierrez. .7:22 in the first half. DTIS working the ball out of their side of the field. The push forward and foul is drawn by Cervantes. Blue card has been shown. Okay.
Sorry about that, folks. We were just getting an update from today's officials on the remaining contests left to be played today. We are hearing that there will only be 2 games played after this one. That Team USA has suffered an injury to their keeper and had to back out of the remainder of the tournament. And that would spell the end of the day for Team USA. Should they be selected to advance, they would be eligible to return tomorrow. At this point, they are 0-2 with a severe goal differential, so it does not appear as though that will be the case.
There's the equalizer for DTIS with 6:18 left in the first half. A well-struck ball by DTIS number 13, Alan Perez.
Alan Perez creeping up the golden boot sheet as well, too. He is still a firm way off of his teammate, Irvin Mojica.
So a goal in the 12th minute for a 1-1 tie.
A disappointing news for Tavoy Morgan, Lauren Sesselman, and the rest of Team USA, as it appears as though their tournament has come to an end.
Well, their goalkeeper was so good, and to hear that after the shot barrage that she took that was unable to go for round 3, perfectly understandable. She acquitted herself extraordinarily well.
Difficult news to pass along, but just trying to keep you all updated on what is yet to transpire. So we have 2 games left here in the Kings Cup Day 1 group stages. So it looks like IFC versus Harlem will be our next game, and Prodigy versus Coachella will round us out for the end of the day.
Wow. And here I am, having promised to do all but 2 matches for you. Under 5 to go in this first half. Continuing to pass the information along. This is a good one so far, with an even more dramatic second half to come, as we are 1-1 with 5 minutes to go in the half. Into the corner. Nice little stop and go. DTIS crashing in on defense with Ramirez. Rojo asking for rotation. It's backed into the keeper, Selvenstans. He's going to throw one out quick to Ramirez. Churras was hoping. And a foul called, and Pumas thinks it was light.
Hit upon one of the senior most and most experienced referees in the indoor game. One who makes the call there today. He is the head of our officiating crew for this match. Playing the role of Ryan Sigich today.
Pumas on attack, 3:44. DTIS has not been able to assert their will in this match. Pumas has been strong on the ball, and that giant roster coming in handy. I mean, this is the match for the extra size roster to pay off, isn't it?
especially late in the day. It's a recreational game, if anything, at this point, with both of these teams having qualified for the knockout rounds. You'd have to imagine if you're a second, third string player, it's a brilliant opportunity to get some minutes and prove your worth going into the knockout rounds tomorrow.
Juan Manuel Rojo. Garay had it taken off. Pumas probing. And just out in front. And Selvin almost guilty of touching outside the crease, but he was not.
Really a well-worked idea there. Entrance pass just a touch too heavy.
The intensity of defending is way up in this match.
You can tell that both of these teams want to be considered a favorite tomorrow.
I would say they'd be playing for home field, but it's all going to be here, so higher seeding.
Certainly could determine your opponent, could extend your life. I think especially in a knockout stages, getting a weaker, quote-unquote, first opponent, especially to start off the day, might be a perfect way to get yourself in. There's definitely some gamesmanship left, and by all appearances, neither of these teams are taking this match off.
I mean, right now you're looking at probably Pumas or Immortals to take that fourth spot. Probably Prodigy, DTIS, and Pumas for the other three. So if you can avoid somehow playing DTIS or Prodigy in the first round, big news. Minute 38, Pumas on approach, kicked out, headed into the corner. Garay of DTIS to Ramirez. 1:15. Into the waiting arms of the Harlem keeper. Pardon me, the Pumas keeper. They are figuring out the schedule of our remaining two matches while we contest this one. As we mentioned earlier, Team USA having to retire due to a goalkeeper injury.
And Craig, I got an update for you. Our final two games of the afternoon will be swapped. So our next game will be Prodigy Coachella, and our final game today will be Immortals versus Harlem.
Got it.
Just a swap of the final two games there. Note just passed along to me now.
Good stuff. I told my dear friend and compatriot, collaborator, compadre, Jonathan Reimer, that I was good for all but two matches today. It's good for all but the last two. That's exactly how I phrased it. I didn't say that I was good for 10. I said I was good for all but the last two. It's very careful to be lawyerly like that.
Technically correct, the best kind of correct, as we have established. We've also established a 1-1 scoreline as we head into the half. DTIS versus Puma, settling for that spot in the knockouts when we get back for the second half.
Let's go second half. This should be a good one. Fired up, ready to lock in for these last 17 and a half minutes. DTIS and Pumas, Alabama, 1-1 tie. Winner will be 3-0 and in charge of their bracket. Christian Gutierrez finds his favorite spot at the very top of the top netting, and that's how we'll get started.
I tell you, if you're a San Diego American football team and you're looking for that field goal kicker.
Oh, he'd be the guy. Unfortunately, we lost our NFL team, though. But that's a different story. 1 minute done in this one. It's 18-minute running halves if you're just checking in.
I will say, Craig, I'm pretty sure on behalf of most Angelinos, you could have them back.
Yeah, well, at this point, if they were offered back, it would be a pretty tricky wicket. We tore down their stadium, replaced it with a smaller stadium, and at least half the city hates them completely. So
I do miss the Murph, I have to be honest. I had a lot of fond memories of going down and seeing Tony Gwynn play there.
Well, now replaced by Snapdragon Stadium, built through the good folks at San Diego State University, and now home to not only the great shot outside goalkeeper. Chris Hernandez took that shot. Now everyone screams bloody murder as the ball goes into the corner.
You scream, they scream, we all scream for ice cream. Shout out to Brewster's Ice Cream, supporter of the King's Cup tournament.
Love it.
If you are here in the IE and looking for a frosty dip, Brewster's Ice Cream, your place to be.
Hernandez, tremendous young goalkeeper. Impact player in the sport of indoor soccer. That's a foul. This game is getting a lot more punchy.
Physicality has certainly ratcheted up as we head into the waning 15 minutes here.
Pushy, shovey, grabby, holdy, and the foul called properly.
Yet to have a tie game here today. This one is headed that direction at the moment. Although a 1-1 scoreline, the most unlikely of finishes in an indoor game.
I mean, the fewest goals we've had today in a match is 5 combined. So this is really something so far, but I think it's also the first time we've truly seen two top sides play one another. Although Harlem really acquitted themselves well in that last match, to be sure. Wow.
Yeah, the physicality, I have a feeling we are going to see some blue cards at some point in time in this half. Dangerously close to one there for kicking the ball away and delaying the restart.
And with two entirely Mexican teams, except for the team that's only from Alabama, you got a lot of guys who know one another. You got a lot of guys who've played one another, kicked one another, are used to competing at a high level. So you're going to see everything come out in these last 14 minutes.
Oh, and you know that 15 years down the road, some of these players still remember that one errant boot that found their knee.
They always do.
Long memories in this game.
Like hitters who know which pitchers have hit them and where. Christian Hernandez is just flying in, and his shot was blocked by Mojica, who wanted to block it to his toe and then chip him.
You could see he was trying to play that one off the boards. Try and Wallace-Scora himself in. The self-Wallace-Scora, one of my personal favorite Wallace-Scoras.
That's the best. Only thing better than that's a Ventascora. This is a great curving strike and a better save. Outstanding save, Aaron Selvin. It's been a dynamite goalkeeper. No, I also said I looked at the wrong team. I'm so sorry. Rodriguez. Great job. Hang on. Don't do this. Don't do this.
Well, and here we have the defenstration of sanity. Looks like both benches heading on over. Blue cards being shown all around. And this is exactly what we don't want to see. Folks, remember this game is for the kids. To try and raise a sense of community. To try and grow. We have security entering the field now, and this is about a worst-case scenario for this match. Hopefully our officials and security crews.
Frank and Uzi are out.
Uzi Tayou going out there, not a man you want to chest up with.
And neither is Frank. Frank's trying to just calm everybody down. Just no need to get into it.
Well, we're seeing some hugs on some side and still some fierce words on the other. It appears as though cooler heads are prevailing.
He is really getting into it with Omar Santillan, longtime indoor vet. He had to be kind of pushed away from the whole situation.
So we see the replay here. It's a fairly common foul. There's nothing too cynical or egregious about it. Perhaps there's something with the hands.
I think it's maybe the jump over or I don't know.
I didn't see anyone making any contact here. We'll get another look at it. Again, big shout out to our SCCS production crew doing a fantastic job holding it down here with us all day. I didn't see anything in that replay that warranted the aftermath we saw. I think it was just the slow buildup and accumulation, simmer to boil of everything that has transpired throughout the course of today and this particular match.
Now, Frank, of course, played for years in Mexico, both with Solis de Sonora as well as Monterrey Flash. So he's been teammates with many of the players from Pumas. He and Santillan have been teammates in the past. So he's out there, bilingual, can help diffuse.
We see a blue-yellow combo being shown to Pumas.
I would expect matching 7-minute penalties probably.
I would assume offsetting penalties, typically what happens when you have a kerfuffle like the one that we just had. Maybe even a full-blown fracas.
We got to kerfuffle. I don't think we reached fracas. We need some swings for fracas. Here's another look. Things getting serious. Push down. You're just seeing some of the plays, and then the legs are extended to trip the player. So that's really a tete-a-tete type situation. You did this to me, I do this to you. Right there. Hands up a little bit. Arm being held. The swim move. Really nothing there.
Yeah.
Nothing at all, to be honest with you.
It's the tempers of young men getting the better of themselves here.
And now here's the initiating play. Probably thinking that was a late steal attempt and a little bit of a push in the back. Elbow got into the back, and that's where it got started.
A couple loose limbs and swinging arms there. Nothing.
Yeah. Now, you see that guy talking in the T-shirt? That's Gustavo Rosales. I know Gustavo Rosales, and that's him.
He is listed as assistant coach number 1 on our rosters here. So perhaps an eponymous family member, son, something like that. What I do know is that we have a 1-1 game that has been closely contested, to say the least.
Closely, now hotly contested.
Craig, they heard this was your last call of the day, and they just wanted to make sure that you got your money's worth out of it.
Let's fire it up.
Keep you here an extra few minutes. Clock has resumed.
It's true. They are keeping me an extra 5 minutes.
Your attempts to beat the traffic, my friend,
you did it. You got me.
May have gone the wayside. No. While we have a moment, I sincerely appreciate you coming out and joining us.
It's my pleasure.
Showing your support for the beautiful indoor game here. And it's been an honor and a pleasure to set aside our adversarial roles to,
we're the broadcasters.
To be in tandem here today.
We're not adversaries. We're the broadcasters. Berto and Leo can get mad at each other. Or, like, you know.
Well, Berto heard that. He's giving you eyes now.
Yeah. Or Roscoe, he can get mad at Churras. You know, like. The players, the coaches, maybe. The players, yes. The broadcasters, we're on the same team.
I consider the Broadcasters Union a tight-knit group of like-minded folk.
I agree. Couldn't agree more. And I loved seeing our broadcasts in the MASL continue to improve year by year. 10 minutes and change in this one, minus penalty time. I'm just assuming they're going to show stoppage time at the end of the because of all the delays. But I'm used to the outdoor game. Wave tomorrow versus Spirit, 5 p.m. Will Alex Morgan score her first goal of the year? Christian Hernandez really wants to score a goal.
And you'd think with 4-on-4 soccer as we're playing here, this would be the opportunity.
Keeper getting quite froggy in terms of getting across midfield. Here's a steal and a goal for Pumas. Pumas takes the 2-1 lead. Eddie Sanchez, his first goal, coming off the turnover.
And it's a massive one at that. Picks up the ball right there, top of the box, fires into the wide open net. And DTIS trailing for the first time today after outscoring their opponents 25-3 in games 1 and 2, are currently looking up the opposite end of a 2-1 scoreline here.
There's a foul. Well, sometimes, and I'm speaking in general, sometimes, hey, we got a blue card on Pumas, and this could be a big call right here to give DTIS a shot at the equalizer.
Is this going to be 4-on-3?
I think so. Joda says, thanks for drawing the foul. Get off the floor. I want to play.
Clock's still ticking.
Heat up.
8:45.
I got to whistle the ball back in to start the power play officially.
I'm still seeing 4-on-4.
And now number 8. Well, how can there be a blue without a man off? Okay, meaningless blue card.
We are still 4-on-4.
They showed the blue, but it didn't mean what it usually does.
I would assume DTIS would know if they were supposed to have.
I think the officials just screwed up or recognized their screw up because they stopped the game and the clock to confer.
You could see the DTIS players asking for the blue card. Because Pumas should be down to 3 men. That should be a too many men penalty. This should be another blue card. We should be looking at 4-on-2.
I think you can't go below 3. If I remember my rule right, you get an extra 2 minutes instead of 3.
That is
instead
correct.
Of going to 2.
That is correct.
Eventually, it just peels down to the goalkeeper after a bunch of fouls. Keeper's just standing there as everyone does rondo around him, like.
Are you not entertained? I
might be
interesting.
I might be.
So,
if that keeper was Toth, I'd at least give him a fighting chance.
We have 5, 4.
There's 4 Alabamans. Brandon has now shown at least 4 phantom cards in pantomime. And it remains 4v4, so your guess is as good as mine.
It appears 4v3.
Well, okay. All right, they finally got rid of the 4th guy. I just looked up and there were 4. Okay, they finally got rid of that guy. So this is the power play that was promised, like the Prince that was promised. And this is DTIS's chance to tie 4v3. Mojica and Churras, 2 dangerous players. Ramirez, that shot blocked.
1 penalty has come to a close. We have a whistle, but we have play resumed, but we have a whistle.
And that one blocked away. So
we had a whistle during the run of play. We are back to 4v4.
Okay, why?
It should be 5v4. DTIS is short a player. It's the first foul where the offsetting penalties.
Were the 2 penalties, wasn't it?
So it should be 5v4. I just think DTIS may have forgotten that they're allowed to put a 5th player out now.
Well, this has been a weird one. Here comes Churras. Churras runs into his man, falls down. Foul is called. That's a classic Brandon Escoto play. I've seen it many times. Run into the chest of the defender. That ball tipped away on the sharp angle by Hernandez.
It is now 5v4.
Okay. I think you were right. I think they just missed their sub.
I think DTIS was unaware that their first penalty had come to a close there.
Well, seeing as there's no penalty box and there's no penalty clock, it's pretty easy to make that mistake. 6:20 and a tight one. Mojica had 9 goals in the first 2 games. Can he get his first of this one? He can! And tie it up on the power play. Irvin Mojica. Goal numero 10 en la cancha.
10 goals in 3 games. We've still got 6 minutes left to play. Running away with the Golden Boot. I don't think there's anyone who has more than 5 at this point. So he is doubled up on the next nearest competitor in the Golden Boot running.
Why is the
and
clock
barring
stopped?
a sensational performance tomorrow, the clock is stopped again.
Uzi is like now the 4th official. He's in the officials box and he's like telling people how many players should be on. Trying to get it organized. It should be 5v5 now because they scored in the power play. right? Right.
It is 5v5.
And there it is. Okay.
Sanity restored.
Start the clock, please. Wind that clock. Clock never should have stopped,
Agreed.
based on the rules we were told.
Craig, we're keeping you here as long as we physically and possibly can, my friend.
Listen, I understand. I know how the universe works. I bow to the whims of the universe. Great side ward by the keep. I've never seen that form in my life.
That's one way to close down the space. Just back up straight into the board there. Showing the small side of your body, probably not the recommended approach for a keeper.
Like trying to push a guy out of a train the way he was. Get out of here. 5:20. Wild play continuing. It's gotten physical. It's gotten tactical. It's gotten, quite frankly, a little bit ugly. And
Wouldn't be King's Cup if there wasn't one game that got completely off the rails. To be honest, part of the fun. Hope you're enjoying it with us. Craig Elston, Jonathan Reimer here with you for the next 5 minutes.
Omar Santillan in there on that play for Pumas. Remember, no overtime. I mean, unless they're really determined to keep me here. And
I vote for a rule change to allow overtime.
Just for this match.
Just for this match.
This one match only. Plays until a winner, period.
And a blue card has been shown to...
Why?
It looks like 6 men. Once again, Pumas will be down a man.
Oof.
Pumas, Alabama. DTIS looks like they will be back on the power play. Clock still ticking down as we approach the 4-minute mark here. As Pumas figures out exactly who is going to be serving their penalty. The moment they still have 5 players on the pitch.
Well, you know, that kind of shaky substitution may work in Alabaster, but it doesn't work in Upland.
I think, you know, side note, we are learning so much about the Birmingham suburbs today.
Thank you, Google.
We are 5v4. It is DTIS with the man advantage.
Trying to take the lead. Rojo just missed. Trying to pick out the corner like he's known to do. Santillan to Hernandez to get it out. Rojo chips it. Pumas controls. Down a man. This is good work to get the ball deep. Now, big Rojo. Ishmael Rojo. 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 Like a human pinball bumper just moving up the wall.
It's going to be Pumas ball here after a moment. DTIS in no hurry to get the ball back over for the restart.
I mean, they should be. They're on the power play. Pumas happy to time waste.
Interesting tactic from DTIS there. I think you'd want to take advantage of every second you possibly could with the man advantage.
Wow, that had to be a foul, absolutely. Couldn't play advantage when Crespo's being tripped to the floor. Oh, what? And this will be nonsense, I'm sure. And Brandon, two-hand pushes over number 21 on Pumas, then extends his hand in Amistad, and that hand was rejected by Gustavo Rosales Jr.
The whistles have been coming in flurries here in the waning moments. We are about 10 seconds off of the 2-minute warning.
This is some classic. Churras in the middle. Tried to feed it down low. Couldn't get it to Crespo. This is some classic, highly contentious indoor action. Big Rojo on the bomb into the corner. Well warded off by Pumas. Churras heads it back toward the danger zone. Minute 38 for someone to find a goal. Everyone tripping over each other's legs to sell fouls now. We knew all the dark arts would come out at some point. Here
You called
they
it. You called it. Someone has summoned Voldemort onto the pitch here for sure.
It's that time. It's these teams. It's this moment. It's going to happen every time. Hernandez. And another. And another. Oh, baby, the restart, which I think was an illegal restart. And
None of it mattered.
Yeah.
One of the best saves of the match, and it was outside of the run of play. 55 seconds left to go. Still knotted at deuces.
We may have a 2-2 tie. And I think the odds are we will. Can someone defy the odds in the last 40 seconds? Or will this one be our first draw of the day? Appropriate between two really good teams. 30 seconds. Hernandez has wanted to be the goal-scoring hero. Could he do it? Now's the time if there ever was. You can have these peanut cheese burritos, by the way.
Awful kind of you.
And either one, Jake, take your choice. 6 seconds. You better restart. Yeah, you can't do that. Well, chicanery rules the moment.
I was about to say, here's your dark arts once again. Much ado about nothing as our final score, 2-2 DTIS versus Puma. Both teams already having punched their ticket into tomorrow's knockouts will find themselves another point in the bracket spread apiece. More importantly, this is the moment we get to extend our sincere and humble thanks to Mr. Craig Elston.
Hey,
thank you so much for
appreciate
joining
you,
us
brother.
on the mic today. Safe travels back home. Folks, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be back with our second to last match of the day right after this.
Hi guys, I'm Jen Corbett, founder and director of Warrior for Children. Warrior for Children is a nonprofit organization that serves children and youth navigating trauma. Our goal is to show up for kids who have been in tough spaces. Kids that have experienced physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, domestic violence, lost their home in a fire, been in a car accident, lost a parent. We're here to help kids in tough spaces know that they're not alone and to show up for them in times that are tough for them. I started Warrior for Children because I'm a nurse that works with children navigating trauma, and I saw how difficult it was to get the items that they needed in order to thrive and heal. So that's what we do. We provide them tangible resources immediately as they need it to begin the healing process. We educate the caregivers and those around them so that they know what they can do to help these kids heal. And then lastly, we surround them with fun, happy, healthy adults to help them learn to do art, to play sports, to be with our animals, to learn to trust the world again so that they can heal and be the best that they can be. I had the awesome opportunity to learn about King's Cup and to meet Frank through a mutual friend that we had, Rob from Rare Breed. Frank and I trained together at Rare Breed. My kid was really involved at Rare Breed, and I got to learn and meet Frank. When I met Frank, immediately his desire was to show up for kids as well. His passion was to use his platform in order to elevate voices that were not elevated in other ways. So together, Warrior for Children and King's Cup became an ultimate connection, because together we could be more powerful if we worked out together with a mission to serve these kids.
Welcome back to the Spears Family Soccer Center here in beautiful Upland, California at the YMCA in the heart of California's Inland Empire. Jonathan Reimer here with you. You can call me Doc. We're going to be facing off here with Coachella Valley FC versus Prodigy FC. Certainly a laundry list of recognizable names here on Prodigy. Roberto Escalante, Gabe Costa, Leo Oliveira, Pee Wee Ortega. I mean, good Lord, the list goes on and on. Charlie and Felipe Gonzalez. I mean, Oliveira, Toth, Marks, Tiago versus Coachella Valley. And we would love to tell you a little bit more about the Coachella Valley players, but somewhat hilariously on our roster sheets this morning, where they are supposed to fill in their jersey numbers, they have left us all their phone numbers. So I have the ability to call everyone on Coachella Valley, but just not call what they're doing during the game. But we're underway here with Prodigy maintaining possession to start out. Craig Elston, who was joining me throughout the course of the day, had to call it quits and head on home. He has PA responsibilities at Snapdragon Stadium for the National Women's Soccer League tomorrow. So he is on the road. You're stuck with me the rest of the way through here. To everyone who has been tuning in this far, my sincere appreciation. Ball down in the quarter. Marks has a big opportunity with a shot there, deflected out wide. Collected by the revelation, Gabriel Costa. As the ball finds its all the way back to the capable feet of one Chris Toth. Play it out again. Ball finds itself at the feet of Costa. Great 1-2 to try and find the entrance. Turn the corner. Big opportunity for the shot there. Deflected wide and away with the chip attempt. Almost a dangerous moment there for Coachella Valley in front of goal, and the ball does end up coming back into the hands of the keeper. Walking the line there, careful not to walk that ball out of bounds. Had a really fun day here at the Kings Cup tournament for the second iteration. So that one once again takes a minute to get itself out of the back end. I'd like to thank everybody who's been tuning in. Big opportunity here to raise some awareness around the indoor game and try and create some positive energy around the beautiful indoor game here in the Inland Empire. Of course, the Kings Cup tournament, the Spark a Dream. As we've got our first goal of the match, infamous number 11, Senor Once, finding Prodigy on the board. Unfortunately, number 11 not listed on our rosters for today, but fantastic work by number 11 nonetheless. Purpose of today's tournament, not only to send a winning team home tomorrow with that cash prize, but raise some money for the Spark a Dream Foundation benefiting the YMCA here in Upland, California. As a big chip over the top finds its way up above the board and up into the net. Coachella Valley really struggling to get the ball out of their own defensive end here as yet another turnover leads to an odd man rush coming back the other direction. This one comfortably collected at the feet of the keeper. It's Charlie Gonzalez who's able to settle that pass down back to the feet of Chris Toth, who will come out and play out. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of our sponsors that have helped make this tournament happen today. To the folks at Salt Athletic, our sincere thanks. Rare Breed, Sweet Sweat, the Mahogany Bay Resort in San Pedro Belize, which, if you've had a chance to catch any of their commercials, looks like an absolutely wonderful place to go and enjoy a beautiful vacation. As that shot goes wide up into the netting. Goalkeeper distribution for Mr. Toth. For those who enjoy the Fino things in life, Cali Fino Tequila, we'd like to thank them for their participation today. The folks at Flight providing the official game balls of the Kings Cup tournament, RPM 12 and Mindful Space Yoga and Activation. Coachella Valley just muscled off the ball once again. This is a bit of a David versus Goliath match here, as you have the local boys from Coachella Valley just down the road here east of the Inland Empire, out in the Palm Springs, Palm Desert adjacent areas, immediately to the east of us here in the Inland Empire. And they are up against a formidable team with a ton of all-stars on it, as that ball is clearly handled inside the box, but our referees decide that not worth a whistle in this case, and we play on. And yet another turnover. It's Marks here. Ooh, an inside shot for Chargo there. Had a brilliant look and an opportunity, but just played the ball directly into the chest of the keeper. Another spill inside the box there, collected once again by Coachella Valley as that ball comes out somewhat dangerously so once again, forcing Coachella Valley to retreat. Charlie settles, allows the ball to play over. Unfortunately, the backheel pass not finding its home as Coachella attempts to get the ball across the halfway line, something that has proven quite difficult for them so far in the first 5 minutes of play. Successfully done here for Coachella. It's been a fun tournament so far. We've definitely seen the teams with the significant number of MASL talent have been the better teams on the score sheet throughout the course of the day. No surprise there, I would assume. No team with more talent than perhaps this Prodigy FC team, although I will say throughout the course of the game today, they have struggled to find that kind of cohesion that we would expect from a team that plays together regularly. No surprise, this is not a team that plays together regularly. Perhaps by tomorrow as we enter into the knockout stages, a little bit more opportunity to see Prodigy get their sea legs with one another. It has been hero ball for the most part going forward. So here's a great looking opportunity, one-on-one versus Toth. Toth doing a great job seeing him out. Traps the ball underneath his feet brilliantly. No surprise there from the multi-time goalkeeper of the year, the Iceman himself, Chris Toth, with a brilliant play there outside his box and a brilliant pass. Chance for a 3-on-1. And Rian Marks finds the back of the net. Number 26 finding number 2 for Prodigy as they take the lead here. Rian Marks having himself a heck of a day so far. Marquez Marks, the controversy and conversation goes on. So I'm joined here in the booth by none other than John Spire. I'm going to try and talk him into putting a headset on and joining me here real quick. He's looking at me with fear in his eyes.
You're the one that should be fearful, my friend.
Please welcome to the broadcast none other than the PA voice of your Empire Strikers, the man who speaks the voice of LaMetatron, John Spire. Welcome to the broadcast, my friend.
Hey, great to be here. Fun to check in with y'all.
Explain your role throughout the course of the festivities today, my friend, as we've got a clear trip, and it's going to be a blue card against the keeper here. Coachella is going to have to go to their backup keeper, as that is a very, very clear blue card. Explain your role, my friend, throughout the course of today's festivities.
I'm a little bit of I would explain myself as a game marshal.
A game marshal? Does that come with a fancy badge?
What do you mean by that?
Do you get a gun?
No. The marshal on the golf course, if you will. I am a little bit of an in-between the officials and the game event programmer, and I'm getting a signal over here.
They want your mic a little closer to the mouth there so we can get a little more volume, my friend. You got to get that mic voice right up in there.
Anyway, let's just put it this way. I try to make sure that the event goes as smoothly as possible and make sure the players, the fans, the refs are happy. You too, Jonathan. Want you to be happy.
Well, nothing makes me happier than to seeing you join us here on the mic. What are your thoughts on the tournament so far as a whole as Rian Marks finds that pass across to the back post, almost tapped in at the back post?
Ciro had an opportunity there, huh? Recent sign by the Strikers. There it is. Puts it in. Ciro Oliveira.
Great job by Ciro. Just reminds me of the dog from Nightmare Before Christmas, Zero. You a Nightmare Before Christmas fan, my friend?
Actually, I'm not familiar with it.
Never seen Nightmare Before Christmas. Come on. Danny Elfman, legendary vocalist and composer, frontman of the Los Angeles band Oingo Boingo, sings the voice of Jack Skellington and wrote an epic masterpiece of cartoon glory.
I apologize. I was raised by parents who were in the theater world, and I was probably watching Mary Poppins. So... yeah, I apologize. That's someone I'll have to look up.
It's all right. I'll take that comment with a spoonful of sugar. That's okay.
Wow. He's quick, even after 7 hours of play-by-play.
Oh, thank God you're joining me, just so that I have someone to kind of bounce ideas off of here. We have been on the mic with very little break for 7 straight hours, running a marathon tournament. It's Chris Toth running himself well across the offensive line there, and a dangerous pass out with the net abandoned, but good job there by Prodigy FC, retreating and getting the ball back. It's the revelation. Gabe Costa plays it right into the feet of the keeper, and a goal clearance off the line. Great defensive work by Coachella Valley FC there.
Yeah, so you asked me what I thought about this tournament so far. I love it. I love getting back out here and seeing these guys play. It's so encouraging to see that. I feel like the sport's growing. These tournaments.
On the back of the TST tournament, incredible success for the exposure that the #Arena Boys have been getting.
Exactly. And I think the King's Cup is going to continue and hopefully expand.
We saw one team show up with a co-ed roster here today. It did not work out particularly well for Team USA. In future iterations of the Cup, perhaps we could see both a men's and women's version of it?
Absolutely. I think that's on the docket for the next King's Cup.
Just between the last two tournaments, the first iteration last year and this one, co-ed teams seem to have been at a disadvantage throughout the course of this tournament, especially when you're facing off against the likes of some serious indoor talent like we have on display here in the case of Prodigy FC.
Could not agree with you more. However, it's interesting. Talking to that Team USA after the games, they really enjoyed being in this tournament. Do they want to win? Absolutely. Are they discouraged about not being more successful? Yes. But they've loved being here.
Folks, we do have a quick update. It was reported earlier that Team USA had to back out of the tournament due to an injury to their starting goalkeeper, unquestionably one of the best young performers of the match in Lillian. That has been updated. It actually turns out it was not Team USA that bowed out. It was their upcoming opponent in the likes of Abi Celeste, the team that showed up with only 8 players on their roster. And unfortunately, they just simply ran out of gas and were unable to compete. And that is why Team USA will not be playing their final match versus Albi Celeste. It is Albi Celeste that had backed out. Team USA looked like it was capable to move on with their keeper. And I have to say, she put on a heck of a performance.
I was amazed by Lily. I don't know her last name, but she was phenomenal. Phenomenal.
I'm surprised she could walk after the performance she put in. She was taking shots left and right, but made some of the most acrobatic and sensational saves we saw throughout the course of this tournament. There's been a lot of fun young talent on display. Anyone that stood out to you?
Honestly, she was one of them. She was phenomenal. I was down there at that goal, hearing just the booming shots and seeing her not afraid to take these shots and block many of them.
Immortals, who are about to feature in our final match of the day. Young, massive, number 9 in Thomas Elliott.
He's amazing.
Towers over the field of play in his stature alone. Man's got to be 6'6" or so, I would imagine. But also found himself a goal, was involved in link-up play, very physical threat, obviously a strong aerial presence there as well, too.
I'm telling you, he reminds me of a Calvin Johnson from the NFL, Detroit Lions, right? Giant, massive individual who has great body control, speed. I think he is someone that the MASL will take a good, hard look at if they haven't already.
I would imagine there's a few people in the building today. I don't want to give any names away, but you can clearly tell some scouting is happening for the Major Arena Soccer League. Obviously, local teams represented, but surprisingly, some teams from far out represented as well, too. So no surprises. A turnover at the back there leads to a quick shot for Prodigy that's deflected away and will get a whistle. It will be Coachella Valley ball playing out of their own back end there. The poor keeper for Coachella Valley here has been put through the ringer just in the first 14 minutes of this game so far.
Yeah, a lot of action for him so far.
Frankly, some of the keepers that have been getting the most looks throughout the course of this tournament, bad giveaway right there.
Oliveira.
Massive opportunity there put in by Rian Marks. That'll be his second of the match. Finds himself a first half break for Rian Marks as the scoreline reaches 4-0. Prodigy, just an MASL all-star team going up against local Coachella Valley FC. Somewhat of a mismatch, a David versus Goliath, if you will, but seems like Goliath's coming out on top here so far with an early scoreline of 4-0.
It's been fun walking around and talking to the fans and the players alike, and open net. But talking to players and fans and getting their feedback, specifically regarding that number 9, Thomas. What was this?
So Thomas Elliott.
Thomas Elliott. It's fun when you watch the all-star MASL players who have their jaws dropped.
I think one of the things that also stood out for me today is simply the progression of players that were in their rookie campaign last year, and most notably in Bryce Watson. Bryce featured for that co-ed team last year that had a rough go of it, but played with such heart, determination, vit, and vigor. He was awarded our young player of the match, got an invitation to the MASL Combine, as we find ourselves a goal fired in at the back here by Prodigy FC.
Zero.
None other than Ciro Oliveira, finding himself a brace. Recently signed with the Empire Strikers, Ciro Oliveira. He's been a force here for Prodigy, and given the names on this Prodigy roster, the fact that he's the one finding the back of the net for them spells some good things for the Empire Strikers coming forward next year. We've got a shot and a goal. It's number 4 for Coachella Valley that gets them on the scoreboard.
Nice shot.
Nothing Chris Toth could do about that one. Point-blank shot just wide to his right. Despite his prolific prowess between the pipes, he is unable to come up with the save on that one. There goes the shutout.
Ciro didn't play much, if at all, in the last game, I don't believe. And he and I spoke about that, and he said, you know what? When I come out for this game, I'm going to show people what I can do. And I think he's done that thus far, huh?
I would say a first-half brace spells good for any player. He might have to do a few more than that if he's going to try and catch up in the Golden Boot race. Urban Mojica sitting on 10 goals through 3 games at the moment, averaging better than a hat trick a game.
Smokes.
Running away with the Day 1 Golden Boot Award. Whether that will extend into tomorrow's knockout rounds remains to be seen, but an impressive performance from Mojica so far. He features for DTIS that outscored their opponents 25-3 in their first 2 games.
Holy smokes. I would think that's a King's Cup record, by the way.
I would have to go back and check last year's numbers. I do believe we had a couple people that crept up into double digits, but that was only after the knockout stages. I don't think we had someone averaging more than a hat trick a game. So we get down to the final minute and a half here of the first half. Would like to thank John Spire, PA announcer for the Empire Strikers, popping in and joining us here.
It's been fun.
He is your field marshal?
Field marshal.
Field Marshal, I feel like I should wait for you to let me know whether the range is clear or not here before I lock and load. But it's been a pleasure to have you joining us with us, my friend. Thank you so much for helping us navigate our way through the first half of this match here with Prodigy versus Coachella Valley FC. As we get down to the final minute, will be Gabe Costa with a quick restart here. Shot in just wide. Felipe Gonzalez there with the shot. So we've got an injury to Coachella Valley keeper who crashed in hard against the boards there. This is probably going to take us down to the end of the half with our final 30 seconds waning away. Again, folks, there is no stoppage on the clock for injuries here in King's Cup unless the injury is severe and egregious in the eyes of Doc Wes Odes. And for the first time today, Doc Wes Odes is out on the pitch. We do have a temporary stoppage of the clock, although it has been restarted. Doc Wes Odes, famously of the Los Angeles Sparks in the WNBA, is our medical doctor here overseeing today's match. Clock is winding down to the final 10 seconds. Looks like we are going to head into the half. It is Prodigy FC who have the 5-1 lead. They stormed out to the 5-goal lead. A brace by Ciro and Rian Marks to help propel them to the lead. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with the second half of this match after this.
Hi guys, I'm Jen Corbett, founder and director of Warrior for Children. Warrior for Children is a nonprofit organization that serves children and youth navigating trauma. Our goal is to show up for kids who have been in tough spaces. Kids that have experienced physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, domestic violence, lost their home in a fire, been in a car accident, lost a parent. We're here to help kids in tough spaces know that they're not alone and to show up for them in times that are tough for them. I started Warrior for Children because I'm a nurse that works with children navigating trauma, and I saw how difficult it was to get the items that they needed in order to thrive and heal. So that's what we do. We provide them tangible resources immediately as they need it to begin the healing process. We educate the caregivers and those around them so that they know what they can do to help these kids heal. And then lastly, we surround them with fun, happy, healthy adults to help them learn to do art, to play sports, to be with our animals, to learn to trust the world again so that they can heal and be the best that they can be. I had the awesome opportunity to learn about King's Cup and to meet Frank through a mutual friend that we had, Rob from Rare Breed. Frank and I trained together at Rare Breed. My kid was really involved at Rare Breed, and I got to learn and meet Frank. When I met Frank, immediately his desire was to show it for kids as well. His passion was to use his platform in order to elevate voices that were not elevated in other ways. So together, Warrior for Children and King's Cup became an ultimate connection because together we could be more powerful if we worked out together with a mission to serve these kids.
Welcome back to the King's Cup tournament. We have a goalkeeper change for Coachella Valley FC. Unfortunately, unable to continue was Coachella Valley's starting goalkeeper. Took a knock right there at the end of the first half. Backup keeper is in, has not really even had a chance to warm up. Although we did see Chris Toth taking a moment to try and help him get ready. What a great moment of sportsmanship here between the two sides. As Chris Toth has also taken a step back onto the bench. It is Prodigy FC with the 5-1 lead as we start the final 18 minutes of our penultimate match here of day one of the King's Cup tournament. We have played our way through 10.5 matches here, well into the 11th of 12 that will be played today. Looking forward to having you all back here tomorrow for the knockout rounds. I will be moving off play-by-play and back into the color rolls. I will be joined by my traditional broadcast partner, none other than Christian Philly Filament, who will be heading out tomorrow. He is on LAFC MLS duty today. Philly unavailable to come and join me today, but excited to have my traditional compadre back with me tomorrow to finish out the tournament. As here we have Coachella Valley applying some pressure, moving forward, kick save and a beauty. Oh, and Berto tried to shoulder that one back to the keeper. It is picked off by Coachella Valley, and they have themselves the first goal of the second half. Cut the lead down to 3. Your score is now 5-2. Prodigy there with just an unfortunate play at the back from the most unlikely of sources in the reigning defender of the year, of that of Berto Palmer, with an errant shoulder goalward there, picked off and placed in the back of the net. It's 5-2 now. Coachella Valley trying to fight their way back in. Prodigy, having already punched their ticket into tomorrow, are merely playing for seeding at this point. It does not appear, barring some Herculean effort within the latter stages of this game, that they would be able to contend with DTIS's formidable goal differential, despite coming up with a tie in their third and final game of this, the first round. DTIS still sitting on a goal differential of over 20 racked up in their first 2 games. So they will clearly be heading in as one of the top seeds tomorrow, at least in goal differential. However, Prodigy would pass them just on mere points alone if they could come out with the W here today. Back at the capable feet of our backup goalkeeper, who's going to wander on out of the box and try and bring this one forward. That's a difficult move, especially when you're playing against a team this well stacked, and Berto Palmer reads the pass brilliantly. Comes and plays it in. This one's going to find itself all the way back to the keeper. Fires deep into the corner. Coachella Valley able to get their defensive effort together, recover, and bring the ball out of their own end, something they struggled mightily to do throughout certainly the early stages of that first half. Once again, they have a turnover just as they're crossing the halfway mark here once again. Ooh, an errant pass back from Prodigy. Left the door open, but slammed shut by Prodigy. Great defensive effort by Roberto Escalante. Here we go again. Coachella trying to play it out. Coughs it up once again. Prodigy have numbers forward. Prodigy get the ball across the halfway mark, turn it over. Coachella Valley coming back the other direction. Their attempt to enter. Turned over. Back and forth. Ooh, the pass there from Gabriel Costa, just a bit too far and outside for anyone at Prodigy to try and find anything on the back end of it. Be a quick restart coming all the way back to the keeper. Kings Cup tournament here featuring indoor talent from across North America. Many stars both here locally at club level and, of course, on the bigger stage, the Major Arena Soccer League. The young player of the tournament will receive, just like last year, a trip to the MASL Combine, courtesy of the Kings Cup tournament. Last year, that saw Bryce Watson, unheard of newcomer, find his way to the Combine. He ended up landing himself a contract with the Empire Strikers. He's going to feature in the final match here today for Immortals, and he is back this year captaining a squad at the Kings Cup after featuring for the co-ed team last year. For those of you who've been with us throughout the course of today, sincerely appreciate your dedication to the indoor game as we've got a beautiful shot and a diving save up to the left by Prodigy. Ooh, a quick restart and a shot finds itself wide to the right, off the board, back out, recollected by Coachella. Here they come again, trying to find themselves back. Another shot trickles itself wide of the goal. Played quickly and dangerously back to the keeper, but out well. Uh-oh, turnover. The shot goes well wide and rebound up into the netting. It will be goalkeeper distribution here for Prodigy. We got a shot and a goal from the corner. Looks like that's Rian Marks finding himself a hat trick and his third goal of the match. Rian Marquez makes the score 6-2. It's a 4-goal lead once again for the folks at Prodigy FC. Rian Marquez creeping his way up the goal tally as well, too. Still has some work to do if he's going to catch up with the 10 goals put up by Irvin Mojica. Rian Marks, one of the most formidable forward talents here within the indoor game. This Prodigy team, as the keeper comes well out of his goal to play that one, dangerously so. Left off, but played out by Coachella. With Coachella Valley's turnover tendencies throughout the course of this match, an even more dangerous move by the keeper to move that far forward. Entrance ball in at the offensive line. Well danced around. Beautiful opportunity. Just that last touch saw himself too far wide to try and get the shot in. What a beautiful look coming forward by number 7 for Coachella. They cycle the ball back around and restart the attack once again. Rian Marks, too strong, too big. Pushes himself off. Quick feet by Ciro to play that one out back to Marks. They're back on the move again. It's Chargo on the ball who plays it back out wide to Marks. Marquez dances out of the corner, tries to find the centering pass. Good defense by Coachella Valley to disrupt that one. Ooh, Route 1 all the way down. Great job off the line by the keeper to clear it out and away. Here come Prodigy once again, building out of the back. Ciro tried to play that one in off the boards. It just looked like it had a little more velocity off the rebound than he was expecting as that one trickles all the way into Coachella Valley, who errant pass coming out of the back, picked up by Charlie. Charlie to Ciro, tried to find the ball down into the corner. Unfortunately, could not do it. Up, out of play. It will be Prodigy ball. Looks like it's just inside the halfway mark. Back to the capable feet of one Berto Palmer. Berto to Ciro. Ciro back to Berto. Berto weighing his options going forward. Looking for the run there and finds it. Collected in the corner. That one, Wallace Scora attempt. Just could not find the boot of the outstretched offensive player coming forward. Charlie with his patented backup move, spinning off the ball. Best in the business at doing it. Ball comes all the way back to the keeper. Will cycle out and restart coming forward once again. Prodigy with the deep ball down there. Finds the feet, but unfortunately could not find the balance. I believe that's Tiago Enrique in number 11 there. Dangerous ball back to the keeper once again. Coachella Valley, good job this time getting the ball out, and they're back on the offense. Come forward, but without much support. This ball's going to have to go back or get heroed home. It almost got heroed home. We do have a foul. It's going to be called against Berto. It will be a good look and a dangerous opportunity here for Coachella Valley. They sit down by 4 with 8.5 left to play here in the second quarter. The goal here off this set piece would be massive for them to try and claw their way back in. It's going to be a 3-man wall for Prodigy setup. Mark that a 2-man wall as Charlie has peeled off to mark the number 10. Big opportunity here. Coachella, massive save. Looked like there was a thought about putting a reply in right away, but instead the ball cycles around to the shot from outside that comes well up into the net. Taking a moment to check with our keeper, make sure he's good to go. Ref returns the ball to play. We're ready to play on. Ball thrown down and a clever bit of skill attempted there. Just not enough height on the flip over the top there as an attempted backwards rainbow gets picked off by Coachella. They will attempt to claw their way back in. Good centering ball. Finds its way to the forward. Retreated out to the wing. Shot coming. Save directly at the keeper. Soccer's connection across the back line here as the ball gets cycled around. Berto fighting fiercely for it in the corner. He's able to get it away, but not before it's stolen back by Coachella. Coachella really ratcheting up the intensity. It's a combination of Berto and keeper. That one off the line, and a Bretran bump from Berto there. The block master himself coming up with yet another crucial one here. Man who seems to perennially lead the MASL in blocks. Berto coming up with a big one here for his team as the ball comes down the other way with Tiago. Tiago fighting to maintain possession. Does a good job there against the physical play by Coachella. Turns the corner, has the space. Will he line up the shot? He does. Taps it in. Back corner. His second of the match. And with that, it is now 7-2 in favor of Prodigy FC. 6.5 minutes here left to play. 5-goal lead now for Prodigy as Coachella looking to work quickly. Takes that shot in wide. And it will be a goal, 7-3, as that one took its way in on the short corner here behind the production booth. Sorry, I missed that one. 7-3 now our scoreline after Coachella Valley finds the quick answer back to the 7th goal by Prodigy. This one back to the keeper. We are here situated, the royal we, I suppose, here in the corner just outside of Prodigy's goal. So anything low on the boards in front of us blocked by the low boards. So that one comes in again and safely handled. Rollout ball comes out to the side. Unfortunately, Felipe Gonzalez unable to handle the ball. Turns it over, then commits the foul. Quick restart coming back the other way. And that one is in and goal. Back-to-back now for Coachella Valley. It's 7-4. Don't rule them out of this game just yet. 5 minutes left to go. 5:30, I should say. Prodigy taking their foot off the gas just a little bit here with the lead. Might find themselves looking up the wrong side of the scoreline. They don't get it back together. It's a full stretch arm save there on the shot from Gabriel Costa. As that one spills itself out, but fired home for goal numero 8. And Prodigy have doubled up once again on Coachella. Scoreline now reads at 8-4. Restart happened without the official's whistle as the clock creeps its way under the 5-minute mark. It's a 4-goal difference separating the two teams here. Would really be something for Coachella Valley if they could find a couple real quick here. Quick turnover at the feet there. Almost finds its way in. Great job by the keeper coming well out off his line to contest at the feet of Gabriel Costa. No easy task that. Coachella Valley dancing their way around into the sideboards. Gets the ball out. Here they come with the attack. Finds the open man down in the low boards here. He could not turn himself goalward. Safely retreating back out to the corner. And the double team causes the steal. It's Costa coming back out. He's got the runner. Quick dance. Could not find the shot. Could not find the shot. Prodigy recycles. Ball finds itself back into the feet of Costa. Costa looking for Ciro. Finds him at the top. Ciro lines up the shot, blocked out wide. Recovered by Prodigy. They will cycle the ball back and get it into the hands of their playmaker, Costa. Costa down to the corner. Wallace-Scora attempt the shot in. Almost had ourselves a superstructure goal. Almost a Ventuscora. Instead, that ball will be played off the keeper up into the netting. And it will be a corner. Here is another Wallace-Scora attempt. The deflection played out just wide by Felipe Gonzalez. Coachella's got the chance with the chip. Just up off the board. So close to number 5 for Coachella. Great opportunity down there at the other end for Ciro Oliveira. Just couldn't get past the last defender. And here comes Coachella back the other direction, tripping over the ball. But maintaining possession in the corner. They will cycle it all the way back to the defense. Here comes Coachella Valley building in once again. We've crossed the 3-minute mark. Coachella's got to find 4 goals to keep their hopes alive. Getting to be that time in the game when you have to wonder if they're going to pull that keeper and employ the 6th attacker. They certainly have the ball with possession in the offensive end. This would be the time to do it if they were going to employ that tactic. Seems as though a white flag to a certain extent has been waved tactically as they choose not to go with the keeper. As that ball gets played out, goalkeeper clearance. Quick ball in, quickly played. Coachella trying to find their way into the zone. They do so. They got a 3-on-1 if they can make it happen, but quick hands by the keeper, catches his own spill and flips it back forward. Here come Coachella Valley once again. They've got the ball, top of the box, huge opportunity. Toe poke goes up into the glass. Recovery with the side volley up into the netting will be Prodigy ball. They're going to take their time with this restart. So we are at the 2-minute warning. Eyeing their options going forward. The push pass comes down low, picked off by Coachella. Physical play there at the midfield is going to warrant a whistle. It's Vasquez being called there for the foul. Coachella Valley, time running out on their tournament hopes. They've got 1:40 to find 4 goals. Task becoming a bit large for the opportunity left. Good idea with an entrance ball. Nobody making the Route 1 run there. As a turnover by the keeper is going to cause it. Look, and a quick recovery and back. Just like that, we crossed the 1:30 mark with Prodigy on the ball once again. Brilliant play, spinning ball. Got a bunch of English on it coming out the back. Forces Prodigy to retreat once again deep into their own zone. Brilliant 1-2 playing out of the back will clear the pressure. With numbers committed forward, it might spell disaster here at the back for Coachella. Keeper comes well off his line to clear it and start the attack coming back the other direction. 1 minute left in regulation. It appears as though a 4-goal lead will be insurmountable for Coachella. We have certainly seen 4 goals scored in a minute here today. It looks as though that will be too much for the boys from down the freeway, just outside of Palm Springs in beautiful Coachella Valley. Home to one of the largest date farms in Southern California. Yes, dates the fruit, that is. Turnover at the back is going to leave a wide open goal here and a chance for Prodigy to put the icing on the cake in the final 30 seconds. Can't get the shot off, but the turnover happens once again. Dancing around top with an opportunity, but an outstretched save and a diving one at that for Coachella. Keeping that 9th goal off the board here for Prodigy. Coachella looking for one just for pride's sake here in the waning moments as 10 seconds remain in the match. Centering ball is going to find its way over to the corner. Wide open look. Shot just off the bar. So close to being in. As this one comes to an end, Prodigy will take top spot in the tournament. No surprise given their roster. They win their final match of the day, 8-4. We are going to take a quick break, folks, and we will be right back with the final match of the group stages for day 1 of the King's Cup tournament. It's Immortal versus Harlem coming up after this.
Hi guys, I'm Jen Corbett, founder and director of Warrior for Children. Warrior for Children is a nonprofit organization that serves children and youth navigating trauma. Our goal is to show up for kids who have been in tough spaces. Kids that have experienced physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, domestic violence, lost their home in a fire, been in a car accident, lost a parent. We're here to help kids in tough spaces know that they're not alone and to show up for them in times that are tough for them. I started Warrior for Children because I'm a nurse that works with children navigating trauma, and I saw how difficult it was to get the items that they needed in order to thrive and heal. So that's what we do. We provide them tangible resources immediately as they need it to begin the healing process. We educate the caregivers and those around them so that they know what they can do to help these kids heal. And then lastly, we surround them with fun, happy, healthy adults to help them learn to do art, to play sports, to be with our animals, to learn to trust the world again so that they can heal and be the best that they can be. I had the awesome opportunity to learn about King's Cup and to meet Frank through a mutual friend that we had, Rob from Rare Breed. Frank and I trained together at Rare Breed. My kid was really involved at Rare Breed, and I got to learn and meet Frank. When I met Frank, immediately his desire was to show up for kids as well. His passion was to use his platform in order to elevate voices that were not elevated in other ways. So together, Warrior for Children and King's Cup became an ultimate connection because together we could be more powerful if we worked out together with a mission to serve these kids.
Welcome back to the King's Cup for the final game of this marathon run through the group stages. I want to take a moment to give a huge shout out to all of our organizers, event staff, and crew here at the YMCA and the King's Cup for helping us put on a sensational tournament today. And a huge shout out to Lo and all the boys at SCCS Productions who've helped keep us live and on the mic for you throughout the course of this marathon run of games today. We have arrived at our final match of the day. It is Harlem FC taking on Immortals for our final match. To remind you, Immortals is going to feature some talent from the Empire Strikers, Noe Favia and Brian Orozco, along with Mo Ali Wine. They're going to be taken off against Harlem FC. They've got Jesus Pacheco, Justin Stinson, and a cadre of other talents that have proved themselves throughout the course of this tournament. Both of these teams looking to be well into tomorrow's festivities as we are back underway. Clock was running throughout some of our pregame, so our 18-minute half is starting with about 14:40 left on the game clock here as ball comes into the corner. And a big opportunity here for Harlem as they play their first ball out. IFC struggling in the defensive effort, and that ball finds itself up and into the back of the net. For Harlem, it is Christian Espinosa getting the first goal of the game here. I believe that is his first goal of the tournament so far. Immortals today continuing to play in their black kits. Lost the electric green they had in their side kits earlier today. Harlem will be playing in the blue. They're fighting from right to left across your screen, left to right for the boys from Immortals. They are a team based out of downtown Los Angeles, California. Typically play in some of the clubs and tournaments around the greater Los Angeles area, making a foray out here into the Inland Empire today. We are about an hour east of Los Angeles, depending on what time of day you are to make that trek. Somewhere between 40 minutes and 6 hours. If you are familiar with the traffic, prolific as it is here in the greater Los Angeles area, the trek out to the Inland Empire, depending on your time of day, can be a formidable or an easy one. Harlem FC back on the ball, looking to go ahead and double up their lead early. Great entrance ball right here. Dancing a quick look and a shot, and a quick brace for Espinosa. Make it 2-0 to the boys from Harlem. Immortals were 7-3 winners in their first match of the day versus Coachella Valley. Harlem got blanked 5-0 in their first match by Prodigy. Immortals with the difficult 5-4 loss in their second match of the day against Prodigy. They did storm out to a 3-goal lead in that match, disappointingly having the rug pulled out from under them. Harlem in their second match of the day defeated Coachella 7-2, so each team sitting on a win and a loss. A lot to play for each team with their hopes of tomorrow alive and well for each. One team will advance. Depending on goal differential and how things shake out with the disqualification and departure of Evi Celeste. They were 0-2 on the day when their tournament came to an end by losing their opponent. The same went for Team USA, who I still have to confirm this, but I believe at this point are credited with a win based on the forfeiture of Evi Celeste. And that will at least give Team USA a win on paper. So they will also be a 1-win, 2-loss team, although given the goal differential that DTIS stacked up against them early on, be hard-pressed to see Team USA advancing with their one forfeiture victory. So it certainly looks as though our first two teams to be eliminated are USA and Ebi Celeste. Lot to play for here as one of these two teams will go out with the higher seeding, both looking for their second victory. Justin Stinson on the ball there in the corner, called for the foul. The IFC playing back out the other direction. Brian Orozco there with the goalkeeper's kit on, playing well out above the box. Getting the ball down into the corner to the ginormous feet of Thomas Elliott, who has proven himself to be one of the more exciting young players to look at here. Whether he will go on to win Young Player of the Tournament remains to be seen. Still a whole day of knockout rounds left to be played. But just based on the group stages so far, I'd have to say he has been one of the more surprising talents. Oh, as that one trickles itself just wide. Orozco doing a great job to get a toe on that one as he was almost caught well off his line. Another ball spills back here. Orozco able to settle. Throws the ball forward to Elliott. Elliott finds his way into the corner. IFC trying to turn the corner and find some space there in the middle. Tripped up top. Kia Depana will go to the whistle. That shot wide in and off the goal will not count. Whistle had already sounded. Will be IFC ball just inside the center arc. Bryce Watson with the black, black kid on, and a beautiful back heel there to Orozco. Elliott finds the ball back out to the top. Watson digs it out in the corner. Tries to bring it back out to the point, unfortunately turned away, and yet another attempt to catch Orozco off his line. Keeper on keeper there. Finds itself safely to the feet of Brian. Settles on the ball once again. Looking to play quarterback as he advances. A lot of space left to him in the middle, almost daring him to come forward as Elliott turns and shoots. Finds that ball just foul on the third base side. Immortals FC, great centering pass right there. Almost tapped in. Finds itself all the way out. Harlem coming back the other direction. They have the 2-goal lead. Big shot finds itself just wide. Harlem collect for the recycle. Fresh legs on the field as they play out the back. Stinson, the beautiful pass to the back, tapped in. No, yes. Eventually that ball creeps its way all the way across, and it will be Mancia, who had himself a brace in the last game, gets himself his first goal of this, the final game of the tournament. Mancia putting Harlem up 3-0 here with 7:50 left to go in the first half. Comfortable lead now established for Harlem. The boys from Immortals IFC, a lot to play for. Another attempt to chip the keeper, this one well up into the side netting. We have a whistle and a stoppage of play. Looks like we have a man down, keeper for IFC on the ground here. Looks like Doc Wes Odie's heading out once again. Well, we have a stoppage of play, folks. One last time here just to give a shout out and a thanks to everyone who's participated here in day one of the Kings Cup tournament. A big shout out to Craig Elston, who sat here alongside me, voice of the San Diego Sockers, and of course, drive time host of 97.3 The Fans, Annie and Elston at lunchtime, who manned the mic with me throughout the better part of today. Of course, to all of our great sponsors, participants, players, teams, coaches, medical staff, everyone involved in bringing this tournament to you. Big shout out to each and every one of you. And of course, this would all be for naught without you glorious fans on the other end here tuning in for us today, especially some of you who've been with us all day. Matt, I'm looking at you. I appreciate it. Our conversation may have gotten off the rails a couple times today, perhaps intentionally so, as a marathon of games played on. Quite a conversation about the Wellington family of foods. Has been determined, pigs in a blanket, not a member of the Wellington family. However, an honorary mention given to samosas. So for those of you culinary experts out there in the world, the important heavyweight classification of your culinary treats here, brought to you by Messrs. Elston and Reimer. As this ball plays itself out of play, it'll be back in for Harlem FC as the ball comes all the way back to their keeper. Clearly trying to run down some clock here with 6:20 left to go. Stumbling over my words as we get well into the 8th hour of continuous broadcast here. My apologies. Brian Orozco finds himself hands on that one. The Immortals playing their way out. Stepping forward once again to play the role of quarterback is Orozco. Well up to the center line this time. No surprise that Orozco in his first season was under the tutelage of Chris Toth when he was with the Empire Strikers. Should shock no one that he is comfortable coming all the way out, given his futsal background and his training under one of the best keepers to come forward in the history of the MASL in Toth. And Orozco trying to draw a page from that book with a shot there in on keeper. Finds itself played back out. Harlem FC taking their sweet time moving the ball around. Jesus Pacheco, sweet pea, pins the ears back and runs forward. shot from the corner. Espinosa once again finds himself a hattie. It is 4-0 Harlem on the backs of the hat trick by Espinosa. Christian Espinosa having himself a game. 3/4 of the goals in today's final match. Accredited to him. Orozco once again moving forward. This time he'll stay behind the safety of his own defensive line. No sooner said than he creeps forward and finds the ball to the feet of Bryce Watson. Watson back to Orozco. Orozco now moving over to the left, trying to change the point of attack. Give the Immortals a little different look here moving forward. Bryce Watson comes down into the corner, plays for the Wallace Scora. Just couldn't get anyone on the back end of it there. It'll turn over. It's Justin Stinson. Shooter dances over the ball, taking his sweet time, retreats back. Harlem in absolutely no hurry whatsoever. They've already played 80 minutes today. Another 18 on top of that. Tired legs assuredly all around. They have themselves a 3-goal lead. A minute off the clock, almost as good as a goal for them at this point. Is 3.5 minutes left here in the first half of play. Orozco with the ball down the wing. Retreating back out to the center circle is Immortals. Elliott with big physical back-to-goal presence there gets the ball back. Ball tries to find its way back into Elliott. Unfortunately, could not find it there from Caceres. IFC get the ball once again. Sikal plays it back to Orozco. Orozco over to Bryce Watson. Players and broadcasters alike running out of steam here in the waning moments of today's tournament. Elliott down in the corner. Big man, big presence. In the end, that presence too much as he is called for the foul. This ball will get fired all the way down in the corner. It's going to have to find its way all the way back the other side. Quickly played down there by Orozco. He knows that clock's running. He knows his team has 4 goals to find to get themselves even. Folks, we have an illustrious guest joining us here in the booth. None other than the man behind the tournament himself, Your Majesty, the King, Franck Tayou. Frank, welcome to the broadcast, sir. We're going to move that mic just a little closer on you, buddy, so we can hear what you have to say. But thank you so much for coming and joining us, Frank. Frank, second year out of the tournament. What are your thoughts so far here on day one? Frank, looks like we're having a little trouble with your mic. We're going to hold on just a second here. But now joining us, the King himself, Franck Tayou. It's my pleasure, though we no longer call ourselves compatriots in a team standpoint, as your services have moved on from the Inland Empire. It's great to have you back here repping in the IE once again. How's it feel to be back in your old stomping grounds?
I love it. This is my community spot. This is where I live. I came to love the people of Rancho Cucamonga and Inland Empire, and the idea behind doing this event was to provide a platform for young players to showcase their talent, hopefully get contracts in the MLSL, and above all things, promote our league.
I'm no surprise that we have Bryce Watson, who's featured here today. He is captain of this Immortals FC squad. He was a young player who, despite playing on a team that, unfortunately saw themselves knocked out in the group stages last year, he played with such heart, such energy, such fight. He was awarded Young Player of the Tournament, got himself a chance to attend an MASL Combine, got himself signed with the Empire Strikers, and here he is back in the next iteration captaining a squad. And I feel like the entire point of this tournament is encapsulated in that one player.
Absolutely, absolutely. I met Bryce about 3 years ago, and I just love his energy, And right around at that time, he was traveling around Europe to get a contract. And when I was doing this tournament, he told me he had just came
As
back.
we've got a shot and a goal from Elliott, the big man, collects the rebound, fires into the back of the net. And with that, IFC is on the board. And I have to say, sorry to interrupt you there, but as far as one of the players that really stands out so far, you'd have to point a finger at Elliott as well, too, as being one of the key performers so far.
Absolutely. I ran a couple of sessions for Immortals, kind of like get them ready for the tournament. And
we're going to keep it here with Frank through halftime, as we have just about 30 seconds here before the next half is going to start. Sorry to interrupt you, Frank.
No
you were
worries.
saying.
Yeah, I trained with him. He's very good. He's very strong. If he can learn the indoor game, he could be a force to reckon with for sure. Hopefully, one of these teams that are watching can give him a look.
Well, I mean, hard not to miss the man, towering over. Got to be 6'5", 6'6" out there. That's a big physical presence. You know a little something about being a big physical presence in this league. A man who's put together more goals than most people could count, more goals than most players ever get to see in their career. Any thought maybe next year of yourself suiting up and putting a team out there?
You know, I thought about it, but you know, I had my time. It's time to give the chance to the next guy in line to show what he can do. But maybe as a farewell, I'll do it someday, many years down the line. But for now, I enjoy watching my peers, my friends, and hopefully new faces in our league come out here and give their all. It's inspiring for me, and it keeps me going as well.
Speaking of inspirations, you've chosen to take this tournament in a charitable direction. Speak a little bit about not only your partnership with Lane Smith and the Spark a Dream Foundation, but the work you've done here with the YMCA in Upland as well.
Well, with Mr. Lane, we've been in contact for many years. He's always supported a lot of our endeavors, and we actually did a mission trip to Mexico that he had financed. And so when I decided to do the Spark a Dream campaign, which is basically everybody watching the game commit to a dollar amount for every goal being scored. When I called him and told him that I wanted him to be the ambassador, we had about an hour conversation talking about just, you know, our journeys, how our life always kind of like entangled together one way or another. And you know, he called me the next day. Obviously, we got on the phone. We spoke a little bit. You know, he was part of that conversation, and you know, he decided to get on board, and hopefully a lot more people can follow his steps, because it's much needed. And what we're doing, and I believe it's something that's good not only for the community but for every soul that's part of this great event.
We are here at the Spears Family Soccer Center at the YMCA in Upland, a place that's very near and dear to your heart. There's a lot of work that goes on in the community in this facility.
Absolutely, and you know, it also helps that I have a great relationship with the people at the YMCA, the CEO Fazad, Cheyenne, a lot of the people behind the scenes that have helped out and make sure this event goes well. Erica, they've been here all day, and some of them aren't on the clock. That's the example we want to set. You know, they care about their community. It's no longer a job, it's a family. And I'm just glad to be part of that family, and I'm going to keep on helping as long as I can.
The talent that has been on display this year, dare I say, ratcheted up from last year. I mean, we have some teams out here featuring a significant amount of MASL talent. I mean, teams like Prodigy, Harlem, Immortals, all featuring not just occasional players from the MASL, but some of the biggest names in the league. How difficult is it to organize all these teams and get players of this caliber together?
I think at the end of the day, you just got to get one player, and then he kind of help you put the team together. Most of these owners, that's what they do. They have one main guy that knows a couple of other guys that will follow him wherever he goes, and they get with him, and he helps them out. But for the most part, I think the toughest part about getting all these teams together is getting them to believe that they can actually come and win it, right? No one wants to put $5,000 down knowing that, you know what, I'm going to lose it anyways. So a lot of these teams, sometimes they think about making a team, and they feel like, you know what, I'm not going to compete, so I won't really put my team in it. But some of these teams that are here, I spoke with them about our mission. They understand that this is not just about soccer. We want to transcend it, and you know, we want to mix charity and soccer and make all of it cool.
Any ideas for expanding the cup in the future? Craig and I were kicking back and forth the idea of perhaps a women's iteration of the King's Cup, a Queen's Cup, if you will.
Yeah, we are currently working on it. You know, it's tougher with women just because this is not a culture that they are familiar with, right? Women don't play cash tournament every single weekend like some of these guys. I mean, some of these guys make a living off of these. This is what they do. They just play tournaments, right? You don't really see that with women, so which means they don't always stay in shape. And for whatever the case may be, it's just hard to get this many teams or teams from out of town. You get a couple of teams here, but from out of state, it's just difficult. And hopefully, with some of the display we had today, I thought Lily from the Team USA played unbelievable. I can't wait to see what she can do, you know, against, you know, women only. I mean, saving some of these shots is not easy. Some of these guys have really good strikes and they can do unbelievable things with the ball, but she handled it well. And it's not just her. A couple of those girls really showed up and did what they do. So that's definitely in talk. We're planning on it. I spoke to Mr. Lane about that. So we're definitely going to have a women's and maybe a kids tournament. So a lot of good things in works. You know, this is growing. My vision is much bigger than just this, and hopefully we can be in an arena in the next couple of days, in the next couple of years. Sorry.
Was a turn and a shot there by Elliott. Almost found himself a brace. Well, Your Majesty, it has been an honor and a pleasure to be with you today. We're excited to be back here tomorrow. Thank you so much for popping in and joining with us and speaking with us. Looking forward to be back on the mic for you tomorrow with Philly. But we've got 17 minutes left to go of a 3-goal game. We're going to get back to the action and say our sincerest thanks to you, sir.
Thank you so much, brother. Good seeing you again, and see you tomorrow.
Folks, the man behind the tournament, none other than Franck the King himself, Tayou, putting his heart on his sleeve here with this tournament, doing everything he can to try and raise awareness around the beautiful indoor game. One of the foremost spokesmen of this league. You know, it's so easy for a star talent to show up in a league, expect all the accolades, but not want to give anything back. And here you have the all-time leading scorer in the history of the Major Arena Soccer League putting on a charity tournament like this. And things are getting a little spicy there in the corner. Watson a little frustrated with some extracurriculars. We've seen enough of that today, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Espinosa and Watson both been heavily featured throughout the course of this match. Would like to see them keep it family-oriented here for the rest of today's match. 16 left to play. Still a 3-goal lead for the boys in blue from Harlem. IFC looking to fight their way back in. They're going to be building out the back here. With Orozco with the deep throw that'll find itself into the corner. IFC on the ball in the corner. Wallace-Gora attempts. Almost trickled itself straight in. Watson collects just outside the line. An absolute scramble at the back edge there. And for an extra kick after the ball is collected, we have a blue card shown. Looks like it's going to be Adriano Samayoya that will be heading to the sin bin. And Harlem with a big chance here to extend their lead. It currently sits at 4-1. They will have 2 minutes of the man advantage coming up. Ball will be in the hands of Harlem's keeper as they look to play out with the extra man. 5v4 for the next 2 minutes, barring a goal being scored. Big opportunity here for Harlem to come up once again. Harlem taking their sweet time, letting some clock roll down here before they roll out to the defender. Forward to the feet of Sweet Pea, Jesus Pacheco as he moves forward. Kevin Hernandez on the ball. Back to Pacheco. Pacheco to Hernandez. Hernandez had a look, thought about it, opted to go back to Pacheco. Pacheco finds Stinson in the corner. Stinson dances, gets the ball back to Sweet Pea. Pea back out to Hernandez. Hernandez a little too far out at that moment to line up the shot. So it seems their cycling has got them moving away from the goal, not into it. Trying to create a little space, wreak some havoc in there in the low boards. Hernandez once again, you could see himself sizing it up. He's thinking about it. Instead, he'll opt to play the ball back to the keeper once again. He's had himself a couple good looks. Just not comfortable taking that shot from deep. Stinson, no qualms with taking that shot from deep. We know it. Hernandez does come in and take the shot from the elbow. Finds itself deflected wide and back out. Harlem regains possession. Short a man, it's IFC trying to rush the ball forward. It'll be a quick turnover. They've got to get numbers back the other direction. Harlem, on the other hand, chooses to take their sweet time as they play it out. Still got the 5-on-4 man advantage for another minute. Hernandez back on the ball. This time he does line up to take the shot, blocked by a defender inside the box and back out for IFC. IFC find themselves on the ball, going to have to try and play it out. Unfortunately, it turns over to Pacheco. Pacheco back to Hernandez. Ball will make itself all the way back to the keeper. As Harlem go for a quick change here in the waning moments of this power play. IFC ready to storm back out to full strength. Close to have killing this penalty at a big moment for them, down by 3 with 13 left to go. Stinson battles on the low boards. He will retreat himself out. Clever little flick back, retreats the space. He finds himself back out. Here come Harlem once again, shifting back to the left side this time. Finding some space to move forward, get the ball down into the low corner. Nothing available for them there, and they'll retreat back around. This one will come all the way back to the keeper once again. Final few seconds here of the man advantage. Yet to yield itself a potent look in on goal. Careful playing the ball back around there with a man about to run in off the bench. You could find yourself easily outnumbered. Good work there by Harlem playing it around. Stinson asking for the ball, does not get it. Instead, it'll play itself down the right. Oh, and a heavy challenge there. All ball by IFC. The turnover comes in, the shot's in. It's Mo Aliwine who finds the second goal, short-handed for Immortals. Mo Aliwine, a man who has unquestionably the hardest handshake in the game. Crushed coal into diamonds with that grip. Doc West-Odie's back out on the field, and a stoppage of play here to attend to the Harlem man who is down. It's a 2-goal game with 11:50 to play. Both teams sitting on 1 win and 1 loss. Victor will advance. The losing team hoping for goal differential to save them with just 3 points going into tomorrow. So we see here a quick replay of that come in there by Aliwine. Gets the ball, but takes a lot of player with him. Was adjudicated as a fair challenge. Goal stands at this moment. Still with the man down. He will be nursed back to his feet and back up by Doc West-Odies. It is Kevin Hernandez of Harlem there who will be showing himself back to the bench after he gets up. Gets himself a handshake from Mo Aliwine as he heads to the bench. No ill will intended between the two sides. Good to see that moment of sportsmanship. Here come Harlem back the other way. Second line in for Harlem, trying to make some noise. Shot in, gets deflected, ricochets out up near the midway line where it is speculatively fired in from deep. And that ball will find itself up into the netting. Here come IFC coming back the other direction. Picked off cleanly there by Jose. Stinson has the ball. Clever back heel. Nice work. Stinson gets the ball again. Just could not turn and get the shot off as it finds its way from Orozco to Elliott. Immortals turn over the ball. Harlem fire this one down into the low corner where it'll be retrieved by Stinson. Stinson with a great turn to get himself inside. Fighting his way for position. Does get the pass in. Whiffed on the shot. Here come IFC storming back the other direction. Big block there at the line. Stopping that odd man rush there for IFC. Orozco fired into Elliott. Elliott using that big frame and presence to create some space. Orozco takes himself a shot from deep. This one, no save needed, high up into the netting, keeper on keeper. 8 minutes left to go on the clock. There is about a 2-minute gap between the clock on the wall and the clock on our screen. Off the chest of Watson, IFC. Collect the ball. Looking to enter the offensive zone. They're met with a wall of blue shirts there. Still maintain possession, still struggling to get the ball over the line. Oh, a quick turn and shot there by Elliott, but a fantastic block by Harlem. Watson collects, he cycles the ball back. Here come IFC once again, down by 2. 9 minutes, 20 seconds left in their tournament. We are here in the final game of day 1 of the King's Cup tournament. So far, 2 teams have been eliminated. Team USA and Albi Celeste have seen their tournament hopes come to an end. Will one of these 2 teams join them, or will they punch a ticket on to tomorrow? Sweet Pea loses the ball as he's storming down. IFC coming back the other way. Well off his line, and a great save by the keeper to play it out. More importantly, he found a blue shirt with that clearance. Allows him the opportunity to retreat. Allows Harlem to eat a little bit of the 8:30 left on the clock off while they still maintain the 2-goal lead. Up off the vents, back in the wrong direction for Harlem. Keeper's got to be careful to keep that ball low when they clear it out, or they're going to find that ball ricocheting back their own direction. That one comes in. Orozco well off his line to swipe it out with a right-footed boot. IFC collect the ball dangerously, almost spilling it up there, but they're able to get it out and keep the rush going. Cutting into the center here, but unfortunately just let the ball run a little too far out in front of him. We've got another man down here for Harlem once again. Looks like we will have a whistle and a stoppage of play to attend to the man down. Looks like Jesus Nunez, who is down on the ground, getting his hammies shook out here by his keeper. Doc Wes Ody's coming out to attend. Doc Wes Ody's lending his services here to the King's Cup. Will quickly get the player back to his feet. Ody's will safely retreat back to the bench. Clock will resume shortly with 7:39 left to play in a 2-goal game. An exciting end to day 1 of the King's Cup tournament. 2 1-1 teams going at it with a 2-goal differential. Plenty of time left for either team to cement their chances to walk home with the money tomorrow. Harlem taking a little air out of the game, bringing it all the way back to the keeper. IFC not letting them any time off as they press in. That ball comes high up in, deflected off the head of Orozco, and up it will be a corner. Settling over the top of it is Justin Stinson to play it in. He's got a runner in the box. Opts to play the short pass to the defensive side instead. A battle along the boards here and a full retreat for Harlem. Quickly turned around and they're headed back the other direction. In on goal and off the boards. Stinson battling for it against the double team. Runs into an official, loses the ball. Big defensive stop there. Side-footed block by Stinson. Gets the ball all the way back to Orozco. Under 7 minutes left to play here in the final half of the day. Orozco with the feed well into the offensive zone. Great pass from Orozco. Unable to turn the corner and head in goalwards, though. IFC are throwing everything in the kitchen sink here. No surprise in a few minutes if we see Orozco come forward and play full 6th attacker. That ball takes a deflection. It's up into the net. It's going to be a corner kick here for IFC. Immortals. Just 2 goals back. Quick pass in, deflects its way out. Mo Aliwan fires it in. Orozco settles over it. Stinson on the ball. Thought about firing that one all the way downfield. Opted for the short pass instead. He retreats after the block, fires the ball back into his own keeper. Harlem looked to build out the back, coming back the other direction. A bad turnover there inside the defensive zone. Give IFC the ball, and they're looking forward. Unfortunately, that's going to be a boarding and a blue card issued against Harlem. Boarding is going to be the call. 2 minutes as a push into the boards will give a man advantage for the next 2 minutes for Immortals. It's Andy Reyes who will be heading to the sin bin. Huge opportunity here for Immortals. They have done a great job on their penalty kill. Let's see how they do on their man advantage. It's going to be a one-man wall for Harlem. Sweet Pea comes over to make it a two-man wall. Our official keeps moving the wall back. We're ready to go. 4:50 left to play. Ball comes all the way across to the far side. Shot in off the boards. That's deflected up out of play. IFC's ball. Quick restart. Here they come once again with the man advantage. Orozco looked like he might come forward to play that Super Sixth attacker. He retreats back behind his own circle. IFC looked to turn the corner. Shot well wide off the boards. Turned over that ball off the superstructure. Back into play. Clearances have to be much lower to the ground here. That one lower to the ground, but picked off by a head. IFC coming back the other direction. Beats his man into the corner. Looks for the centering pass, deflected away. Harlem able to capture the ball there in the corner. Looking to play out their own end. Beautiful pass back out to the middle, creates the space. Good movement across, good passing. Despite being down a man, Harlem moving the ball well, brings it all the way back to their own keeper to run some time off. Quick change for Harlem while on the defensive side of a power play with their keeper on the ball. That's good stuff. Keeper on keeper, that comes all the way down. Possession surrendered as Orozco moves forward. He's ran well outside his box, playing the role of sweeper. IFC have the ball in the low corner. Blocked entrance once again. Another corner for IFC. Both teams looking for changes here. Forgive me, this is going to be goalkeeper distribution. Deflection off of IFC. We are back to even strength. Massive, massive penalty kill there by Harlem as we have a handball on that attempted block of a cross. Dangerous one across their own box there. Lucky for Harlem that that ball struck an arm. Stinson has it. He plays it off the wall. Back to the keeper seems to be the play for Harlem. They know they have the 2-goal advantage. 2:26 here left to go. IFC have to find a goal and find it quick. Watson once again getting a little chippy there on the corners. Kia having to step in and get the ball moving. It is just that. IFC looking to play it, unfortunately, past the outstretched boot. Harlem will recover. Players collapsing in on the keeper as he plays the ball out across the low boards. Finds the man in the corner, and Harlem get the ball out. Moving with more purpose now. Clever back heel to the shot. Save Orozco. Deflection is favorable for IFC. Allows them the opportunity to penetrate the zone, coming back the other direction. Wallace-Score attempt trying to find their Titanic number 9 in the middle. Gets deflected on the way out. Battle in the low boards once again. It's a 3-on-1. Harlem come away with it. Ooh, tech is all around. Clever footwork by the keeper there to create the space. Ball finds its way to Stinson. Stinson will take the space forward as they leave it to him. He'll wind up, take the shot, and finds a wide open net. Justin Stinson with the dagger. That should just about call game with 1:14 left to play. 2-goal lead expanded to 3. Shooter finds himself another goal and ices this game potentially for Harlem. 3 goals in a minute is not unheard of. Or that could be the end of the game. Excuse me. My apologies. Our clock had an extra minute on it. I stand corrected. That does bring us to the end of day one. It is Harlem who have taken the final game, 5-2 versus Immortals FC. Folks, we'd like to thank each and every one of you so much for joining us here throughout this run of games. I'd like to give a big shout out to SCCS Productions, particularly Low on the cans, running the show for us today. Big shout out to you, sir. Thank you kindly for making it happen for us. On behalf of myself, Craig Elston, Mike Cepeda, and the entire SCCS team, Franck Tayou, Uzi Tayou, and all the organizers of this Kings Cup tournament, thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll be back with the knockout action tomorrow. Christian, Philly, Philemon, and myself on the mic. Thank you once again. Looking forward to seeing you all then. Good night. See you tomorrow, folks.
Corbett, founder and director of Warrior for Children. Warrior for Children is a nonprofit organization that serves children and youth navigating trauma. Our goal is to show up for kids who have been in tough spaces. Kids that have experienced physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, domestic violence, lost their home in a fire, been in a car accident, lost a parent. We're here to help kids in tough spaces know that they're not alone and to show up for them in times that are tough for them. I started Warrior for Children because I'm a nurse that works with children navigating trauma, and I saw how difficult it was to get the items that they needed in order to thrive and heal. So that's what we do. We provide them tangible resources immediately as they need it to begin the healing process. We educate the caregivers and those around them so that they know what they can do to help these kids heal. And then lastly, we surround them with fun, happy, healthy adults to help them learn to do art, to play sports, to be with our animals, to learn to trust the world again so that they can heal and be the best that they can be. I had the awesome opportunity to learn about King's Cup and to meet Frank through a mutual friend that we had, Rob from Rare Breed. Frank and I trained together at Rare Breed. My kid was really involved at Rare Breed, and I got to learn and meet Frank. When I met Frank, immediately his desire was to show up for kids as well. His passion was to use his platform in order to elevate voices that were not elevated in other ways. So together, Warrior for Children and King's Cup became an ultimate connection because together we could be more powerful if we worked out together with a mission to serve these kids.